testing, double checking all the inputs. Yep, it's looking like everything is good. Hello, everyone! Welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, once again, not joining me is Twilight Guardian, who is once more down in, Mexico, kicking all sorts of ass. But regularly joining me is the wiggly Kaiser Shonen, which actually kind of applies considering your current form. So it's
I was about to say, I guess, with as lanky as I am right now. Anyway, how's y'all doing?
Returning as guest hosts are Fatmanfalling, PeriodicPete, and for the second time, Calxiyn. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
I Know Nothing will be joining us eventually. He's currently making his way home through a blizzard, so he's
right.
He's kind of in a war zone right now, effectively.
Yeah, he's got an excuse to be late. Unlike anyone else.
Especially, Fatman was thankfully here on time this time. He was here before everyone else.
Yeah, I was just chilling silently, lurking.
And by that, he means he set everything up and then walked away from his computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, about to say, like, you what was it? You took our criticisms to heart from last week.
Well, no, I usually do that. I just forgot to last week.
Jay's Dark Souls speedrun and Ekko playing Life is Strange.
What the? Wait, what?
No, he's onto something here. I get that. It makes complete sense.
Hold on.
I thought Jace was playing Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy.
Yeah, I know. It's like he wasn't doing a
okay.
speedrun, man.
Okay, I see that
chat ever.
Yeah, it started off as Dark Souls, but then it just became Getting Over It.
Yep.
Damn it, Io, I'm in the middle of a stream. Don't message me. Come on, man. Not cool.
Oh, shoot. I gotta actually turn that off. I don't want any humming in the background while we're doing this. I turn my heater off.
So now you will freeze. Wait, cold is actually somewhat beneficial for robots. That should be fine.
Yeah, it should be all right.
Actually, I've always been confused on that. It's like, I know that cooling is super important for technology, but at the same time, I also know that extreme colds just straight up damages shit. So I'm like, what is the sweet spot? Like, what is the coldest cold you can get? Or is it more the condensation from the cold? I wonder about that.
I had always assumed that it was
definitely
condensation.
Definitely a condensation problem, but like most things stop working at like -20.
Right.
Tonight on JYCT stream, the multiverse graces us with its presence. Kaiser does a little wiggling. Twilight Guardian is spreading maple syrup in Canada, and I Know Nothing fights a blizzard in hand-to-hand combat. I'm just imagining this book, and he's like, "Let's go, let's."
Yeah. Yeah, he just gets flung around in just this giant like frozen tornado.
Oh. So let's see. A time to explore an AU that fanfic writers cheered for. Yep, that I imagine there would be a lot of discussion on that part of this episode. This is I don't know. Did I Know Nothing say how long? Because he's been kind of like a nice little like motivator in terms of like criticisms and such. Half an hour, maybe 20 minutes. So yeah, we can try and buffer this out for 20 minutes. Honestly, there's a lot of fun things to comment on this episode, but in terms of like criticism, it's pretty straightforward. There are there's like one major issue at the heart of this episode, maybe two smaller ones, but other than that, Celtic is going to roast Calxyn's favorite filler episode. No.
Oh no! Well, I don't see it that way. It's more so that it would be like if during RWBY Volume 9 we saw Team Coffee for an entire episode. Like, would it be my favorite episode? Yes, but would I also be able to acknowledge that that wouldn't be the best use of everyone's time?
Cal,
Yeah,
I will just turn around and say,
kind of how I see it.
It's like watching RWBY Volume 9. Period.
Yeah, I was about
full
to
stop.
Period.
Like there is actually a scary amount of similarity between Arcane Season 2 and RWBY, and that's disappointing in a lot of ways.
RWBY Volume 9 or
considering how
RWBY in
much
general?
money they have, it's just...
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I get what happened with RWBY, you know, especially, like, Volume 5 had great stuff going on, and then now Volume 9, they cut a bunch of shit, and so, like, it's just disappointing when it's a company that has so much money behind it, and
has no
the money
excuse
could
to
not
do this.
rescue. Yeah, exactly. There's no excuse after that. It's just like, you guys are bad.
I'm not really brushed up on the behind the scenes quite as much, but is there like, 'cause I know you looked at some of the behind the scenes stuff and you had a comment, I think we were talking on Twitter about this, that a lot of the writers sounded a lot like Miles and Carrie and Eddie and Kiersey in the
Oh,
behind the
for real?
scenes. And I was wondering if you wanted to elaborate on that or if that would be better saved till later.
I can't remember saying that, but I think that what I had been looking into was that they cut the writer's room from from whatever they had before, I don't know, let's say it was 5 people, down to like 2.5 people, and then all of the people that were cut were the story development writers. And so I'm assuming that how they
Oh,
split it
shit.
before was there's the people developing the plot beats, and then the people writing the dialogue. And so it is to my understanding that we were kind of left with the people that write the dialogue and not the plot. But I don't know how that all... I'm not familiar with like all of them by name, but that's what I remember reading. And I was like, oh, okay, this makes a lot more sense.
Well, let's see. So episode 1, Christian Link and Alex Yee. Episode 2, Nick Luddington. Episode 3, Ash Brannon. Episode 4, David Doon. Episode 5, Amanda Overton. Episode 6, Alex Yee. Episode 7, Nick Luddington. Episode 8, Ben St. John and Molly St. John. And then 9 is Christian Link and Alex Yee. So that's
Insane.
1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4,
Yeah, that
5,
is just crazy.
6, 7, 8. 8 different writers, it looks like, over the course of season 1.
Holy shit.
And then season 2 was Amanda Overton, then Nick Luddington, Henry Jones. That's the Act 1. Then Graham McNeil, Christina Felske,
No relation,
Giovanna Sarkis.
I presume.
No relation. Alex E, Amanda Overton, Alex E, Amanda Overton, Alex E, Christian Link. So the last 3 episodes were done by, it seems like, the main internal team. Then only 3 episodes seem to have, 3 episodes seem to have completely new writers. Henry Jones, Graham McNeil, Christina Felske, Giovanni Sarkis. I don't know any of these people.
Yeah, we haven't heard from them, which I think is probably for the best. I hate Christian Link. Can I say that on the podcast?
That's perfectly fine. Like
Wait.
I do encourage elaboration on that front, though. Because,
Yeah, I was about to say, because I need to know this beef.
It's just some of the stuff that he said, I'm like, be quiet. It's not even like he's not being, problematic on twitter.com or anything, but it's just more so that all of the PR training in me is like, you guys need to shut the fuck up, because him and Amanda have just said stuff like, this is getting ahead of ourselves. But like,
that's what Chat's been
Jinx
saying. Like,
had to leave to get out of the way in Vi's story in episode 8 and all of this stuff. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, just the way that she said it was just like,
Jinx
so
wasn't
she
leaving
has to
for
go off
Vi's
herself. Okay.
Jinx wasn't leaving because it was Vi. She was leaving because she felt like the only escape was self-deletion. Like, it is someone who felt trapped in a scenario and wanted to, like, how do
what in
I don't
the
even
world?
necessarily, like, that plot point has a lot of problems. And I don't, like, you're not even interpreting what was actually there correctly.
Yeah.
Jinx needed to leave because the sex scene would have been awkward.
Which, you know what? No, it could have only been improved if Jinx were there. Can you imagine Jinx giving full-on commentary? Encouragement, discouragement. Like, you could have an entire color commentary by Jinx on this. Like, oh, she's going for the panties. Oh, what's she gonna do? Oh, there comes the teeth!
Oh my god, let's get ready to rumble!
Fine, no, the alphabet.
No, not the letter I over and over again. Alphabet.
Shit. Celtic, I heard Amanda Overton, one of the writers, had the idea to introduce the multiple timelines after watching Avengers Endgame. No, I'm not joking. That's weird because I thought if that's true, I thought the multiple timeline shit was already in League of Legends.
It is.
It is. So
Like,
what are they talking about?
And it's like if they introduced it. Weirdly enough, the alternate timelines thing isn't the worst aspect. If anything, like I actually appreciate somewhat how it's done here. I just have concerns over any future utilization of it.
By the way, Rival, you say you got some screenshots or whatever, DM them to me and I'll link it in the
Please do
chat.
But yeah, let me see if there's like just an actual. Let's see, is there a list of the full writing room marketing release?
Also, let me know if I'm too loud. I finally figured out why my input has been so low for so long whenever we do these things.
Yeah, so that's like, I know a lot of the excuse that was used for what happened was COVID, but I'm wondering, like, I don't know, it's not any surprise that fixing Ruby, we do all of our communication through Discord. We just get on calls and talk through the scripts. Like, I'm the main writer, yes, but like I have people that, like Jay and Coffee and Moopa now, who help me like solidify my thoughts, get things streamlined, give me feedback on different, maybe the character should say this or that or do this and that way. And of course I give it to other people to beta read. But overall, I have to wonder what exactly prevented them from all coordinating and working together. I do not for a second believe that this, I still do not hold that this was intended to be the final season. This feels like just so much shoved into one season.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. And I think maybe, I don't know how many of the people out of the 8 that you read, if they were the story development or if that was credited separately or something, but I feel like that probably also caused a problem because by the end, it's kind of just like 3 bitches all being like, yeah, that sounds great to each other. Like by the time we get to 7, 8, 9, they're just like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Let's have enforcers kill Vi's parents for the ship. And they're just all like, the egg sounds great. And so I think that's part of it too. It's just, if you don't, I don't even think it's COVID. It's the fact that they were reduced so much, and it's that there was no one there to be like, maybe that's not a good idea. And I think to some extent, Kruby has that problem sometimes too, where it's just like they're, with Miles and Carrie, it was them too, kind of thing. And then with Eddie and Kiersey, that kind of added like a new perspective for a little bit, but then it's like
they slipped into it.
Yeah, exactly,
so
something like that. So it's always good to have a mysterious third group of people checking things.
What I think more likely what you need is the third party editor that's like, you don't have them at all during the development process and you bring them in at the end and just say, look, tell us where we're wrong. That's, I think, the smartest move to make. Always just kind of like, don't let them get involved. Don't get them endeared to any one given plot point, because then they can tell you where your darlings that need to die are.
People who have no idea how cool it was in your head.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Pete, I think you said you wanted to say so. I might have misheard.
No, sorry. I'm kind of out of it because of like work stuff that happened.
He's staring into the
I was about to say. I was about to say, is it because of like episode 6 and that's what it does to people?
No, well, I mean, no, I'm just tired because of something that happened at work. Is all. That's all.
All right.
Well, do you want to air it to us and 37 of your closest friends? Come on, we're therapy. It's free.
Can we have an "Am I the Asshole" segment on the podcast? Like,
oh yeah, no. You know what?
Wrong wrong or were they wrong?
I'm absolutely down. That would be great.
That would be really funny.
So I
Am
shot
I
this
the-
man in an alley. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole? I was bringing in bags of ice for the soda machine, and my boss told me to put it anywhere. And the deep fryer is included in anywhere.
Oh my god.
I just love the idea. It's like you shot someone in an alley. Elaborate? No.
No.
The intimacy between Caitlyn and Vi felt really fanficky. Was that? We'll get to that. That's episode 8.
Yeah, that's a
episode 8
different
is
episode, yeah.
like. I'm pretty sure episode 8 might be the most nightmarish one in the season. I don't know. There's a lot of things they just speed run in that episode.
Ooh, okay. I'm getting sent live. All right, I'm getting sent the info. Give me just a second to.
I was
send it.
confused for a moment. For some reason my brain put a C before the E. So I was like, "What are you
What?
smelling?
What?
You're getting a scent? What are you, a bloodhound? Or you gonna track?
What the fuck?
You're gonna start tracking Christian Link down
Wait.
to his house?
Oh my god.
Which, for the record, I do
Okay.
not advise doing that. That is a bad idea.
No.
Please do not bother anyone we
Um,
talk about on this podcast.
Yes, please not.
Be
Granted,
civil.
this drama has been like cold for a bit. It seems like, but it doesn't hurt to reinforce that.
It's a
So this
fandom.
seems to be, it seems to be Christian Link. This first screenshot seems to be Christian Link on Reddit, and this next one's gonna be Reddit is that's the where the problems start there, and then there's this second one from Twitter. It seems like
Okay, I'll get these up on
Christian Link in response to some criticism on Twitter. Like here to preface this, because some of y'all might have been there when I did my stream reaction to this really small creator called Some Call Me Eli, in their video about like how fandom I guess destroyed Arcane season 2 and then proceeded to not be about Arcane season 2 for like a majority of the fucking video. They pull a couple screenshots from the
This is not
Twitter
gonna
of the
show up
writers that did not have anything to do with what they were talking about. If there's just as much shit about this as what you guys are telling me, dude, that guy
So-
did a super bad job.
Let's read out what this says. I'm sorry I can't get it like clearer. It's not really well formatted to this. Or can I?
Yeah,
Can I?
fair.
One minute. Maybe I can actually. Now that I think about it, if I just move this over.
As a
here.
great man once said, yes, we can.
Inspirational Bob the Builder quotes. Yes. Grab it. There we go. All right. So let's try and read this best we can. Some theories here a bit too far out there. No, we didn't ask Fortiche to produce a 1 hour 30 finale episode. It's quite the opposite. Our scripts are always shorter than what Fortiche ends up proposing in the storyboard phase. We want to let them get inspired and roam free so we can then reel it in while also allowing for the magical moments to find themselves. It's a tight creative collaboration, not some sort of all-right vendor company, do your work, achieve the impossible, but do it quickly. I consider many of the people at Fortiche to be some of my closest friends. I find it disappointing that people suggest these things. No, we didn't get corporate greed pressure or anything. However, yes, there are always constraints both in budget and time. That's part of our job as creatives to work within these constraints. Constraints are normal, and they were always generous, and I always had final say on anything creative. But they do exist. They also existed during season 1. It would have been great to have more time to work on the second season, or extra time to add to these episodes, but we didn't have it, for a number of reasons. Budget being one. We have been extremely lucky to get these absolutely insane budgets from Riot to produce Arcane. We all feel incredibly lucky. Nobody else gets these types of budgets. Please don't forget that. Time being the other constraint. There is a release window that a massive amount of people work towards, not just at Fortiche, but also at Riot on different games, at Netflix, brand partners, even key talent that works on the show that, simply put, is getting tired cranking away at this incredibly long season and project over multiple years. Don't forget, at the end of the day, this is just a collective of human beings, of people. I would assume that there is no other TV show that has taken as long as Arcane to produce 2 seasons, without any pauses. Arcane is unrivaled in sheer scope of high-fidelity animation. I don't want to use any of these things as an excuse, but yeah, this work demands a lot on a human level. Already I'm thinking, well, Rings of Power and House of the Dragon, but whatever.
Yeah.
Our season 2 is amazing. We have made you feel more than you've ever felt when watching animated characters. Oh!
Oh my god.
Okay, you were somewhat reasonable
okay.
until that. Holy
man.
shit, dude.
All right, yeah, you were cooking and then you gone the freaking pretentious route.
This is how you feel.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is how you
yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
telling me my emotions, man. It's not perfect. You don't take these types of hefty swings and expect that everything wraps up perfectly with a neat bow tie. That's actually part of the problem, is that some things did. It grows and evolves
Too
in
many
its own
things
way,
did.
and it becomes what it becomes. Has any TV series ever successfully struck the landing with this many main characters, time travel, supernatural abilities, technology inventions, fantasy world stakes, high concepts, complex relationships, and global expectations? I actually don't know. We'd be quite curious to know, folks. Star Trek! Even fucking Voyager did better than you, and I haven't finished that fucking thing since I stopped at episode 2.
Oh my.
Holy shit, dude! Like, that is by definition an ensemble cast.
And
Could we
also,
compete with all good things? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
and also, even if no other like work on TV has ever managed to accomplish that,
That is
maybe
so arrogant.
there's a reason for that.
Also,
Like, and is he specifically talking about animation in that?
No, because
like,
he actually does specify between animation. Like, he actually specifies it separately earlier. So I presume he's talking in general.
yeah, I mean that just, I mean like fucking,
Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul.
yeah, like this isn't an overwhelming amount of characters.
The Wire.
This
The
like
fucking
Wheel
Wire.
of Time has over 1,000 named characters in it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why?
I mean, even if it was animated, like, you know, this guy has not watched a single anime. It doesn't seem like.
I was about
Yeah.
to say, like, maybe I was going to really, I'm reining myself in because, like, okay, think of In the West, think of In the West.
Yeah, I was
think
gonna
of In the
say,
West.
like, Full Metal
Really?
Alchemist Brotherhood. Right there. Right there.
How many?
Yeah.
How many characters does Arcane actually have? Like 20? Like tops?
talking about
They're-
like both
they're
seasons 1
meaningful.
and 2.
Like, okay,
I mean
so are we-
meaningful characters.
Yeah, I was gonna
like,
say, are we clarifying like main cast? Because then you've got Jace, Ekko, Heimerdinger. You've got Vi, Savika, Powder / Jinx,
Silco.
Silco, Caitlyn,
Marcus?
Marcus, Victor,
Mel.
Mel.
Do we? Oh, you already throw in Vander and the other kids?
Vander,
Milo and Flagger?
Clagger, and Milo.
Yeah,
Milo.
Let's see, what else do we got in here? Do we count Huck?
Oh, yeah, you already said Ekko. Yeah, Huck.
We can count Huck, I suppose. Do we count Warwick separately, or is Luke in with Vander? I suppose?
No, that's just Vander.
No, that's
there's
just cheating.
Okay.
There's the
Oh,
Chem Barons
Singed.
and also the Counselor members.
Yeah, the Chem Barons and the Council will count as one character, even though I do think some of them evolved beyond that to some extent. Mbessa,
Right.
her right hand man, what's his name?
Rictus.
Rictus. So that's. Is there any more? Grayson.
Yeah,
Oh,
Grayson.
Oh yeah, Grayson definitely.
So we're up to 20.
LeBlanc.
Yeah, the Black Rose, so we'll count that. LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And then I guess the Firelights as a faction, so that's we're up to 22.
There's the 3 other characters part of the
Right,
Caitlyn squad.
Yeah, so we'll count that as one character because that's how much they share between them.
Pretty much.
So 23. We're looking at
Yeah.
effectively
is-
23 characters. That's
The,
like
still being generous.
there are more populated Shakespeare plays, my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's
that's a crazy claim to make.
Mm.
No
Also,
one's ever
just-
nailed 23 characters before.
also just stating the complete freaking obvious. Avatar: The fucking Last Airbender.
Yep. Oh my God. I mean, God, we could list off the names of the characters there for days.
My dad and I are going through Better Call Saul. We're almost done with season 1, and I mean, even within that, I don't know if there's like 23, but like there's a lot.
But does that
Oh,
have time
also
travel?
Oh my- you know what? No, and that's probably a good thing.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like they certainly pulled off season 1 pretty well. I don't know why this
Yeah.
is something that we.
Yeah, I was
have
gonna
to say
say,
about
like,
season-
buddy, we're not comparing you to other shows. We're comparing you to your fucking self.
Yeah,
Yeah, you set the freaking standard, dog.
yeah.
We're telling you that y'all fell off.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's so funny is he said nobody else, capital letters, gets these types of budgets. Please don't forget that. And I'm like, but doesn't
Yeah,
that
but-
kind of go against your point? Because people have done more with less
With
budget.
less-
You
Yeah,
had
I was
an
gonna
insane
say,
budget.
you
what
know
do you
what?
mean? Why
Weird
is
flex,
that
dog.
relevant,
All
guys?
right,
Like,
let's who's ready to do some math? Let's
God.
see. Let's see. DS9, Deep Space
Oh,
9, because I
Oh, we're
have a-
counting the cast of a bunch of different shows because I'm already
No,
doing
no,
that
you
for
know
Better Call
what?
Saul.
You know what? Battlestar Galactica. That's a great one. And that one
the
was
budget for
written
that
on the fucking fly, and that's a fucking masterpiece by my measure. Like
Oh,
Battlestar Galactica budget. Let's see what budget they had for Battlestar Galactica. Had an estimated budget of that's 1978. No, I need the 2004 series. Where do I find on IMDb?
we need inflation and inflation
Or-
calculator.
Where do I find the budget for that? Oh god.
I don't know if IMDb lists the budget, but you might also need like IMDb Plus or whatever their subscription service is to access like
God.
that specific kind of stuff.
Very low. They did a lot with not very much.
Let me see what chat is saying. I do wish that like genuinely I hate that romance in media has gotten to the point that I wish they just wouldn't add it because usually other characters suffer from the relationship taking priority. I mean, I can kind of see that issue. Like the issue I have in regards to Vi and Caitlyn's
Okay.
thing.
All right.
Is-
So I think
oh, you found it.
yeah, I think I did. Anyone remember how much Farscape was per episode? One season of Sci-Fi gave when canceling. It will likely be one of cable's more expensive drama series with production estimates as high as 1.5 million per episode. Okay, so what's an average run? I'm going to do a lot of fucking math to try and figure out like the dollar per minute of this. So, Battlestar Galactica average episode length. Let's see, make sure it's 2004 because it'll give me the fucking 1978. 44 minutes. So, if I just get my calculator out, because I didn't have it out earlier and I should have.
Doing math on stream, only in the
Yes.
Team Jack
Yeah,
podcast.
Dude, you know what? I have come to really
No, I
love
follow
doing
multiple
channels.
channels that just do math on stream.
So let's average that.
It's not
45
just
minutes.
you. All right.
Yeah.
$1,500,000 divided by 44. We're looking at $1 per minute average of $34,000. Let's round that up, just safe. $35,000 per episode. Arcane budget. 250 million. How many total episodes? It's 39 to 50 minutes. I can actually get an even more accurate, I bet, if I get no, I can't get the full runtime. So, okay. So 35,000 versus, let's average that out to another 45 divided by No, it'd be times, because I have to actually figure out the total number. Times 18 divided by 250. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I did not type that incorrectly. Oops. Right, because I did it in fucking. All right, 1 minute. Brain, thank you. 45 times 18 is 800 times 60. Wait, no.
That's seconds.
I am braining all over the place right now.
Yeah.
It's like I
One
got lost
step
in the
at a
sauce.
time.
I need to write this shit down. All right, so notepad. Thank you. All right, so we got a 35,000 per minute Battlestar Galactica. Meanwhile, we have 250 million. That's it. I divided the wrong way. That's what I did because I'm an idiot. Divided by 810. Okay. $308,000 and 641. So it's sorry, $308,641 per minute for Arcane. And I don't know if that's the budget for season 1 or both seasons together. So I could be lowballing this as well.
Yes.
Battlestar Galactica per minute was 10 times cheaper.
Oh,
It is a 4-season series, and it is a complete one at that. Holy shit, dude.
And now we're complete because I Know Nothing has finally entered the freaking building.
Yes,
He's here.
the boy.
It's our
you.
boy.
All right.
I'm here and off my meds.
Oh, Christ, we're doomed.
But there is something I had to say. I wish to dash a rumor that I heard as I was driving through here.
Oh, you like war?
Oh, of course I do. I love war. But anyway, I must dash the rumor that I would fist fight a blizzard. Good sir, I have Excalibur and a full-size Moonlight Greatsword right next to me. I am sword fighting that bitch.
So that's proper.
You know what? Yeah, I was about to say, if there would be anyone that would be willing to fight against literal nature, would be Dark Souls players. And
Yeah.
I'm no different. I played some of the games. I still need to play Dark Souls 3 probably after this semester's over.
I heard you really like Demon Souls.
Yeah, Demon Souls was pretty fun.
You've played it multiple
Souls is good.
times. Is that true?
I did, mainly because I wanted to just test out magic stuff, and also I found out about the Infinite Souls glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. But the last thing that I heard was Celtic screaming about Christian
Math.
Link's comic about not math actually about this is the most you felt about animated characters ever. Trust me, guys.
That was, just the freaking arrogance that
Dude, it has
Already, I think I can name at least a couple. I could probably name a couple other shows, or even just like a couple other mediums in general that I think I may have felt a little bit more emotion from
I
season
mean-
2 of Arcane.
100%.
I don't think I've ever been this upset, but I don't think I've ever been
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's fair.
It
It's a
has
very
the
David
same-
Cage pilled comment.
Very much so.
Oh, shit.
And my final comment, actually, sorry for being late. I would have been here faster, but after seeing the 8th totaled car, I stopped. And when the total of total cars on the side of the highway breached 30, I was.
You know
Oh my
what?
God.
Yeah, that's fine. You're okay.
Right. Don't die for Arcane Season 2, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Even though you technically be
Literally
dying
not.
for us, and I appreciate that.
obviously, come on.
But yeah, no. So we were just discovering that the budget for battle, because this guy is not just talking about animated shows. He's talking about all
Yeah.
shows ever. And he's like, has any TV
Right.
series ever successfully stuck the landing with this many main characters, time travel, supernatural abilities, technological inventions, fantasy world stakes, high concepts, complex relationships, and global expectations? I actually don't know. I immediately pointed well, almost immediately to of course Star Trek, but then Battlestar Galactica, which we calculated if it had the highest potential budget of $150 million per episode, it is 10 times cheaper on the whole than Arcane in its totality.
As
You mean
for
1.5 million, but
I'll go like, is it just shows, or can we expand on that?
Like
well, I
video
mean, I
games?
already mentioned like Wheel of Time has over 1,000 named characters.
I was
so
gonna
it's
say
like, yeah.
You guys
this guy
covered
can
their
say the whole no one's been able to do this. My brother in Christ, Brandon Sanderson, walked into the room, made Mistborn, and guess what? That starts his multiverse.
Okay, but he did clarify it being good.
Okay, that's fair.
also, this has that comment has about like, oh yeah, we tried so hard to make you feel for these characters or whatever the fuck. It has that same energy, is what Tara Strong said, where it's all like, I made your childhood. It's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
my
like,
god, just keep that in your pants, dog. I swear to God.
It's like, nah, I was in my 20s when My Little Pony started.
I was honest. What? I had some of these comments in the back of my notes because I was saving them for the final like episode sort of thing. But if we're going over them here, sweet.
Well, I was gonna say like the Oh, I just had a thought and I was lost. I think I lost it on my way up. Let me try and find it. The whole childhood thing is like, oh, we made your. This is not how you handle negative fan feedback for a show that you made at all. Like the way you want to handle something like this is, we understand some people are upset with how the ending went, and I feel disappointed that we didn't meet people's expectations. We promise we will endeavor to improve our writing in such a way that everyone can feel like they got a substantive experience in our next, our following offering. Like that's how you PR speak your way out of this, while still holding true that you feel like your stuff is good. Like you can do
Unfortunately,
we had too much money isn't a flex.
It really isn't.
It comes off that like Christian is sort of salty that season 2 isn't getting the same accolades as season 1.
Exactly. You're getting high off your own supply, dog.
Immediately. Adam Zelke, by the way, I need to read this out. Ekko, Jason, Mel all had to be kicked out of Piltover / the plot in order for stuff to happen. They had to get rid of some of the smart, competent people with cooler heads compared to the ones there. Shit. Yeah.
I mean...
I think people have probably, I mean, you guys probably have brought this up too, but people have been saying like, yeah, that's why Ekko and Vi don't have a scene together, because Ekko would have like roasted her alive. Like, just what the fuck are you doing, bestie? So I think that's definitely, it holds some weight, I think.
It's true, but I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with it if it were played off way better, because bottling up the more competent characters to aid further chaos, it's a tried and true like writing technique or whatever. You see this in a bunch of different things. I just don't think the way it did was very good here.
Also,
it's like when something is super transparent, that like I don't mind it happening, but it's when it's so transparent that that's what happened, I'm like, okay, but you guys couldn't find a better in-universe explanation. Even like, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but even at the end, like when Vi and Ekko see each other, they do not talk, they don't have a conversation.
There was barely anything.
Entire season.
Cal, my favorite bit to incentivize that is, remember in episode 9 where Vi is running right past a downed Ekko who is like in the wreckage of a ship.
Yes.
All right, well, let's look at this Twitter post, and we'll then move right on to the episode.
Okay.
Let's see. However, I do feel that Vi may have been... This is someone else named Kawa, I guess, or Karex, or whatever you want to call him. Despite having substantial screen time, we didn't witness many moments of profound individual conflict with her as we did with Jinx, Caitlyn, Victor, or Jace, for example. Christian Link said, Vi accepting the badge had some real inner conflict. Vi confronting Caitlyn in 203 had some real inner conflict. Vi breaking Jinx out had some real inner conflict. Vi not being able to leave Vander behind had some real inner conflict. to me at least, shrug. Which
That-
that's
Um,
already this is so combative.
That
Yeah.
okay.
And also, that didn't even answer the question.
yeah, it's
I'd
It
be
was
like,
so
does this guy
internal
know
that
Steven
we had-
Erickson? But then it's like, no, definitely he doesn't.
Make
He
it
wouldn't have
up
said
in
that
our-
last thing if he did.
I can agree to all of these statements. Can there be more substance in the text, though?
Yes,
Yeah.
like you set up these moments. You didn't really do a great job of following through on exploring them. Like, Vi never really discusses what it means for her to be wearing the badge. Like, she never elaborates on, like, why I changed my decision. Was it about this big, disastrous moment that got me to change my mind? Whereas the apology to Caitlyn for fucking offering it to me in the first place when I ultimately accepted it, like, there's no, like, conversation there.
Where's the bit where she looks in a mirror and says, "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry"?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that would have been so fucking powerful.
And what's crazy is that Amanda had said something on Twitter because someone said, "Oh, when is Caitlyn gonna find out that Vi was there that day and that the enforcers killed Vi's parents or whatever?" And she was like, "You'll find out." And then we never found out. And so, her accepting the badge could have been related to that, and they never talked about it.
Well, clearly, Cal. Clearly, it was in the off-screen timeline.
Oh, but to
Just pretend it was what you wanted, and
shut up! Shut up! To round this out,
Great
you
post
feel.
about
Oh,
it was like, there's show don't tell, but with Arcane, it's like it's not show don't tell, it's the show.
Write the story for the writers?
Imagine or whatever.
Show
I
and
can't
imagine.
remember how.
Imagine.
Yeah, show and imagine.
Imagine that.
Adam Zelke says, if you need to explain it in a Twitter post, you did a bad job with subtext in the show. Yes.
Yes.
Facts.
Like,
Holy
like you can have like intellectual discussions and the like. Not on Twitter, but like in general. But like in general,
Not
you
on
can. But like explaining things and like when you point out, if it doesn't provoke the aha moment for people, if it doesn't go like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, we did this here because of this, this, and this, and then someone's like, oh yeah, no, that makes complete sense. If it doesn't provoke that reaction and it says like, oh, I guess that makes sense, that there might be a problem. There might be a bit of an issue. You gotta.
Especially when all you have is just stating what you tried to do and pretend that answers this motherfucker's question.
It's.
But
it comes
honestly,
up-
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. How would someone, as a writer, respond to a question with like, that wasn't part of the story consideration? Like we
yeah.
never intended to write a scene
no,
like that.
Like that. Well, first of all, if it's before the season, fucking don't respond to it. If it's after the season, then if it's after the season, you just say, well, I apologize to people that wanted to see this thing. We had other priorities we needed to focus on. I understand people were disappointed by that. And that's it. That's how you leave it. That's it. Like, it's just the fact of the matter is our priorities were elsewhere, and I'm sorry that you were disappointed. We hope you enjoyed what we did provide you.
The biggest thing that'll get you far in PR speak, and I have not even been fully trained in it, is if you're willing to take a few L's, it'll get you pretty far.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying, like, every creator on Twitter, especially for like this much of a high profile product, should literally pay someone to run their Twitter account. I'm not fucking
that
joking.
used to happen, but then they fired all, well, not they, but like across so many different companies. Like, I know before the podcast last week, we were talking about Snow White and like, where's the PR
Oh,
people?
shit.
Well, Disney fired them. They don't care. They're not PR training the actors. They aren't PR
Yeah.
training the
Oh my God.
songwriters. Like, so many
explains
companies
so
are
much.
having that
Yeah,
like
because
thing right now. They don't care.
because
That
Sean
explains
Murray
the
from
Acolyte.
No Man's Sky was such a great example of
What not to
why
do.
you don't need a PR team.
Yeah.
Dude, that
I feel
explains
bad-
shit like the Acolyte. Oh my fucking
Well, I feel
God.
so bad for Sean Murray. That man, like, I think he's just very genuine and just very bad at PR.
I am just glad that like things have like worked out for him in
Yeah.
the end. and that like and that he's gotten recognition for it. Like, thank God for YouTubers.
Yeah,
like
he has gone from one of the most maligned
Internet historian.
Internet history.
Yeah, internet history. He's gone from one of the most maligned to one of the most beloved because it's like, look, I understand we fucked up. It's time to like make or break. We're not abandoning this. We're making the game we promised you. And it's like, holy shit, a video game developer with a double to AAA budget that sticks by their fucking word. Oh my God, we gotta just prop this guy up on a fucking, palanquin.
It's amazing, like how much goodwill people can have, and it's not even necessarily just in the video game community. It can also be in the film industry as well.
Yeah,
Cough, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes. God,
like, who would have thought that like people that buckling down and like fixing their mistakes can like actually get
legit,
more
or even just simply shutting the fuck up and keep it moving.
Legitimately, one of the things I am most hyped for now, one of the most hyped films is going to be Sonic 4.
And they only had to bankrupt one animation studio to do it.
Don't make me depressed. Don't ruin this.
I'll bankrupt 1,000 animation studios and let this movie die.
Look, it's Fat Man. It's very expensive to animate Jim Carrey. All right.
It takes all of 2 cents and a paperclip.
But no. So I want to finish out this particular chain, and we'll go to the next ones. To be honest, the way they were explored, felt shallow and cursory for most of the season. She felt like a plot device for other characters. And Christian responded, "All right, cool," because he's slowly evolving into a fucking stool pigeon.
Wait, that comment was about Vi?
Yeah, that was in response to Vi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, like I know he's saying cool, but whatever. Fuck off. Like you're being a pretentious twat.
Yeah, because
you're being a child.
Yeah, because when you want to say the word cool, the person who you want to imitate is Eric Cartman. That'll get people on your side.
And then apparently there's this video. Does Silco? Oh, you shared this with me, Cal, didn't you?
Yeah, it was Christian Link saying, "I don't know if Silco sees Jinx as his daughter."
Didn't he literally say that as like one of his what? Didn't he literally say, "You are my daughter" as one of his last words? "You are my daughter. I'll never forsake you."
There is nothing so undoing as a daughter. Was one of the most fucking prominent statements in the entire first season.
To a statue of Vander as he realizes exactly what arc Vander went down.
Yes, he understands the man that he betrayed so much better by the end of it, and he is lamenting the fact that he is now in the same okay, let's watch this video. Let's watch this video.
Yeah, we got
Go for
it. I can't believe
Interesting question. I mean, I always find it very interesting, this question. I was like, can a person love another person like their own child or like, actual family member, even if they're not, even if they don't have like the same family blood?
Already one of the dumbest statements in this video.
Yeah,
Motherfuckers never heard of adoption.
I was going to say.
What? Yeah. You okay, KN? You all right?
No, sorry. No, I was going crazy for a second, but like I was gonna say just like fuck adoption. Yeah, like you said. Just what the fuck?
Okay, and also, dude, straight up, as someone with a fucking step parent, and who's had that step parent.
Oh yeah,
for like I don't know. Let's see, I'm 25 now, literally 2 decades. You can kiss the blackest part of my balls.
They're a blacker part of your balls?
Yeah,
are your balls like splotchy?
Yeah, they're like balls. Like those, those balls from like those balls from the Black Panther movie that like heal spinal injuries.
You just have 2 of those dangling down below.
So that fits.
I think it would have been funnier if you said the blackest part of my white ass and just leave everyone confused.
Why? No, the blackest part of.
All right, so let's see.
But
anyway, continuing
even
on.
without like the parent-child dynamic, I'm like, okay, when you marry someone, they're part of your family now, even though you're not related. So clearly, we still love people who are not related.
Are we gonna say that this applies to Vi and powder for Vander.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Yeah.
I have friends that I would die for because I
No.
consider them borderline siblings. Like, that's just how that
yeah.
deeply goes.
I'm just throwing this out there for this of just like, can you really love someone? Me remembering season 2. Come on, he's your dad too. No, he ain't.
Yeah,
You can't love
what?
him. You're not allowed.
Oh wow.
Just banjo music starts.
No, we already discussed.
Not
We
with
completely
that
cut any of the
attitude.
weird incestuous undertones for Jinx. All right, we already talked about that.
Oh my god. Still though, god
Alright,
damn it.
So let's see what more he has to say on this.
I think yes.
You
I don't
think?
know if Zuko necessarily thinks of her as his daughter, but like someone that he really loves and cares about. Yes, I think we always talked about how Zuko sees a lot of himself in Jinx, or also he sees in her like the version of someone from the Undercity who
Pause real
really
quick.
succeeds.
Wait, there we go.
Who was the writer for the finale of season 1?
It was also him.
Like what?
It was
that-
also him, yeah.
Kristen
so-
Link and what's her face.
Well, I guess I should say the script writer, or like, I mean, I guess that would also include him.
Yeah,
The thing I actually have
he
is
was he was credited in the first and last episodes of season 1. I'm pretty sure.
oh yeah. This is just a comment that I can't get out of my head. The guy up to the right of Christian, like the way he's looking at that guy.
Yeah. The guy on the right looks like, what the fuck are you saying?
I think
Like,
that's one of the
yeah,
other
we're-
writers, right? Because that's Alex Yee, isn't it? So
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
other. That's
What
the
are
other
you
writer on the
talking
finale. He's
about?
like, yeah, motherfucker, I wrote that into the script. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, he
yeah,
looked it.
what are you doing? Just watching this guy just fucking
Also,
annihilate
who
all
the
your
fuck asked
homework.
this question in the first place? Did you not watch the finale?
No,
Yeah,
it's
why is this
pretty-
even a question?
It's pretty explicit.
Yeah. He was literally about to give up his dream for her.
How
was
can
the whole
someone
point.
Literally said-
How can? Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
Literally said, "You are my daughter. I'll never forsake you." As he's dying in her arms, hands technically, but like you get what I'm saying.
Video.
And what's crazy is that, like, so, you know, for interviews and stuff, usually they pick, you know, whatever questions, the softball questions, especially because they don't want to, you know, fuck up in a live
Yeah.
setting where they can't take it back. So I'm like, you probably, like, in a very similar way to, like, you know, RTX panels and stuff where they pre-selected the questions ahead of time because people were, you know, doing nonsense. Like, they
Right.
picked this question probably as a very easy question that they could just answer and have a little fun behind the scenes for the
they
interview.
asked to get
like,
the
this
smoke
is a
from this.
basic question.
I
What
also
the fuck?
I really hate like the fan panels where like things are set in stone. Like, okay, how much better would Ruby be if they just like they accepted the panels in the very open is like, look, we're gonna try and give you the information you want, but sometimes things will change behind the scenes, so sometimes the answers we give you here won't be super accurate. So when they say, oh yeah, no, Ruby's favorite freaking dessert is strawberries, and then they never reference that ever fucking again, and it's only cookies from here on out for every motherfucker ever. They can just say, oh yeah, no, we changed our minds. She's no longer loves it. We didn't ever really solidify that in the show, so we changed it to cookies. And it's like, okay, fine, whatever. It's like, I understand that fandom might be a little annoyed by that, but being very transparent that, hey, writing decisions change behind the scenes would allow you to take much more, like, questions with much more teeth to them.
Like, dude, why in the fuck are these guys making Rooster Teeth level mistakes?
On the
Ironwood
clip where he said
semblance.
Shut up! Shut up! It doesn't exist.
Fuck you! God damn it! Why can't I control what's on stream?
Who really, you know, is powerful and capable, independent, and I think in a way she also really inspires him. I do think he really loves Jinx in the end, which shocks him too. I think he starts to think of like, okay, you're an example of a daughter of Zon that was kind of abandoned and left behind, like he was when he was young. And so, but she's also really talented. So that's when he's like, you know, we'll show them as like, yeah, like here are two people. Like I think in many ways, Jinx is the only person that he feels like she can understand him.
Okay, but like, it's not a daughter of Zahn. It's his daughter. That is a radically different thing. I don't think he would have given up his pursuit of Zahn as an independent entity if she was just a daughter of it to him.
Yeah, clearly this was I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. This little clip that I posted in chat, clearly this was a mistranslation. He's saying you're a daughter of Zahn, and I'll never that's clearly what he meant. Not you're my daughter. No, that's clearly a mistranslation.
Fun fact to the fun fact to the stream. Kaiser has posted the GIF from one of the Naked Gun movies of everyone facepalming.
Yeah.
Bad.
It's that. I literally saw it. I'm sorry. I have to play this fucking soundbite.
Sounds like you've gone Maverick.
Yep.
That's exactly what just happened. What the fuck?
If I had a nickel for the number of lines in season 1 that directly proved the writer of the show wrong here, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened.
I don't know. I feel like you're going to be a lot richer very soon as we continue.
You will be.
Just
Holy
meant
shit!
lines that specifically like have him refer to her as a daughter.
Well, you have to understand. The secret to all of this is finding the strength to forgive.
Oh my god.
Remember, there's beauty in imperfection. All right, so let's see the second part.
Okay.
Again, Razor to be crazy.
I love his expression.
Because he wants her to be the best version she can be.
I love how he's not saying a damn thing either. It's just like he's
just
like
looking at him.
Also, didn't he use the shimmer to save her life? She would have died.
Yes.
So what do you mean the best version?
It's one of my favorite
the living
bits.
version.
Oh, to add to this daughter thing, when Singe says, "Are you prepared to lose her?" He says, "No, she can't die," which is obviously a no. Singe knocks Silco out, and as Silco is going under, his exact words, "I too once had a daughter."
Yes.
yeah.
It's all fake.
It's
Fake
almost
news,
as
guys.
if the entire season is reinforcing because we keep hearing that he makes special concessions for Jinx all the time. It's as if she is very special to him. It's like, and your statements also like they're in the show, but that was at the very beginning. What you're describing is the beginning of their relationship, where it's like, we'll show them you're a daughter of Zahn, and he's like taking care of her. Then by the time we catch up with them, she is just full on his daughter.
No, Raymond. Clearly, she's just like a really important person to him. She's just a really good friend.
Rubia.
What freaking drugs?
This is the man in charge of my ship. This shit is
so epic.
This is so.
I have never seen any. Okay, I won't say that. It has been a while since I've seen anyone not only taken in a big L, picked out a big L. They went to the freaking L Mall, thrifted their limited edition L like it's Gumbla or some shit.
They
built it
constructed
together and put it in front of their house.
How many piece set
They
do you
opened
think
an exhibit at the L Museum.
how many piece set do you think the L is? How many runners do you think? So Adam Zelke, Savika also calls her his daughter. Yes, everyone fucking knows that Jinx is his daughter. Like by the time the main plot kicks off, the fucking person who hates her most understands their relationship.
Fucking like everyone thinks of her as Silco's daughter except Silco himself. Like someone brings it up and he's like, "Wait, what? You guys thought what about me?"
That would make a great joke if this were ever made into a bridge series.
Actually, brief tangent here because I was thinking about it. Everyone's like, oh, Savika would have killed Jinx if they knew that Jinx killed Silco. Well, what if they learned that, Silco was willing to give up the underground, was willing to give up Zahn for Jinx? Like, if Jinx explained that, or someone else explained that to Savika might be like, he wasn't as dedicated to the cause as I had thought. He was giving up. Oh no. Like. Well, admittedly, you have to get some work making her believe that was actually his last words. But like, can you imagine that would probably lean a lot towards getting her on Jinx's side to some degree. Like,
I don't know if it would get her on Jinx's side, but I think it would definitely
it would help the process getting there.
She would probably have a lot of regrets about killing what's his name from season 1.
Vander.
No, not Vander.
Well, Vander
not
too,
Vander.
but also the guy with
The,
the metal jaw.
Yeah, him. Because
Oh,
like,
right, yeah.
because like a big
Who we
thing
can
about
add
like
to
the
the character
ending
list.
is like
Oh.
a big thing about the ending of season 1 is that like she is struggling to like light her cigarette, because now she doesn't have an arm because she got back from the fight with Vi, as it's like panning over to the empty chair that Silco sits in, as sort of like a callback to, yeah, he offered you a smoke as sort of like a visual representation of how he offered to take over Silco's place. She turned him down. Now Silco's dead and things are about to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
I think there's I think a lot of, to me there's like similarities between parents of some of the, geniuses in the past. When I think of like what Beethoven's father did to him, what Mozart's father did to him, is like they really mistreated them in the name of, perfection, in the name of
The fuck
greatness,
is
in the
talking
name
about?
of
What the
you'll be
fuck?
the best version you can be. Like there's this question of like, what, is happiness the goal, or is greatness the goal? Is success the goal?
So, honest question to everybody here: did I like pass through into Silent Hill through that
somebody
fucking
stroked
blizzard?
I just feel like I had a stroke right there. I didn't hear anything. Like it just, I didn't process anything that you just said at all. I don't know.
And when you did, and you.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what that
So
was.
I'm not sure which of them to ask to blink if they need help because on one hand I think Christian's having a stroke. On the other hand, I think Alex Yee is being held against his will, and he's like staring at the guy with the gun off screen.
Jinx gets to join Wesley in the illustrious group of bratty children compared to Mozart by an old weirdo.
I was gonna say, like, when did Silco abuse Jinx to our knowledge? I don't think he ever laid fucking hands on her.
He
mean,
never
like,
laid hands. If anything, he enabled
Yeah, he
everything
was an
about
enabler.
her.
Yeah.
He gave her
But
a
that's
fucking,
different
like,
from like
airship.
abuse.
I want.
Right.
I actually kind of want this as just a meme. Did I stroke out? Did you stroke out?
Look out! Someone says stroking out. Yeah, that's why I was rubbing. Like, dude, I just really want to ask, how many did you have before you did this? Not, you don't have to say what, just how many. Okay.
At least 10.
Okay, that makes sense.
Perfectly
We're talking
understandable.
about
That's worse, sir.
Tylenol. Anyway.
Yeah, he
It's
gave
good.
her
It's-
his
His
lab,
head
yeah.
does this thing called thinking that makes his head hurt, so he takes a lot of Tylenol to drown that out. Okay.
Probably for a lot of people, when they have their children and they have to figure out like, how do I make sure you're successful in life? There will be
Okay,
aspects
back on
where
track.
it doesn't necessarily make the children happy, but it's like for their good, right? And so I think Silco is an extreme version. He lives in an extreme world.
He definitely, he has that line, right, where it's like, power comes to those who will do anything, right? And I think that's something that he believes of himself, and something it's maybe not something that he asks. I think he asks a lot of Jinx, but I think asking for anything is actually kind of like where the line is.
I have no idea where you were going with that, Alex, if I'm being completely
Yeah.
honest.
Okay.
I
All right, how many did you have? What the
But then
He's in that, like, if I stop talking, I'll die mode.
And remember, these are the three people in the writer's room telling each other exactly.
okay. Oh, so this next one is about the sex scene. So we'll have to get back to that next week or the week after, I suppose.
Yeah,
because
we can
next week
save
is gonna be
that.
Twilight's birthday, and we'll be doing something different to celebrate.
Aw.
But yeah, no. What the fuck was that?
No.
What was?
I don't
You guys
know.
got thrown a softball and you threw the bat at the pitcher.
This is so insane.
I saw a man just yeet everything at a wall and nothing stuck.
Which is impressive because it was like 5 feet in front of him, just given the fact that he fucking wrote it!
You missed! How could you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you!
Trying to get Arcane back on screen. Why is this not?
Like, this is your show, bitch. How do you not know?
Clearly the same way that season 2 happened.
There it is.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's like, come on, guys. There's like 18 episodes. You could remember the stuff that happens in them long enough to answer some questions at a con panel.
Nah, man. Nah.
So disheartening. Now swap. Oh, yeah, reload my checks. They crashed, and then I will get streaming.
BRB, I'm going to the bathroom.
Understandable. That was a lot of that was taking the piss. So, can I? Where's the change window? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's over here. There it is.
And to start us off with this great filler episode, is actually something that I like.
Ooh, do tell.
That's
rare.
Why is this window not changing? Because
It's simple stuff.
there we go.
But the normal start, I believe, to a episode is the a record being put down, and for this episode, I think uniquely, it has a different record to the
Yeah,
others.
it's Ekko and Powder, and I will have to get that when MPV actually. Oh, there we go. There we go. There it is.
Pirates are coming. Help. Give them rum. They'll be distracted.
Pirates are coming. What pirates? Twy, what pirates? Twy! Pirates! What?
Are they dead?
Yar!
Uh-oh.
Okay. You just give me a brief heart attack. She just casually mentioned, like, oh yeah, by the way, there are 2 Canadians that died like an hour away yesterday. It's like, what?
Oh dear.
What?
Who the fuck?
Why
starts a
would you
conversation
tell
like
me that?
It's just that Family Guy meme. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I mean, she was alarmed by it too, but I'm just like, why would you tell me that? Like, I am now much more worried for your safety.
God damn it, I know. I was about to make that same fucking joke.
Wait, what joke? What?
Who the fuck starts a
the
conversation
Family
like
Guy
that one.
joke, yeah.
Well, that was a delayed fucking reaction. Holy shit.
No,
was,
I
muted.
literally was jumping back into the room. From the
Okay,
bathroom.
all right. But yeah, so we start off seeing their 2 faces on there instead, which feels weird. I like the touch, but it feels weird. Again, this is something that you would probably see in a series that goes on multiple seasons, but when you only have 18 episodes, it feels strange. It sticks out to me. It's like, why did you do something special for this one and just this one?
I see
Because
it. I think
it's the
I
entire
see
point
this
of the
kind of
episode.
like. Also, I know that this is a very weird comparison. I just think of it as like, even though this isn't for a gag, but like I can see reasons why you might want to change up the intro just for like one specific episode. Just the first one that comes to mind is that one episode of Rick and Morty with where they
Mr.
had
Poopy Butthole.
yeah, Mr. Poopy Butthole, yeah, and all the scenes in the usual, because it like played part of the gag of like, oh yeah, he was always here.
Yeah,
just
I
don't
would have
remember.
loved if they thought that far ahead and just had him in the entire like opening. Like, the first episode. That would have been great. But yeah, we open on a study that has like a skull with a melted candle. That seems like a hazard, if I'm being completely honest. But we see a particular young man who's doing some writing, some research. It looks very nice.
Yeah.
And basically, in the middle of it, he basically has a seizure. As I think what we're intended to imply here is this is our Ekko entering an alternate version of himself.
Yes.
Is this
We're gonna talk about that.
I was about to say, is this a good time to ask if anyone is familiar with Wonder Woman 1984?
Oh boy.
I mean, wait, is that
Like, why are you guys laughing? I'm scared.
okay?
Have you not
Oh,
seen
no.
it?
Is that a rhetorical
No,
question, Pete?
I have not.
For me,
I have two separate
I
reactions
did
to
a
Wonder Woman
fixing
1984
Wonder Woman
on my
1984
Patreon.
video.
Oh shit! Am I not aware of this?
You didn't see my fixing Wonder Woman 1984? Yeah.
I'm not aware of. I'm not in on the loop on this.
It was only like 20 minutes long, I want to say. It was one of my shorter things, but like it was me trying to do like quick fixes, and it just never took off because people didn't care about 1984. Which, you know, I understand.
Literally 1984.
I have failed. Then I'm no longer the president of
back.
Celtic Phoenix's fan club.
But yeah, I'm intimately familiar with that film at this rate.
But the way that the multiverse thing sort of works is that you go into your other multiverse self, for lack of a better term. It's the same thing that happens with both him and Heimerdinger, as we later see. Which, shame that it didn't work for Jace, because that would have saved him a lot of fucking climbing.
Yeah, for real.
It does. Well, it does also kind of like raise the question of where exactly is this universe's Jace and what happened to them. But like
That is a different question.
That's a
The thing
whole question.
And you know, not to jump ahead, but like I assume that, you know, Jace and Vi and Caitlyn all died in that explosion.
Yeah,
one could assume.
Yeah.
That was
but,
kind of yeah.
The thing that I actually have to bring up is what happens to this universe's versions of Heimerdinger and Ekko while the, for lack of a better term, body swap is happening. They kind of gloss over that.
Yeah, here's what I think happened, at least to the best of my recollection of what Hunter and I probably said. I think that we thought that Ekko was at least just floating in the void, but that the Heimerdingers fused somehow, and I can't remember what our explanation was, but I think that, like, Heimerdinger seemed to have transcended his consciousness or something, because he would have been knowingly...
He just learned how to play the banjo.
Well, now people have pointed out that, like, the
because he
Yordles...
would have killed his other self, right? Like, he wouldn't have killed himself. He would have killed his other self that was here.
I
So
hope
they
he
must
didn't
have
kill
fused,
himself.
right?
Well, people have pointed out that Yordles, like, apparently in League lore, which, again, is, you know, grain of salt in considering Arcane changing lore shit, but Yordles are apparently intimately tied to the Arcane. Like, they're one of, like, the most tied to it of all the species. Like, they have that whole, like, regeneration thing that goes on where if they die, they just respawn back wherever.
There's a particular city.
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I couldn't remember its name, but still, the point is, like, they are magic. They are themselves very magical beings. So him being affected differently actually makes some sense, and that's the explanation why
Yeah, they got plot shielding.
he got more. Well, not less plot shield, more like it's the reason why he had the most fractals in the initial like scene from episode 3, and why he got thrown back even further. Though I could see any number of factors being involved in that.
Which I would 100% agree with. Shame it's not really in the text and we have to continue writing for the writer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my favorite shit.
And it's like I kind of took this that Ekko sort of merged with himself. I feel like this is
that's what
both
I
Ekko
thought.
simultaneously, and we'll get to why in a bit.
My confusion was that he didn't seem to remember some things, but maybe he was just, like, confused.
He doesn't remember very specific things to the point where
He walks in
I'm
hot
going
water.
to point it out
Yeah.
when it comes out. And this right here is actually where my issues with the like body swap / multiverse thing kind of start, because Ekko sees Powder, and honestly, like the last time that he saw Powder / Jinx, it wasn't the funnest day of his life.
She tried to kill the both of them.
She nearly died.
He
horribly.
throws a piece of metal at her. He misses, but then he pulls a knife on her.
Screwdriver,
Nobody
but like yes,
comments-
indifference.
Nobody comments on this beyond, and I quote, "Oh wow, Ekko, you've been staying up all night."
Now, in fairness, that's a screwdriver.
Oh,
It's pointy metal stick and holding it in. Like, here's the thing: if someone breaks into my house and they are just holding something pointy and sharp of any kind, I don't fucking care like what it is. I'm kind of like on. I'm worried. I am worried now.
Well, you know,
Doesn't matter if it's like
legitimately,
someone I don't know or someone I do.
I am right there with you. I think Powder's
super
reaction
glossed
is
over.
super relaxed when it's like your friend is having a freak out right now. Like they're like, you can tell, like, look in the eyes. They look like they've seen a horrible nightmarish monster and they are out to kill it. Like,
I
I'd be
guess
like,
the only explanation would be that, like, this happens on a regular, like, he's just taking mushrooms.
This is their
or something.
foreplay.
Like, he just, you know,
I was about to compare
stimulate his genius or something. He's like, oh yeah, the shrooms, Ekko. Like, you took too much. Why?
I was about to
Everyone's
compare this to
reaction
like
is subdued. Is the issue?
Yeah,
I was about to compare this to a situation that happened with a real friend of mine who whenever like a bunch of our friends and this other guy get together he gets like scissors or something, he always carries them wrong and we always have to remind him, carry them by the blade, you fucking psycho. And so like now I'm just thinking, oh, so this is just a regular thing for Ekko.
well, they did comment that his brain was like, this is something not dissimilar to when he overcooks himself when it comes to like working, that he does kind of like, apparently he can overcook his brain and he starts doing weird shit. That's like the explanation they hand wave away. So I guess we presume that he gets lost in the sauce when he's doing work and then goes violent.
Just regularly.
Which
Okay.
what the fuck?
That's it's some wild ass implications we just never come back to.
AU Time Bomb make the main universe Time Bomb look like chaste nuns / but I for the most part I actually like Ekko's reaction to everything here. I'm not a fan. Like, I think Powder should have reacted a little more harshly.
Yeah.
But then Benzo enters the scene, and it's just heartwarming.
Yes, 100%.
Because Ekko is like, "Oh my god, my dad is alive! Holy shit!" And they do the hug thing, and he's confused. And I think people should be asking.
Well,
Ekko?
they literally just say what's gotten into him.
No, but
so
I
it's
mean,
like,
it's not just like, you don't just rub this off, as we see that everyone just like walks away from this after the credits. No, you just simply Ekko, what the fuck? Are you okay?
You good, mate?
Yeah, and it's not the only time I feel like that's the kind of question that should be asked.
I mean, the biggest one is coming up later in the episode, so
Yeah,
we should probably
You know,
wait for it.
I wonder if it's like, and they did not say this well at all, if this is what they were going for, but later on, Jinx has, or I guess Powder, has kind of I don't want to say a similar freak out, but like when she gets angry at Ekko, I remember a lot of people saying like even Powder in this timeline is still like mentally ill because of what happened to her sister. So I'm like, are these two just traumatized from what happened to Vi and the thing explode, like the building exploding? But if that's what they were going for, I think that I needed to imagine a little bit too much for them to say that was the canon explanation. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they are just.
Oh wait, this is the
now.
first
AU
time
Time
I've
Bomb
seen
safe
this
word is
necklace.
yordles.
How dare you?
Oh, shit.
But yeah, no.
This is the first time I've seen this necklace in the opening.
Yeah, I was just feathering through because I knew they added things. They do it for every episode, but like, because I know there's Heimerdinger coming up in this one for. Oh, I thought there was for Ekko. Maybe it's in the next moment with Ekko.
Baby.
I'm not gonna feather through that, but yeah, they added that little bit in there just to indicate, oh, it's about them today. Yeah, we get basically Ekko reacting to the fact that he's in the pseudo good universe where everyone except 3 specific people are potentially alive. So Vander's alive, and he has a top knot. Why does he have a top knot? That was a choice they made.
Hey,
and I think
cute. He has to keep his hair out of his face when he's bartending. That's a health hazard.
Okay, 1, it's the lanes. 2, but hair
The lights
tie.
have gotten better, clearly.
Yeah, the air is clear. We see a bunch of. It's very colorful. The last drop is now very bright and cheery. It's no longer rustic. Well, it's still rustic, but it's no longer like worn down. Ekko is still in disbelief. He's not even listening to Powder. Again, Powder is just like, you're a space cadet. What the fuck? Been out of it all day. He's like, yeah, push on that, please. Don't let him just weasel out of it because he has like some stupid excuse. I feel like
His excuse is humor me.
Well, his excuse is, I feel like I woke up in the wrong universe. And it feels like he's going with the flow, but like he kind of knows how. I wonder if there's like if it's just our Ekko in the driver's seat, it feels like he's just kind of following the muscle memory, I guess, going through the motions, and just trying to adapt, or there's both of them in there and like he's trying to make sense of everything.
I cannot believe that the other Ekko is also there, because in a later scene, I don't believe that other Ekko would say something that stupid and insensitive.
So
Yeah, no,
we can't get over that.
I could get like being sort of a give and take, but yeah, I get your point.
It's too bad because if they wanted to do that give and take, I mean, maybe the Ozma Oscar thing would be a bit too on the nose, but like I would have liked sort of a, I don't know, ADHD depiction of like, I don't know if any of you guys in chat feel this way, but I posted this on Twitter once, like, oh, my brain sounds like this, and it was just all the Epic the Musical songs playing at once, and like a Matt Pat video, and, you know, like a cat meowing in the background. Like, that's how my brain sounds most of the time, and so I would have liked at least like some confusion and like overlapping like voice acting, even if it wasn't like there's literally a voice in his head all the time.
God.
They could have done something like
You
that.
know,
That would
it's
have been
actually
nice.
something that could be kind of scary if they wanted to lean into that angle. You have him saying, "Powder, powder, help, help, powder."
Or at the same time, like you could have it be weirdly like passing back and forth. You have both voices, you know, our Ekko and this Ekko, the AU Ekko, and like sometimes it's our Ekko in the back seat, and sometimes it's the main Ekko in the back seat, and neither of them quite understand what's going on. Like they're both dissociating at different times, and they don't really know how to express what's going on with them.
You cut to the Millennium Puzzle and you just see them talking to each other.
Oh, yeah.
I play Yordle in attack position.
Oh my god! And then when like our Ekko kisses Powder, he's all like, "No, it should have been me. That's not fair.
No,
he not him."
And they swap places by screaming Arcane!
Arcane!
Oh, I missed this.
But yeah, they start talking about a competition that's apparently coming up for, I guess, young inventors of some sort. If I were Ekko, my immediate reaction is, yes. You know what? I'm gonna go back over my notes and be like, no, you're out of it. Clearly, nah. Look, I feel like there's something missing, and be like, fuck, what the fuck am I doing? What the hell? Why is my other self an expert in astrophysics? What the fuck? I don't know anything about this Ekko.
Yeah, run through the notes of just like fuck.
Or my best guess would be like, okay, I need to figure out who it is that this Ekko trusts the most, and I need to come clean with them who the fuck I am. I cannot leave this as an unknown. I need someone to fucking help me. Which is really fucking lucky when Heimerdinger shows up, because that is someone he knows he can absolutely trust to help him. But socially, holy shit, dude, you need to like understand what the new status quo is.
Yeah.
And so like he is like freaking like, again, Jinx needs to be, Powder needs to be like, dude, you are not good. And like he sees Milo and Clagger and is like, oh shit, you're alive. And Powder should be like, okay, let's get you like under some shade, get you something nice, cool to drink.
Yeah, for real.
Lay you down.
Echo, I've seen you tweak. This isn't like last time, man.
Holy shit.
Mind you, it is great to see Clagger and Milo as adults. I find them like Kaiser is wholesome. Milo is hilarious. The fucking mustache is just hilarious to
And
me.
the sideburns.
Oh, it's awful. It's so
It's
bad.
so bad, but you know.
Look how they massacre my boy.
You
bro.
know that motherfucker thinks he looks classy.
Ah,
But that's so
shit.
him too. It fits very
It
well
is.
in
Yeah.
line with especially like with how he was introduced at the beginning of the series. Very much like a show off kind of guy.
He feels
Yeah.
like he would be like one of those like kind of lower nobles you have to kill in Dishonored. Like he tries to play himself up as like a much bigger deal than he is, and like when you come to kill him, if you don't do it stealthily, he's like, "Do you know who I am? I am Sir Milo Claggerton of Downing Street or whatever, or Sir Milo Vanderton or whatever, and
Yeah.
I'll have you
Sir
hung for this.
Vanderson.
I have such."
Go by.
And then you stab
by
him, and
as-
he just like falls to the floor, and you're like, "You're not tough shit. I've killed higher people."
Yeah,
than
go
you."
by Asgard rules. It's Vanderson. Vi Vanderson.
They do a little bit of world building here. Basically, it sounds like Kaiser is involved in like improving the filtering system. So like the
I got
clearing the
that.
fissure gases apparently is a widespread research technology now. Adam Zelke says they had to keep the AU guys oblivious so Ekko can move freely and do stuff. Imagine if Ekko had to explain himself to all the AU people. Might make a good fic though. No, but you see that shit. Holy shit, you can get so much drama out of
Dude.
that. What if you had Ekko,
Yes.
like, I'm from a different universe, and you had not only did you have different reactions to just that information alone, but if anyone that actually believed him, they could go in on saying, like, well, what's my alternate universe like? And it's like, Milo, you,
Yeah, well, you're not there.
let's just say you lay a lot of
that.
pipe.
Well, actually, he probably would have a similar reaction to Ryan Carson in chat. He's like, maybe death is more merciful fate than having that.
Yeah.
What am I like in the other universe? Well, you don't have that mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, you see, Vander fled town with you, and we never saw you again. So
Yeah.
that's what Silco said, anyways. And we all know we can trust him.
But then we see basically the Jinxer that's the kind of focally focused on as
Yeah.
representative of the whole faction.
I really liked
Right.
that.
I think they say her name here.
Gert.
It's like
It's Gert.
Gert. I was
Yeah.
about to say like Glep. It was.
I
it's-
actually
See a lot
appreciate
of
her
Gert
name is
and Vi
Gert.
shippers on Twitter.
Gert and
Oh,
Vi
okay.
shippers? Really?
Yeah, like rare
Okay.
pair.
Come
Rare
on.
pairs
like a
of
Come
friendship
on.
kind
Well,
of
Look,
it's because she's the
Yes.
girl that dies in Vi's arms in the war
Oh, my
episode
fucking
9, and
God.
so I think that's why. But I'm just like, I'm
Well,
not
as
sure
we
what
all
to
know,
say.
that-
As
that
long as
only
it's not
happens to-
Caitlyn.
that only ever happens to people who love each other.
Yeah, and also,
Tumblr was a mistake.
but also like totally I'm all in on Milo trying to win her. I could totally see this. This could be a really cute ship working. Like
Yeah,
she
100%.
totally finds him being a complete doofus endearing, but you kind of got to get to the point where she realizes he's like actually flirting with her because she just doesn't realize it at
Right.
first because he's so bad at it. Like there's a whole
What I
dynamic.
really
there.
liked about this is like that they have such mundane problems. Like, oh, we
Yeah.
gotta win the competition. We gotta flirt with the waitress.
10
Right? Like
proms
it's so like
tomorrow.
slice of life.
Yeah,
God damn
like,
it, you
that's a-
stole my fun. Why is everybody stealing my shit, man?
Thank you, internet lag. It's great. But no, I agree with you. I actually really like that the entire the stakes have suddenly been drawn back into these very low level things. And of course they make a comment, where would you be without her?
Breathing.
Well, I wouldn't be in a parallel
Dude.
dimension for one.
But yeah, Clagger's got that Gibby glow up.
Does anyone else get the feeling that Milo is bi, or is that just me? Well, he did take a lot of pipe at the end of that episode, so.
Oh my
Yeah.
Oh.
That's true.
Listen, this is a French show, and he has a very French mustache, so
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, people got like, oh, are we? Was it your reaction? Where it's like, are we shipping Kaiser and Milo? Was that your reaction, Cal, or was that
Was
someone
it me?
else's?
I don't know.
I mean,
I-
they are like hanging on each other in that dance.
But they're like brothers. That's okay.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
oh gosh,
they're French
I
folk.
just
You
got
think
Well-
that stopped at France?
I just
the
got
We'll
texted
see.
by my roommate that's lurking. Where would you be without her? The text that I just got. Well, he'd have a lot more alive friends.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Celtic, you've never been to another dimension. Don't ask. Look, you presume a lot, man.
Yeah.
I have ADHD. I visit alternate dimensions all the time.
Oh. Oh yeah, I just remembered what I was gonna say was I thought that Vander and Silco were actually brothers, and so there was a moment during this episode, hopefully we'll find it, where Hunter was like, they may make a cute ship, and I was like, aren't they brothers? And then the YouTube comments had to tell us that they're not, but that was a little confusing, because I thought they were related, and I was like, what do you mean people are shipping Silco and Vander? What are we talking about?
Well,
Okay.
I think it also goes
what
back
is
to that
up-
conversation we were talking about earlier. I'm pretty sure that they have. I think Silco has called him brother, like at some
Well,
point.
yeah,
during the
that's
episode,
why
so-
I thought they were related.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know,
Found
you go-
family is
yeah.
a myth made up by Pornhub to sell
Yeah, I
more.
was gonna say you can't possibly love someone you're not related to. So clearly, under the
Yo.
Christian's viewpoint, you can only have incest.
People, listen, people have been talking lately about Snow Bunny mind control, but we gotta talk about that sweet home Alabama mind control, dog.
What the fuck is Snow Bunny mind control?
Oh, you have. Never mind.
No,
never
no,
mind.
no. For the content, explain.
I'm out.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
out.
know what it means
No.
either.
I'm
You know
dipping.
what? You know what? As the resident black guy, I guess I have to explain this. It's sort of like shorthand.
Oh, wait. I think I got it. I think I got it.
Okay. All right, you guys. Thank you.
Immediately, it's like, oh, it's a race
Hey.
thing. Okay.
Yeah. It's like playing interracial shit. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I can put it all together. Okay, well, back to the hopefully more wholesome stuff. So yeah, Milo tries to hit on
You
Gert.
got a pair of titties right in front of the stream. What are you talking about?
Oh, they're well covered. But no, immediately Powder like slips in to be like basically save him from himself. Which, the angle on his face, like this man is just so gangly. I don't know why, but this is like
He's
really...
so French from this angle.
Yes, he is so.
Yeah.
Thank you. He is so French.
The sideburns, man.
You know, he looks like a Jack and Daxter character in some angles.
No, he looks like that guy. Who's that motherfucker from very first like Sonic cartoon? I forgot. He's like this French mongoose guy. I forgot.
yeah.
fuck.
Oh, I know you're Antoine.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Antoine. Fuck.
So
I
yeah,
can kind of see it. I
Right.
think Antoine's blonde though.
so like basically it's like, oh yeah, the old man's gonna let us play at the party before the competition. It's like, great. When like when you ask why didn't you know that should be a big deal. That should be like pretty obvious. But like I guess Gert's just bad at picking up on the signs that this man is down bad for her. I don't like that Powder slipped in and didn't let him fall on his face first and then did damage. She immediately took any chance he had.
Yeah.
I guess, is she trying to be the good little sister and ruin his chances? Is she trying to be the
She was
cockblock?
instructed to save him from himself.
I guess that's fair. But yeah, Ekko's not doing great. He keeps like having like pains, headaches, like he doesn't, belong, and he keeps drawing the distortion that they saw in the hex core.
Yeah, the anomaly.
The anomaly. And while they do it, they do this kind of annoying thing where I like Powder and Vander having a heart-to-heart, but this is point-blunt trauma being like, you should like look into yourself. And it's like, well, yeah. And she says later, he's giving me that thing. It's so unsmooth how he transitions into it. Like he had this on his mind. And he's like, where do I slip this in? Oh, I'm just going to slip this in right here after commenting on this. You look out for everyone thing. It feels like clunky. this entire
Yeah.
exchange.
Like it's very yes, we can see this.
Well,
we
it's
can...
first draft is the best way that I would describe it.
Yeah, it needs a little massaging to make it like feel a lot more natural. It's like, let me guess, you think I'm holding my... That's the line I think that really hurts it. It's like,
Yeah.
She needs to be like,
myself back.
she needs to be more indignant about this, I think. Like, you've talked about this a billion times, Dad. Get off my back about it. Like,
Yeah.
I think you're
Like
too
she
smart-
treats it like a joke or something. Like
yeah,
she's
it's like,
not
you know, he's
taking it
seriously
seriously.
trying to give her advice, and like, if you heard us a billion times as a daughter, you'd be like, "Oh, Dad, I get you you care for me, but like, let me live my own life, all right?"
Is this not a teenager with an overbearing father?
Is this not a teenager with attitude?
Yeah.
Listen, Dad, I hear what you're saying, but I saw this anime called Fate Stay Night.
Oh my god.
I don't even know where you're taking that. And I'm
And-
terrified.
And holy shit, it was trash.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you know that people die when they are killed? I didn't.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right.
Okay, do I need to just make a new counter for everybody just stealing my shit?
Yes, apparently. But yeah, Ekko really not having a good time, and Kaiser welcomes the professor. And apparently this is a regular gathering of the minds, because he's like, yes, it's a thing that happens quite frequently. Am I late for it? And then, I guess, did Ekko just pass out on the table? Or not?
No, I think he gets up to go to the bathroom.
Right, and he knocks like everything over. He's like, I gotta go get some air. And of course, Heimerdinger sees the notes. So he's just like, Poor Ekko.
Yeah.
Ooh, that face.
Yeah, for real.
He wanders outside and vomits, which, you know, that's always pleasant to see. I love watching people vomit. That's just great. It's the thing that everyone loves seeing everything. And basically, Heimerdinger comes out, and it's like,
that was a $300,000 vomit, all right?
oh my god, sorry, wait, divide that by 60. Divide it by 60, so that's, what?
$50,000 vomit.
Yeah, 57, yeah, that's $50,000.
Yeah. The alternative was if he took his Blu-ray copy of Pixar's Up and just threw it.
You just had to steal the Doobus Goobus joke, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did. I saw that earlier today.
Yeah, that was a great joke. I clapped. But yeah, Heimerdinger's like, yeah, it's kind of awkward. There's a lot of weird consequences to walking into an alternate dimension. It seems the anomaly which dislodged us from our proverbial reality. Can we hire it on dialogue, please? Thank you.
Also
scattered us across time. So, and he throws the pencil. It's like, dude, my fucking pencil. And it's like, Ekko's like, I thought I was going crazy, which implies to me that there is some element of the original Ekko from this universe in here, because he would have, I guess, memories or something to that effect to be like, well, this is my real reality. Not that I have amnesia, which would be which would be like I have amnesia of this place. No, you apparently feel like you're going crazy, which is a different, like, I would be like, man, I thought I lost my memory. Oh, I don't know. I feel like this like indicates to me something that I'm reading into wrong.
You are.
And he's like, how long have you been
Yeah.
here?
I mean, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really seem to matter too much because he clearly doesn't remember enough about like this Ekko's life anyway.
It's so
If
1,128 days is how long Heimerdinger's been here.
Like,
I counted
3
up,
years.
it's 37 months.
3 years and 3 days, I think.
Well, 3 years, a month, and 3 days.
Yeah.
Mm.
3 years, a month, 3 days, 400 minutes, and 17 seconds.
Yeah.
Around, yes.
So he's been here a while. Like,
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam Zelke says, what bothers me is the fact that none of them ask about their current self-status. Yes. That is annoying.
Yeah.
It's like you guys just kind of, flit into your
Dropped
other
in here.
selves. Now, admittedly, it works for Heimerdinger because he's been here the longest, so he would have the longest time to like adapt.
Yeah, so it's more of a criticism of like Ekko, because like he above all else like would want to like tell me everything about, because I have already had like a couple of awkward interactions with these people. Tell me what's going on. What are my relationships with like these people? What is my relationship with you? Who's alive? Who's dead?
That Ekko and Heimerdinger know each other in this timeline because either this Heimerdinger hangs out with him or the beneficial nature of whatever's happened in Piltover has brought them together. So Ekko should immediately be like, all right, I need your help to understand all of my social dynamics, what I'm currently studying. Do I have the know-how? That sort of thing. I need to get caught the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, that would only make sense if he intended to stay there.
Well, no, like in the point of like, I need to know how to interact here so I can get home. Like that would be my, like at the very least, until I reach a point where I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just stuck here.
Yeah, like
Right.
that would be especially important too, considering that he nearly assaulted his girlfriend. I think they said that they'd kissed before.
Yeah, like it was for the first time, which is another implication I think that he might know more. Anyway, you guys talk more. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
it would
understand
still
what
be like a
Fatman
decent safe bet. Like, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think it was Fatman. I didn't see whose light was popping up on the screen, but I agree with that though. Like the idea that, well, why does he give a fuck? It's kind of like it's not real to him yet. That this is just kind of like The Sims, and he doesn't care, about like it doesn't matter if he pisses off Vander because he's not gonna stay here anyway. And so I feel like it makes sense at least.
Yeah.
For him still
the start
being in
when
this
he's
state
like
that he's not
catatonic.
asking.
Well, I think the next thing, the reason, at the very least, even if not like about all that other kinds of stuff, because at the same time, I will concede, I don't entirely agree with that just because of like how the social dynamics and interacting with other people, they could potentially help them with like getting resources to get home, but like that's something else that would probably be the more important thing to talk about, and is like, where is Jace? Because hey, there were 3 of us when we all got zapped into the anomaly, and I mean we'll find out I guess once Raymond gets back. But it's another one of those kinds of things that I feel is not talked about enough, because that is kind of like a good question of like, Jace is the hex tech expert. Where is he? What happened to him? Why is he not here? Like, you tell me what happened to the Jace of this universe.
Like that they just did not give a fuck. Like that's kind of fun.
Yeah. No one talks about each other. Like there was a big problem with like episodes like 2 and 3 where Heimerdinger and Ekko go up to Jace's room and they completely ignore the goon tomb. And until like the plot says, you need to ask about Victor, and then it's never addressed later, and they're just like, we gotta go check downstairs. It's like, wait, no, what the fuck?
Raymond, first rule of the goon tomb. Nobody talks about the goon tomb.
Yeah. What happens in Jace's lab stays in Jace's lab, especially if it's about the
Jace's laboratory.
Okay, so they asked if Jace... But see, what Heimerdinger should have said was that, oh yeah, he fucking died in the explosion. Like, the anomaly behaving differently around him feels like
also, what do you mean? How do you know the anomaly behaved differently around him? You were in the anomaly!
I was going to say, this guy somehow was able to look at himself, look at Ekko, and look at Jace and say, there are distinct differences between us and Jesse Boy. I wonder what happens to him.
In fairness, his eyes were fractaling, so it's possible he had, like, all-around vision at that one instant.
Fuck off.
No, but, like, legitimately, that could be an explanation. But it's so fucking, like, wild. Like, you could tell that there was a difference? How?
A Yordle magic
like,
bullshit.
Honestly... Them winding up here together, I'm fine with, and Jace winding up differently because he had both the hammer and a stone on his wrist. Like, I actually don't mind that explanation as, like, just a kind of, that logically makes sense. But it, like, the characters figuring that out to some degree is weird.
Well, especially now
they
that
should have just said that he wasn't alive. Because if he died in the explosion, Heimerdinger could have just said, Jace died in this universe, so he probably ended up somewhere. I mean, you'd hope.
That's the other thing too, is
the corpse in the ground.
Because like that's kind of the question. It's not like I don't know. It is, I fear he may have ended up, elsewhere or something like that. It's like, how do you know that then? What happened to the Jace of this universe? Because, like, he already said, I feared, like, he was already afraid that, like, Ekko wasn't going to show up because it had been so long. Now Ekko has shown up. Are they sure that, like, wherever Jace is, if he is alive, again, we don't know because they don't address it, is, like, he just gonna pop up in his body sometime in, like, the next year or so?
Oh my
that?
god,
Are they...
fucking
Another thing
Doctor
to ask.
Strange, fucking Jace's, like, fist, like, punching through his grave, and a skeleton, like a half-decayed skeleton climbing
my
out.
Well, another thing to ask, actually, where's Victor?
That's another good question,
That's
honestly.
a great question. I mean, he's probably...
You would think that
he's probably
Heimerdinger
passed
would want
away.
to get together with them in order to like figure out a way to get back. Like
It's
this
possible he's
universe
passed
version.
away already. I guess we can presume that like half the people from fucking that opening sequence are just gone. I was gonna ask.
Wouldn't it maybe be the opposite though? Because they said that they finally cleaned the fissures or whatever. So maybe Victor's like he's thriving.
I've held that
right?
like the fissure gas, like because I kind of tried to stand up a little bit for the gassing thing. I don't think I think it's more of a long-term carcinogen where it's like, like cigarette smoke where it's over a prolonged period of time you get cancerous results and that's like a permanent affliction afterwards, as opposed to they were using it for short spats as like kind of pepper spray or I guess riot gas, that sort of thing. So it's like,
yeah, I just wonder for how long the air has been clear. Like,
yeah, that's a good question.
Has it been a year or has it been
Another question? Yeah, do we assume that like the time that they came to this universe, the date and time at like this universe is the same as the date that they left their original universe?
Well, obviously not because
Because-
Heimerdinger, like they wound up here at different times.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah. Well, no, I mean like what we're seeing right now. I mean, I guess.
Ekko's
That's
a
considered
rifle.
present.
Yeah. So, like, is this?
What
Because
the
like,
hell
here's
is
the thing.
daylight
Everyone else
savings
seems,
time?
like, judging based on like how old everyone is compared to like how old
Yeah, I would
they
say
are
presumably.
in the other. Okay, so if this is about the same kind of time as it is in like what we're viewing right now, it's possible that like Victor could still be, because he got his prognosis.
Oh wait,
back.
someone said that. Okay, I remember someone explaining this, and I thought it was very interesting in a YouTube short. The reason everyone winds up where they do, going through the hex core, is because of their mindsets. Which I just remembered is actually an interesting take on this. Heimerdinger is always looking to the past, so he wound up going back in time. Ekko is always looking at the problems of the present, so he wound up in a relatively present time. And Jace is always looking forward, so he wound up in the future. Now,
Wait, so are we assuming that like his
like
future
this,
that he? Well, I was about to. I mean, not that I necessarily like disagree with that. It's the so like do we assume that means that like Jace ended up in the same universe as like these two, but just in the future of this universe?
No, I think he
not.
ended up in the Prime universe in the future.
well, no,
Yeah.
he wound up in the Prime -1 universe in the future.
Yeah,
because
Prime-
as we all know from the ending of that's probably most likely not what happened, since the Prime universe Victor got foiled.
Adam Zelke says Victor still grew up in the Undercity. The damage was already done in Victor, and killing him, fixing the gray doesn't. Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to explain. I think that it just because they cleaned the air, I think it's more that he was doing it for the benefit of people after him. I think especially before he discovered that Hextech might be able to save his life. I think he was very much, I want to save people from going through what I did.
Yeah, that's just the real question here, because like I could believe that like in this universe he would probably like live a little bit longer than however long he did in the original one. It's just kind of a question of like how long, because if this is the same time date and time as like the other universe, that's at least a few months after season 1, given the time skip between acts 1 and 2, and so it's just kind of a question. I don't remember how, because he got his prognosis in season 1. I don't remember if they said how long he has to live. If it was like a year or like less than that. It just kind of like
they
depends.
never gave one.
It seemed pretty
Whether or not
terminal.
Victor would be here would just be entirely dependent on how long he had in the previous universe. Really,
and presuming that like
we just don't
they
really
had
know.
developed things to help him along the way.
The question here is that all this could be solved with all these questions could be solved with a simple like throwaway line of like we're dedicating
I'm saying
this
throwaway lines. Throwaway lines don't fix things. They make them worse. Oh my god.
Catch-up lines. Catch-up lines then.
Well, no, okay. I gotta clarify here because
Never
throwaway
mind.
lines are like any utility. They can be used to fix things, or they can be a wrench that
Good or
unscrews
ill.
things and breaks them even harder. It
Nah,
depends how
throw
much
away.
they need to fix.
Throw away. Gotta throw them away.
I was gonna
Gotta
say
throw 'em away.
a good throwaway line.
My example actually was we're continuing the project in honor of Victor or something. Maybe he was like a big force for like say Clagger's experiment that he's doing.
Oh my
right
god,
now.
yeah, that would have been neat. It's like, oh yes, he actually went into like air pollution stuff. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, something similar to that.
Also,
but,
Eric Roman, I have never been more excited to do Googling after a stream. Anyway.
Wow.
Whoa, wait, what? the
But
fuck?
No, it's horrifying concept.
anyway, Ekko says something, and so begins the utter decimation of Heimerdinger as a character.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Tell me you figured out
it's
a
the-
way to get us home. And Heimerdinger is like, that is a veritable conundrum. I'm afraid Hex Tech was never invented here. And without a creation so prodigious as the Hex Gates,
Doesn't seem to stop you guys.
no anomaly. And basically like, okay, so we're fucking stuck. And Heimerdinger's like, well, it isn't all bad. I've been able to accomplish wonderful things in this world.
I learned the banjo.
Yeah. I accomplished wonderful things taking over this Heimerdinger's body and basically just kind of replacing him.
Just running their life.
I was going to say, like, this would be a great moment of, like, Heimerdinger being like, well, look, effectively what has happened is that our two persons have been merged together. Maybe actually be an interesting argument for him. It's like, oh yes, over time we had a bit of a disagreement or like we had a difference, but at once we both merged into one. We are now one and the same. It's like, and that same will more likely happen to you.
See, let me explain this to you in a way that maybe that's easy to understand. Have you heard of the show called Ruby? There's this character named Calxiyn.
Why is it that whenever characters are introduced like possessing things, no one ever wants to go into the actual mechanics of it?
Yeah.
Why is the show Ghost doing a better explanation of this shit? I was gonna ask actually on that similar note, what happened to Ekko's clothing? Because like think about it, Jace got physically transported. I imagine this also happened. The same question applies to what's his face, but where are their physical bodies?
Well, that's also the other thing too. Is that like
Is it like an
clearly, I think-
Animorphs thing?
Well, here's the thing too, is that like, as we'll see later, the implication is that like Jace got teleported to like his future, but not in his body in the future.
Exactly.
Because as we
He
see
got
later,
corporally transported. Meanwhile, these guys got mentally transported, which ever since watching Steins Gate, I very much make the distinction in that version of time travel. So if we're following the rules that we see with Jace, there should be 2 Ekkos and 2 Heimerdingers in this reality. But if we're following the rules set with Ekko and Heimerdinger, there should be Jace should not have had to climb all the way to the top of that tower.
so then who was the guy that was holding his hammer? At the
No,
top?
it was
Well, people say Victor, but that's just fan speculation. But don't.
No, just put in the freaking Pornhub drums.
Yeah,
The thing about Jace in that particular, like who's holding Jace's hammer, it's technically Jace because we quite literally see in episode 9, it's a shot-for-shot recreation of the top of that tower. So
Yeah, so it's, I guess, rules for this one, but also different rules for these two, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe again the presence of the hex crystal and such changes things.
The line. The line, there was something different about him, is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah. Which, I mean, look, there is a leeway that I do give here in terms of, like, how the fuck would they know? Like, this is, like, the Arcane. You're just gonna whisk up a fucking mage and ask them to explain the intricacies of the time travel? I don't think that's gonna happen.
I mean, we could, because Victor's right there, but honestly, it's another case of the pacing, because having future Victor be the ones to put these characters in these bodies in this way and have him be the entire reason that everything went wonky, would probably fix a lot of holes, IMO.
Honestly, like even an explanation as to like why their two forms of time travel are different, I feel even if like you wanted to argue that like such an explanation would be, kind of out of place, I feel like this could just be fixed if you just kept both of them consistent with how both forms of time travel consistent with like how Jace did it. Like, would it really be that bad if you just wrote it that there were 2 Heimerdingers and 2 Echoes? Like, what change? And then you also remove the whole body snatching ethical.
That's actually something that I would actually like it to have 2 Heimerdingers and 2 Echoes, because imagine, because the whole like lore behind the Z Drive, the eventual time travel mechanic that Ekko is famous for in game and in lore, it's him. He makes it. Imagine if he brought his more grounded, more practical practical science to how things work, combined with the more lighthearted / innovative side of this version's Ekko. 2 versions of Ekko coming together to make the Z Drive, which neither of them could have done alone.
I struggled to think of how I would extend this subplot into being a much longer story if I were to like, actually make it like a 3-episode thing for it to be its own little arc. But now that you're saying this, having 2 of each to actually bounce off of each other could create a lot of fucking drama and a lot of intrigue.
The easy way to do it without actually the 2 of them, if you want to do the whole merging thing, have an entire bottle episode with Heimerdinger of the 3 years of what he's doing, how he goes through the world, how he explains it. Just show him doing his shit, and then at the end of it, he realizes, shit, Ekko's here. That's great.
Yeah, and then we can just pick up where they left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, then you just reverse a little bit to when Ekko first arrives, and then pick up there.
Yeah, and in a way, I think like either one of those is fine. Like if the whole point is just to avoid having to give an expository explanation as to why both of these 2 time travels are different. Really, just picking like one or the other. Like alternatively, on the other end of the slate, I also think that like body possession could also be kind of interesting for Jace's perspective, because maybe he's walking around and like you see Jace, but you have like a Soma kind of situation where like he's just seeing himself. He has to take a while for him to realize, wait, I'm a robot.
Actually, you know what? That would make a lot of sense. He just ends up possessing one of the
He ends up possessing the robot Jace.
No. He doesn't have to, actually. Because by the end, when all that disaster happens, all of them are connected. It doesn't matter which body it is. He's in one of the other bodies because they are all the same entity, technically speaking. So when he comes across his own body, it's like what the fuck?
I think it could also explain how he has like a lot of intimate knowledge about the Arcane when he comes back and stuff like that, is because he's essentially communed with all these people, including Victor himself and this universe's Jace or something along those lines. And also him going back in time with, well, no, he wouldn't be in a, I forget what I was about to say. But like, that would be kind of,
regardless, Heimerdinger says, fuck all of our accomplishments in the previous world. This entire world is going to grow on you. Fuck all your loved ones. They don't matter. You're here now. Deal with it. Fuck off. And you can remove a pin, by the way, Celtic, because I put a pin on Heimerdinger saying, if there's a problem, we'll figure out a solution for it. Well, motherfucker, you've had 3 goddamn years. Where's your solution, Yodel man?
It's also just, it's very out of character considering the era, where he was at the ending of season 1, because like a big thing about the conclusion of his story in season 1 was him realizing
becoming more active.
I have been I have been neglecting the Undercity and all these kinds of people because maybe in part because I think it is sort of implied that it's because of like how he views kinds of things, but then also his interaction with Ekko, as he's like looking at the board and being like, surely there are safer ways of transportation, and then Ekko basically saying, well, you can't just give people what they need to survive, you got to give them what they need to live, basically telling him you got to take risks and take the initiative in order for you to really find a way to progress, and
it wouldn't
improve. And being apathetic about things is just very counter to that. Sorry, Kaiser.
No, it's okay. I'm hang on to that. That it wouldn't even necessarily be a bad like negative character arc to go on, like him going back on what he's learned, but like we barely see him as he was after he decided to start making that change. So this just feels even more contrived on top of the already contrived bullshit in order to get to this point.
The thing that just irks me to no end is that he looks at all of his like friends, all of his former students in the previous dimension, all the like tasks he set out for himself, and he basically said, "Fuck it, not my problem anymore."
Okay. Well,
Yeah, and remember how all of this started because they're trying to save people from getting contaminated by the Arcane or something.
But first, I want to hear what Cal has to say.
Oh, I will be controversial and say that I thought that this was very in character for Heimerdinger based off of the scene at the play, but I agree that like by the end of season 1 you do get that impression that he's trying to change. But I guess the reason why it didn't seem out of character when I first saw the episode, like I agree with what you guys are saying now that I'm thinking about it, but I was like, oh yeah, like same old Heimerdinger, doesn't give a fuck. Like he has always kind of been like that, and like, oh, him enjoying the play while everyone else is playing politics. And at first I thought, oh, that's so wholesome. Heimerdinger's the only one that's paying attention and everyone else is playing politics. But then after I think season 1 had concluded, I realized it was kind of the reverse, where it's Heimerdinger doesn't want to actually participate in anything and he'll just use, you know, the entertainment to distract him. And so I get what you guys are saying. I think that ultimately you guys are right. It's just, it didn't bother me at first because I was like, yeah, this is Heimerdinger, at least in, in League it's a little different. But here I was like, you know, this is how he is. He would be like, yeah, fuck the problems. I'm okay.
Fuck them
This is better.
Adam Zelke says Ekko needs to be in his body so he can interact with Powder and learn to have hope for Jinx in the main AU. At least that's how I see it. You could have done that with him outside the body. You could have done that.
I was about to say, 100%. You can have the real Ekko.
You could have a love triangle between two Echoes and a Powder. Like you could have that.
Holy shit!
Like, not only does Powder get introduced to an alternate universe Ekko, but he's the bad boy Ekko. Like, come on.
Oh my god!
It's like the opposite of Cyrano de Bergerac.
But no, the
I was about to say.
I was going to elaborate.
That Snowbunny mind control theory is
oh
going to
my
get real spicy after that.
But no, I was going to say with Heimerdinger is, for one, his experience with the Arcane, like everything that's happened to him in the past, like the events of season 1, was a blink of an eye to someone as old as him. Like this is we're talking elf logic at this point when it comes down to how he prioritizes things, and that's part of his problem is he sees such a big picture. He doesn't see the details going into it. And as long as the big picture is fine, he doesn't take action. It's very interesting in that way. And I get him being like, and I also get him being like, well, I can't fix it. It's like, there's no way to travel back unless I invoke the very thing that I am fucking terrified of invoking and got us all into this problem. Like, I understand it. I wish there was more conversation to that effect, mind you.
The thing about I see that too. The issue I have with it is all Ekko has to do is say, "Please help me."
Yeah,
and he's instantly done.
Yeah, he gives him the puppy eyes.
Yeah, that and like again, I do agree with that. Like a lot can happen in 3 years to change your perspective. I would like to see that battle episode though.
I would like to see the new ones. Amzelki part 2. Maybe they didn't want to mess up the AU verse. Ekko comes in, learns the lessons, gets his Z drive, and leaves without meeting anything. No, they fuck it up. That's actually my biggest fucking complaint about this episode. They fucking
massively fuck everything
up. The end of this episode is nightmarish with its implications. So
100%.
Speaking of the rest of the episode.
Yeah, speaking of, we should probably get through this.
I think that it would have been easier for Victor to just have sent them here like, oh, I'll give you what you want so you don't come bother me again. Except for Jace, I guess it would have been more of a, I'm giving you the tool to save the future. Like, if Victor had just sent them back in time...
to come bother me.
Like, if Victor had just sent them back in time, this whole thing would not be... Because then Heimerdinger would have more reason to be like, yeah, I don't know what to do, man. Like, Victor sent us here. I don't know how to get back. But they had to... pick a more convoluted option.
Basically, this conversation ends with Ekko being like, fuck that noise. You're not going to do anything. You're so resigned to being trapped here. I'm going to find a way to go back. Fuck you.
Which is what I really like about him.
Yeah.
Yes.
like being like one of the few people who led like the one faction against Silco in the Undercity. Yeah, this is
I
very
think
intense.
this
Yeah,
was
you
you,
wouldn't-
Cal, where you were. I think you said, "Why does he want to go back?" And I was like, immediately, like, no, he laid it
why?
out.
He's-
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cal was like, "Look, everything's really nice here. Why would you want to go back to the other
Just-
reality?" I'm like, I don't know. He has a moral
Just
backbone. He has
stay.
he has like
Have
a.
you guys played Persona 5 Royal?
Yes.
It's on my
Okay.
list.
I
I've
won't
watched
talk about it
Persona
too
5.
much.
I know.
The answer
I
to
know
the,
all about Persona 5, but
and the
I.
answer
There's
to
a bad ending in that game, and I was like, this bad ending seems great, and people got so mad at me. Like, I understand thematically that it's not great, but in my head, I was like, you know what? This is pretty good to me. People
You
are
gotta-
so...
all
it
the
was
bad end-
exactly this type of situation.
all the
Cal
bad
out-
endings of Persona 5 are nightmarish.
Cal out here got the Snow Bunny mind control ending and thought it was great.
Did you ever get the moon ending in Catherine?
Oh boy, I think yes.
The moon ending was the best one in Catherine. That's fucking hilarious.
Now I don't know if I should be bumping down Persona 5 Royal on my list or bumping it up.
Bump it up.
I'm confused.
It's
Okay.
good stuff.
You should,
All right.
but you should put Persona 4 Golden above it.
100%.
I do have
Persona
that
4
too.
Golden. Or you could watch Persona 4 Golden the anime, which has
No.
probably the single best description of a Persona cast ever.
Tell you what, I will play both and watch both. I will not
you have
elaborate
to,
which order.
I gotta clarify. You gotta watch the original Persona 4 anime.
Oh
before
fuck!
the
No, I
Golden.
said the Golden anime didn't. No. The original Persona 4 anime is so goated.
Yeah,
Like holy
it's
shit!
actually pretty good.
I misspoke.
I didn't realize that there was one for both. Duly
Yeah.
noted.
So basically, the Golden it's basically a truncated version of the season. It focuses around the new character. Effectively, it's much more about her.
Yeah.
And it also treats the main character as if he was on New Game Plus to some degree, where like
Yeah.
he has like max stats like Riz and shit, and it's like it's fun for that, but you got to know the original story before to get the most out of it.
In the
Okay.
original anime, it's basically like the character gets the golden ending by choosing all of the meme options.
So you're saying play the game first, watch the anime second.
It's
Yes.
so glorious.
Gotcha. Okay.
The one line lives rent free in my head. So long as I'm pretty.
Gotcha.
So basically,
What's that like?
Powder comes out and it's like, "What are you guys doing out in like the fucking alleyway?" And Ekko's just like, "I don't know." And she's like,
I
"I'm gonna
threw
go
up.
visit Vi." And Ekko's like, "Vi?" It's like, "Yeah, you want to come?" It's like, "I guess." So yeah, then we flash over and we find our good old buddy Jace.
Not doing so good.
Yeah, he's not having a fun time.
So-
He's also vomiting for the record.
Yeah, he's gonna have to get over it though.
God, we have
$50,000
Yeah,
vomit.
we have $100,000 of vomit in this show.
That was my favorite meme of the entire season 2, I think, was the getting over it memes with Jace. Like, just no notes.
Well, he has a hammer. He's going up. It's perfect.
Yeah, well, yeah, now he just needs the cauldron.
Exactly.
Like he's about to break his leg, so like all he needs to do is just get a cauldron sitting there and
I'm pretty sure we can get through here, aside from pointing out some Easter eggs. I'm pretty sure we can get here pretty fast, because most of this time is just Jace in hell.
My only
And-
comment is, holy shit, that fall into that goddamn hole should have killed you, Jace, but moving on.
Yeah, we'll get to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Basically, he's walking through this fog. It's raining. Everything sucks. There's weird shapes in the fog that are moving. One of them is clearly Victor. And he keeps on moving. He's calling after them. He finds this body, which is such a striking image. Like, gotta highlight the visuals in this show are so fucking good.
It's
yeah.
it's a Cthulhian-esque Pompeii remnant.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, looking
I-
at that body, you know what it reminds me of? There's this mechanic in Dark Souls 1. There's like
Yes!
this unique
It's cursed. It's cursed.
condition.
It's cursed.
Yeah, it's curse.
Where I leave
Where,
it
like,
in other
the-
people's games. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also like how like it's drawn into, because like in fairness, this has been something as far back as season 1, but like it's still worth pointing out how seamlessly they blend the obviously CG animated characters with the painted backdrops
Yeah.
of the background and everything else that's in it. Like it looks seamless.
It's so great. Like no comment, no notes, just
Hey,
fantastic.
you see, Chris, look closely. This is why people still like the show, despite your writing, not because of it.
Right.
But yeah, he sees this, and then he walks to the edge of the cliff, and he falls to his knees and goes, "Oh no! I slept too long!"
You maniacs! You blew it up!
But yeah, we see pretty quickly what can be identified as Piltover and Zahn and everything. Holy fucked up beyond belief.
I want this as a disc plate.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I need this as like a mat for the next time I play Magic the Gathering.
I need this as a map.
I was about to
Dark
say.
Souls.
Yeah.
I mean, if you squint, this
Dude,
is
they should do a
basically the
collab.
Ashen City.
Yeah, I was about to say you could probably make this. What was it? There's this pit place in Dark Souls 2. I forgot what this is. Never
Okay,
mind.
you're
The
referencing
gutter.
Dark Souls 2. I'm immediately tapping.
The gutter is the pit place in Dark Souls 2.
God damn it!
it.
I liked it. It's not great, but I liked it.
Good boy, Army of Darkness alternate ending clip. Yes, it is a great reference.
It's amazing.
So yeah, he finds basically the entire world destroyed, which not fun for him. But meanwhile, with Ekko and Powder.
This is actually something a friend brought up to me is so both Powder and Jinx end up having the exact same place of a
It's an
like
airship.
lab?
I think it is. I think it's like a
Is it?
crashed or landed airship. Yeah, I'm pretty. This is what they convert into an airship at the end of the episode 9.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh.
I forgot.
Yeah,
It actually took me a bit to realize it.
It's
I think
it's weird
I
to me
think
that
I-
they have the same workshop. That's all I got.
yeah, it's weird.
if it
I
makes you
thought
feel any
that
better,
They said they came here and played when they were kids, maybe, but that may not be true. So don't quote me on that. Like in season 1, I feel like they mentioned that.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I also can't comment on that because I don't remember that either.
Well, then Vi would probably. Well, no, I don't know if Vi would know this would be her main base, but I would imagine this is a place that Vi would have checked in season 1.
yeah, because this isn't. I think this episode establishes that all of this is right underneath the last drop, isn't it?
No.
No, this isn't.
Yeah, it had to
Okay.
be. Yeah, it had to be
It's
somewhere
close
else.
by the last drop, yes, but it's not like
Also, I
Okay.
think we get confirmation that they are because they leave it vague, but in the background you can see a picture of the two that were drawn together, taken from the Arcane official coloring book with a little heart around them.
oh.
Oh, is that an actual thing?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's from the actual. I don't know if there's an actual coloring book, but I just the page looks like it would be in one. Like, look at that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
100%.
She also has the bunny ears that she would give Isha later.
Aw. Yeah. And the thing about it is like come over here and then Ekko has this version of Powder basically explaining his place in it / what he was up to instead of Heimerdinger. And it comes off as just like, okay, Powder, you're basically talking to an amnesiac right now from your perspective.
Yeah.
You should ask a lot of questions right now.
Yeah, it's also part of the reason why it feels like okay, so you're asking these questions to Powder, so it clearly interests you to know about these kinds of things. It feels like maybe you kind of should have asked these things, and it would have probably felt a little bit more natural to ask Heimerdinger instead, because in a way, I almost feel like Powder's correct response should be like just
What do you
a
mean?
lot of confusion.
How do you not know
Like,
this?
what the
Yeah.
fuck- what do you mean?
Well,
humor?
she
You
does have
really-
somewhat of that reaction, but it should be more like she gets indignant because like it feels like he's suddenly placing that blame on her when it seems like, okay, what the fuck? Everything
Yeah.
we okay, Ekko? What the fuck happened? Like,
It-
you've been really weird. Do you maybe want to sit down
Yeah.
and talk to me about this?
I think it would be like if Fatman one day, like it would be like if you guys got together for like a stream or something, and Fatman was suddenly like, "Oh, we have a YouTube channel. What's YouTube?"
What's
What's
Jack?
Fatmanfalling? What's
Genuinely
Celtic
wake up like
Well-
every other day and say that out loud.
Yeah, I was gonna say you need to actually do something that would happen. That wouldn't happen.
What? Wait, hold on.
Ruby is bad in this
two-
universe?
Ruby.
Yes, exactly.
Ruby.
Yeah,
What are we talking about?
Yeah, he'd be like, "Yo,
Quick,
hold on,
quick,
buddy. You
Fat
gotta-
Man, finish
Yeah,
this.
gotta drink.
Miles and
Per hour?
oh no, guys!
Oh, that's good. That's good shit. That is the
I
good
like
shit right there.
there's some nice.
Oh shit, I slipped into the universe where I'm a Sonic fan.
Oh shit!
But no, the nice details on the desk here is like flowers for her. It says "I love you." I presume that's from Ekko or maybe from Powder to him. Bunch of the tinkering tools. You got the
But no. Based thing. It was from Milo.
Oh yeah, it could be.
Uh,
The Milo sketch on the face of the monkey over there, showing that she's still, she and him still have a little bit of that sibling rivalry stuff going on. So it's nice little touches everywhere. Also, does he pocket the coin?
The gear. I think it's a limiter or something.
It's the thing that becomes the limiter, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
all right.
That's
Well, I think the limiter is over there. I don't think. Well, unless he pockets that, I don't.
no, he does. It's right there. See?
He does, yeah.
Oh, he does. Oh, I thought he picked up the gear and pocketed that. Okay, yeah.
Well,
he
the
did.
gear, for the record, the little tiny gear, that's a coin.
Yeah.
That's currency.
Oh, is it? Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
It is.
You don't have some alternate.
That's wow.
It's like I don't know how much leeway to give someone who's trapped in an alternate universe that may never have read a single piece of alternate universe like fiction, because I don't know what they have like or what he would have access to, because I know how I would react in an alternate universe, but I love thinking about alternate universes and love like stories about them. So I am
Yeah.
fucking prepped for how someone should react in an alternate universe. I understand like the steps you need to take in order to survive. He doesn't have any of that. So I don't
And-
know whether or not this is a dumb idea or an understandable one.
It
I think at
comes
the
off
very-
as. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
You first.
Well,
Oh.
all right, yeah.
My
yeah,
God.
Go.
It comes off as him not being able to
read the
recognize context. Well, yeah, read the room or get context clues of like if this powder
Right.
is as psychotic as his jinx or even close to that, the rest of the room with the last drop and everything there, they wouldn't have the exact same reactions to literally everything when around powder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also just go by like even if I were to grant him that like all of his questions and the way that he asks them makes sense for his character, I still feel like the fact that like he wants to know the answers to these questions still kind of implies he should ask Heimerdinger, someone who understands his situation and would know best
Exactly.
how to explain it to him.
He
Yes.
should not have walked away from Heimerdinger. He should have explained.
Yeah.
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 Because I think, part of me, if I was really giving benefit of the doubt, which I'm still not going to, but if I was thinking about, okay, well, how could have they explained this and then it got cut or something? Like, maybe if I was stretching it, I could think that Ekko was kind of like this because he didn't really have a childhood. Like, he was still a kid when they all died. And then we don't really know what happened to him because, oh
Yeah,
gosh,
that's the thing we never actually
Benzo
caught up
died.
on.
Then all of the other kids also died, and eventually I guess he just like came up with the firelights or whatever. So I could have seen this as like poor social skills because he just didn't grow
That's
up in an
actually
environment where he
part-
could interact with people normally, but I wish that they went into that if that was the explanation.
It's part of my problem with season 1 is that I think the firelights are such a last minute addition to the plot, even though they are present throughout the last 6 episodes. Like they are so poorly elaborated upon. We have to take almost all of our information we know about them from the one scene we get of him explaining shit to Vi and Caitlyn, and also that music video. That's it. That's all we ever got
Right.
from them. We don't know what happened to Ekko. We don't know if anyone took care of him or if he was just on his own trying to like feed off scraps, how he found the tree, how he got this cabal together, what kind of social skills he needed to develop to survive. There's a lot of questions about Ekko we never get answered. And everyone was telling me that like, yeah, no, it was the firelights are cool. It was all explained in that music video. And I'm like, I guess. So
Is
when
it?
Well, yeah, I went into season 2.
I don't know.
I went into
guess
season 2, and I was much more forgiving towards the the music videos. And now everyone's bitching about the music videos. And I'm like,
like
it's almost like I had a point, but you guys gaslit me into not having one.
the
I was about
issue
to
is like,
say, it's
oh, it
almost
was-
like you. Oh, go ahead.
oh, I keep interrupting. I'm so sorry. You first.
I was gonna say it's almost like, you know, doing homework for a show to understand something like that fucking pivotal to a character and their actions is kind of poopy. You know, you probably shouldn't do that.
It's
Shouldn't have to do that.
it's kind of hilarious that people say that when it's. I think it's almost agreed in a lot of the forums and the fandom that the Firelight music video was one of the least popular of everything in season 1.
Oh, that's
I
funny.
can't even remember what you
It,
guys are
a
talking
lot of
about.
people did not like it.
It didn't really stick, and that's why like I forgot. Like I was really irritated by the Firelights at the end of season 1. I was like, they're such goody two shoes, and it's like, oh, you know, they beat the shit out of everyone. I'm like, okay, I guess it makes them better. Izanagi says, hearing you guys talk about the season, I do get the story has a lot of plot issues and is rushed, but I feel like this episode hits very strong emotional moments.
Oh, it
Yes,
does.
but they are dampened. Like that's the issue with a lot of bad writing is like you have these really fantastic moments conceptually, and they're really well delivered upon in the execution of like the animation and the acting and all that such, but the writing doesn't support it. It's like that's the frustration.
It's
We also
why-
haven't got into those moments yet, to be fair. So
Yeah.
probably later we'll talk about that. But right now we're still at the beginning anyway.
After here, I have the to talk about that for just like really strong emotional moments that hit really well that are supported by strong writing. I have I actually have a painting in my room of Powder frying in the fire where Vander died first, and like that entire like screenshot, and in the background of the fire it's Jinx shooting up the flare.
Right.
Just like he was like, okay, yep, everything.
I was gonna
like,
say,
fantastic.
I have Jinx sitting in her chair as like a lattice metal frame hanging on my desk. Like that's such a
awesome.
beautifully supported. Yeah, my sister got it for me for Christmas at 1 year. It was
Oh, that's
great.
cool.
And then Adam
Sponsored by Display.
Adam Zelda says, Ekko having poor social skills doesn't make sense because he is like a leader of an entire faction group mini community. I feel like you need social skills to do that. And he was he does have a lot of barter skill.
He was
Yeah, I was
the
about
boy,
to
he was the
say-
boy savior.
Yeah, that's true. I meant more in a high school AU-ish type of way where you can be a good leader, but like a bad,
But bad
I
at
don't know,
like
a bad
social
group
situations,
partner.
like
you know
regular.
what I mean? Like
He's got that
flirting. Yeah,
anime
exactly.
protagonist
Yeah.
syndrome.
Yeah, which again could work if that was ever facilitated. But we've only seen him exclusively ever interact with people he's already known, or people
Yeah.
that try to kill him, or people he just didn't know but kind of into the same things.
Ekko, why don't
Like
we ever see you
Heimerdinger.
interacting with people who aren't trying to kill you or aren't already your friends? Ekko, you need to get out more. And Ekko's just like, people are trying to kill me. That's why I don't go out.
See, what would
and
have been
also
helpful
a
is
cop
like
that he hates.
if there was something in season 1 where I don't know, like somebody flirted with him, and then we could see the contrast of how he reacts to that in his world compared to when Powder does it in this episode, which is not the most important thing in the world, but like that could have helped in terms of gauging Ekko reactions, because if he's always that way, if he's always in a situation where he doesn't know how to let loose because he's been fighting for so long, then it would be a bit more natural.
I'm fighting for
here,
my
I think.
fucking life.
Speaking of fighting for your life and getting a better one, continuing on, we learned what happened to Vi and the switch point for this entire AU, and I'm going to use Eric as the joke. Vi and Caitlyn died, and the world is better. The writers killed the main lesbian couple, and the entire world got better. What do they mean by this?
Yeah.
Wait. Do we know that Caitlyn died?
We suspect.
She was
suspect.
with we'll never really
Well, I mean, to be
address
fair,
what
we
happened
only
with
know
Jace
that
versus Jace.
Vi died, but it could be possible that Jace died and Caitlyn also died.
And
Well,
I'm
I thought
100%
that was
just
why the
making a joke.
Arcane was never invented, because Jace died. Like,
yeah, I think
like
that one has to be
Heimerdinger
taken
says.
as presumed that Jace also died, or maybe he was like successfully exiled, that sort of thing.
Shame
Yeah,
Heimerdinger didn't say that.
Yeah. I feel like him dying would probably make a little bit more sense because as much as I feel like even if he did survive, I still don't quite believe that like Hextech wouldn't possibly still be developed in some way.
Well,
Certainly
thing
not
about-
like if Victor like found out about it,
Yeah.
which Jace would have to be alive in order for him to do.
My thing
Right.
about it is that like everyone is like, oh yeah, Vi died and this child died and everything. I mean, in season 1, Vander talks to the sheriff's name. I can't remember her name.
Grayson.
Grayson.
Yeah.
Grayson. He was like, how bad were people hurt? And her response is
A
a
building
building
fell, what do you think?
collapsed.
Yeah.
What do you think? So the
Clearly people weren't
implication
hurt.
there was like people were still hurt and everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, what's one more person who died?
An
And, like, not to
undersider-
like undercut that, but like I don't know if it would really have affected the outcome. It still would have been like, I feel like it still would have ended with them being like, he's got to be exiled. His mom speaks up, calls him crazy, and instead he gets
Right.
just kicked out of the academy. Then Victor comes to him. I want to say later on when Ekko goes to that place, we still see the notes that they drew on the chalkboard. I need
We
to compare it with
see the shards in the
Yeah.
wall. I'll rant about that in a second.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
okay. So here's an interesting like note on this is that like this division point is clearly not the only one either, because there
100%.
has to be multiple ones for Silco to behave the way he does. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, I guess we can all agree with this division point is we're fine with there being more than one big division point, but when only one division point is given the focus and not the others to fully explain how things shifted, it comes off really weirdly.
Again,
It's
on
funny
top of
because-
all the other ones that like the episode wants us to buy. Sorry about that, Cal. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just gonna say it's funny because when we first watched the episode, we misinterpreted what Heimerdinger said as 1,000 years or something. I can't remember the exact number we thought, but whenever he said days, we thought years, and so we were like, oh, the reason why Piltover and Zon are so different is because Heimerdinger refounded it and he changed everything. That's why Silco's not evil. And then in the comments, people had to be like, guys, it wasn't years. It was he's only been here for 3 years, but that would have made so much more sense if he founded the cities on
Yeah, but at
different,
that point, so much more would have changed. Butterfly effect on crack.
yeah, I guess.
An
but
infinite
Also, I
number
love
of
how you say
much.
I can
Heimerdinger.
dream.
Heimerdinger. You sound like a boss
Heimerdinger.
singer.
Heimerdinger.
The
Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger of you.
Oh, hit the
Canadian
Heimerdinger.
way.
But yeah, Powder's like, oh, he gave me the you can do more speech. Reminds me of you. And look, this is where I'll give Ekko shit. Yes, dumbass, she's dead.
No.
Yeah.
So Ekko, I play you a lot in League when I'm when I am.
You were my man.
Actually, no, he's not my main. When I'm sucked down the rabbit hole for a little bit, Ekko, you have eyes, and I know you from the fact that with a box in a cave with a box of scraps, you invented time travel.
Yeah,
My boy,
you are.
you are not the stupid.
I don't
Yeah,
know if you guys have ever seen Erased, which I'm not done, so I won't get too much into that either. But there's something with the main character because he goes back in time, obviously, as his younger self, and he blurts stuff aloud that he thinks in his head. But the explanation is because he's a child, he doesn't have that
Impulse
filter
control.
built in like the adults do, and so I wish that they had done something like that here somehow, where it's just if Ekko is fused with the other Ekko and doesn't have full control, then they could have explained him just kind of saying things that are inappropriate as the two Echoes fighting and one of them blurting it out when they didn't
Yeah,
need
like
to.
the idea of him trying to say that, and it's it's Ekko from our world or from the main world being she's dead in his mind. But
to
he's
the other
just
Ekko.
suddenly in control of the body. He has the idiot stick on. It's oh fuck, I said that out loud. That's not what I meant. That's not what I wrote.
The other
Hi,
and
how
the
about
other
how's it
Ekko,
going?
the other Ekko gave him the talking stick just to make a fool of himself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That would have been kind of funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would have taken away from the rest of the tone of this episode, but that's what I want in my heart. Like kind of those shenanigans.
But
I think of the episode where Yugi swaps bodies like arbitrarily to go on a date with Jaya.
So this entire scene basically devolves into basically Ekko making it sound like he's blaming Powder for Vi's death when she clearly seems to have this relationship is on some shaky ground, because apparently she immediately retorts, "It was your advice that sent us there." It's like, oh, you have a little resentment towards him. It's like, basically, through his accidental blurting of stupid things, it creates an argument between them where they're kind of chilled on each other real sharply here.
Right.
To the point that he actually directly says, "Was it you?" Like, this was like he still thinks of her as Jinx, not that it's Powder.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, how much?
I
have we
remember
seen so
seeing
far?
that. I was like,
And
I in a way I kind of get it, because it's like, okay, you know, Ekko is still, you know, pretty raw in regards to everything that's happened between him and Jinx in, you know, the main timeline and everything. But again, at the same time,
he's very quick to like take this experience as a reason to like forgive his universe's Jinx, which kind of just throws a little bit, you know, of like a wrench into that kind of idea that he would be so used to his universe's Jinx that even when showing that, you know, this universe's Powder is very, you know, calm and
Very
stuff,
different.
he's very accusational of like, oh, was it you? Were you the one who did it or something?
It's very clunky. This just entire thing goes off incredibly clunky, and it just I guess I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of this is. It's like to make it look like he's an idiot not in his own skin, but like
it's to
remind him of the job. That's what it is.
It's to remind him of the job, as well as shine a light on what they believe is the biggest flashpoint of this AU.
You know what, Raymond? This would have been you were talking about like the idea of like finding better ways to communicate characters, like both this universe's and the other both universes' versions, memories like merging together. This would have been the perfect place to show that, where like he is watching this, he's, you know, coming to the realization, wait, Vi is dead, and then suddenly he gets flashbacks of memories that he didn't have, and he's suddenly now remembering.
I would love
he's
that,
now
actually.
suddenly remembering the job and the aftermath that happened in this universe, and the fact that he's
like
remembering that would then communicate to us. So their memories merge, and they're kind of like becoming like one singular person kind of thing.
To make it actually better, you could have it be with like a mirage filter of like one, like on the left side of the screen is this AU Ekko's memories, and on the right side you see how Ekko himself remembers it, and that those like two things are like
seeing that shit from his perspective, in the terms like he doesn't get to see the main event, he only hears about it in the aftermath. So like you would have to see like all the kids returning from his perspective, and in our original one they all make it back, but in the other one Vi's not with them. She had to be left behind her corpse because she was too heavy. So
what
like,
if when so I know nothing. You're probably like the only one in here who's played like League and also Ekko specifically. Is there like a very distinct sound effect that happens when he like goes back in time or does like his rewind time effect? 'Cause the reason why I'm asking is because as you're presenting this kind of information,
you just hear, "Oh, that's hot." That's hot. It's rewind
That's
time.
hot, yeah.
No, what I mean is like you almost like you play the events that happen in Ekko's universe, and then like if there is some kind of sound effect or like an animation of some kind, you could cue that on screen, then like rewind and then show the events as it happened in this universe. And I feel like that would be kind of like a clever way to communicate that also like ties back to his ability in like the game. And again, it would communicate what this scene is trying to tell us without Ekko having to sound like a complete tool.
Check in chat. Because the answer is yes.
You could definitely edit that. Adam Zelke says, remind me again, didn't Silco chessmaster Vi and Co into targeting Jace's place? Like when he was talking with that punk kid in Season 1, Act 1? Isn't that another diverging point? No. Other way around. They got the tip from Ekko because Jace went down for finding rare parts and unusual parts. And basically said, okay, this guy's rich. He has supplies. I know he's good on it. He just paid me without even haggling. I gave him double the price. So I know this guy won't mind a few things going missing. I tailed him back to where he lived. This is where his workshop is. You guys, if you want to hit someplace, that's the place to go. That's part of why Jace and Ekko teaming up in the same room is interesting, is that they are effectively the progenitors of the entire story, because without Ekko, no one would have ever gone to Jace's place.
He didn't even haggle.
Yeah, and basically afterwards, when Deckard's group gets their shit kicked in by Vi and Kaiser and Milo, then is when they get Silco involved, because he starts hearing the rumors that are coming down the pipeline.
Right.
Yeah. Silco's he only has a vague understanding and eye on them because they're Vander's kids. Outside of that, he doesn't really like chess master them until they start interrogating the one punk kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's
I also read that as Cheese Masters.
Cheese master.
He
does have the accent for it. Yeah.
But yes, so basically Powder's just like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you're insulting me, you're rambling in the bullshit. You should leave before I do something I regret. Which, again, at the very least, she's being responsible here, which should also be an indication to fucking Ekko here. Be like, oh, you're really mature. Like, you're actually, like, you're not immediately attacking me for pissing you off. You're clearly not Jinx. Like, by this point, it should register to him that he's not hanging out with, and he just, like, steal shit. Like, how do you know what to take? You just took her bag and then dropped her book?
Dude, pick that up.
Yeah, for real.
I think that's his sack, actually, isn't it?
It's meant to be, I think, but at the same time,
splotchy?
I mean, I could believe that Powder like drew on Ekko's stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think she drew in that book and it was just next to the stuff.
Oh yeah.
And she's
like,
like,
the book, man. Come on.
Yeah, don't leave this shit on the ground. What the fuck, man?
I will say, even though the conversation is pretty messy, I do feel like it felt like that they've had this exact same argument before. And it's another thing that I wish that they had gone into more, like pretty much everything in this episode.
Yeah,
I'm like, I like this. I wish they explained it. But yeah, it feels like that this was an argument that they have had in the past. And so that's why Jinx isn't surprised when it escalates. It's just that Ekko doesn't remember. Like, I feel like that they both still have problems and like trauma from what happened.
Yeah,
they have a lot of growing to do.
This is actually something I can say about it. This episode is one of the biggest contributors and one of the biggest victims of the pacing inconsistencies and like bad pacing overall in the season. Because you, Celtic, said the hot take of, well, yeah, do we really need to spend this much time here? Geez.
Sorry.
What? Okay. Did
Ignore
you fall?
Damn it, Ekko, stop knocking shit over.
Yeah. But again, I would have liked to have a 3-episode arc of this place with like one bottle episode, one bottle episode Heimerdinger, one bottle episode Ekko, one episode of them working together to sort of come out, whether you want 2 Ekkos, 2 Heimerdingers, what have you, and in between that, we can cut back to the other reality kind of thing.
Yeah, I get that.
Also,
honestly, in order to fix like just the quickest way to fix a lot of these issues, you wouldn't even need to do all of that. You can probably just stick with the one episode and just fix up not only the dialogue but also like certain actions the characters do.
I mean, if you really wanted to expedite this, though, you could make this like, 10 minutes of Ekko basically getting It's a Wonderful Life flash forwards or flashbacks or whatever. Like basically seeing the diverging point and moving forward and just seeing how everything changed. And like, there's a good Powder that grows up to be a respectable person, that sort of thing. Like you could easily see like them being even more fast tracked with that.
Something for visuals that just popped into my head was that you could have it be the music video of they're basically showing, you know how there's a lot of things where like you have a reflections on the water and you see two different versions of a character. Have like a clock going like tick tick, and then on the hand of the clock as it's ticking forward, on one hand, like on one side you have Ekko from the one that we know, and on the other side you have the AU. And through the music videos, you could have a whole thing of that. It's a Wonderful Life, and we do actually get to answer those questions of like what happened to Ekko after the explosion and everyone died. What happened to?
You could even do even more with that. Like you could have it being the hour hand going backwards, the minute hand going forwards. So you basically have, hey, the real timeline is the one that's moving in a backwards direction. It's slipping, it's going backwards. This one is always moving forward in a positive way. Like you could have that symbolism going on. You're right, we could answer all those questions. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
God, I wish I could animate.
Something that's very superficial that I kind of like also about this episode. You see a lot of like background characters that are also in the background of like so like a couple seconds ago we passed by a character, one of the two characters who threatened Huck in the first episode. I want to say we passed by like another character who was in the bar playing poker with Savika in the final episode of season 1. It actually kind of makes me a little bit upset that we don't see some of the other more noteworthy characters just in like the background, just to see where they are. Kind of like if we see like Grayson, like if we see Grayson somewhere, whether or not she's alive or not. Well, I would assume that she's alive if what's his name is also alive. Just some like other things, maybe like a tombstone that like has Jace's name on it or something. You know, just
I feel like they totally forgot about Grayson. Like
that guy. It's the I don't know what it's called. It's not called the turtleneck, but like that's one of the guys who like threatened Huck.
But yes, they did forget.
Is that Amara?
Right next to him, yeah.
Wait. Amara? Is
the
that
Kim
Amara?
Baron.
Oh
no. Amara was the Rose assassin.
Was
No.
Marcus's? Oh, never mind. I thought you were talking about
Amara, the Merchant Guild. No, I don't think that's Amara.
It might just be a similar fashion, but it looks a lot like her. Like they just
wouldn't surprise me
a little bit,
but still, it's like Ekko's getting a wonderful life right now, but it's not giving us enough.
It's like not
final
actually.
Thing about it.
He doesn't have a companion explaining him through what changed, which was an important element of A Wonderful Life.
You know what would actually be?
How are you doing?
You would actually be really kind of cute.
What's that?
Have Heimerdinger be resting on Ekko's shoulder as they're walking through.
Aw, that is cute.
That'd be great.
I don't think his shoulders are big enough. Though.
Go person prime for getting completely blasted apart by Mbessa later. Yep.
Yeah.
No, this is the guy I think that you're talking about.
Okay.
The other guy I think we have seen before in the background, but otherwise.
Well, the guy that he's the metal jaw guy that gets rocked by Vi, right?
No, that's someone else. No, he has the metal jaw guy has more tattoos.
No. I'm
larger.
Yeah.
Nope, that's on me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Let's see, Top Hat Man. It's just interesting, nice little back. There's Jericho.
Yeah, this is Fishman.
Absolutely based Fishman.
Yeah, he's got a little.
There we go.
It's Jericho. That's his name.
Oh, is it?
I
never learned his name.
Well, fuck. Never mind.
Vi said
it's the guy who got bribed at the Hex Gate in episode 4. It was the guy who was inspecting Savika's ship.
Yeah.
From your friend downtown.
Yeah, there's
Why didn't we get like all these side characters? Why didn't we get like some hints about like where Jace is, where Victor is, like if they're alive or not, where Caitlyn is?
It's another great touch to the animators of like, hey, here's all these models that we barely have. We only have to tweak them a little bit, and then it's like, boom.
It's one of the few things that like is actually really consistent in terms of quality with like season 1. Like even rewatching season 1, I find like new things about it. Like I was recently rewatching it for maybe a potential video, and I noticed that there is. So you know how like Heimerdinger's pet goat thing nearly gets lasered with like the test of the hex. The next time in the next scene that you see that goat, it has like a little bandage around one of its.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
That was
so
really
cute. It's such a
it's these little details about these little kinds of things, and it's and like they're still kind of here too. I just kind of wish that they were in this
Focus
scene. They were
on-
used like for like there were
Used
some
for
other
more-
like side character or like background characters that they could focus on to communicate like where this person is, where this person is, and that kind of thing.
Where are
'Cause,
they
like, well,
now?
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't even need to spend like more than 2 seconds on it, any more than you're spending like any of these other characters.
The problem was probably that if the animators didn't know the answer, they felt like they couldn't do it. You know what I mean? And so they probably
I think so, yeah.
Probably
like had to
It's probably much more
populate the scene
allowable
themselves.
for like
Yeah.
side characters than it is for like much more major ones. You know?
They go to the writers. They're like, "Hey, where's Caitlyn? What happened to like Victor in this world? Where's Jace?
Where's Jace's mom?
It's like, fuck it, I don't know.
What do you think happened to AU Mel? I imagine she's still under the thumb of Mbessa.
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Probably.
Possibly.
That wouldn't
But
change that
That's
much,
another
and-
interesting kind of question. I'd like to get an answer. Again, you could. I feel like you could answer these kinds
Honestly,
of questions.
I think
with, like,
it would have
very
been a
quick-
lot smarter instead of showing us the most ideal world to show us that, like, oh yeah, this looks perfect. But then the more Ekko explores it, the more he comes to realize, oh no, there's a lot of problems here too still. It's just like there are different problems. I think that would have been a lot more interesting to me because in reality, that's probably how it would work. You wouldn't necessarily get rid of them. I mean, corruption still exists.
You could also.
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead. Yeah, read Adam Zelke. I'll tell you.
I think I just did. I think I already did. My brain just.
Oh
That was
yeah.
no.
What I was gonna say is like you could also like if you do have like 2 Echoes, whether like physically or like both inhabiting the same body, you can almost kind of present those kinds of problems in a way where our universe's Ekko is not really prepared to like solve these kinds of problems, whereas this universe's Ekko is, and that's why like they need to get our Ekko back to his universe so that he can fix those problems, and then we got to give this body back to this universe's Ekko.
I
so
think
that
it would
he
be
can do that kind
interesting
of
is
thing.
if they actually help each other solve different problems. Like
That's
the
true.
idea is that
Yeah.
It's why I brought up earlier having the 2 Echoes come together to make the Z drive.
Yeah, I was about to say, because it kind of reminds me of that like one episode of Ben 10 Omniverse, one of the few that were good, where it's like Ben from the main universe gets in some multiverse shenanigans and meets a version of him who grew up but never gotten to watch. And that version of Ben kind of learns from our version. So that would be a sort of similar thing there. Like they both learn things from each other that they take with them.
Yeah, that would be.
Until then, though, we see Jace. He lost his Havel's ring and now he's overburdened. Shame
Yeah.
that, man. You can't roll after that.
And we see him walking past the ending segment for Resident Evil 7. And we should also mention there's a song playing in the background this entire time to all these different events.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we see Ekko now. He's going to the Jace's old workshop and unboarding it because this place has been completely left desolate for, what? 10
pause
years? Something like that?
But before we move on from it, another little detail that I actually noticed, I looked up just now because I wanted to see if like the notes that were on the chalkboard were the same as the notes that Victor and Jace drew on there, and they're not. However, I went back to the beginning of episode 2 from season 1. They are the exact same, like literally picture to picture, like almost letter for letter. They are the same as they were when Jace's apartment was being investigated and scoured by
Holy
the-
shit! That
like
is
literally
Ooh.
everything. I've actually looked. If I can, like, let me get like a picture of the one from episode 2.
Not
It's
the
actually
most
crazy.
wildly impressed by that because you could have just had the texture saved.
Yeah. But
guess so.
it's still cool for the animation.
Yeah, no, it's a nice
The-
touch, and I'm glad they thought of that because lesser teams would have forgotten.
Yeah. The thing about this particular scene with Ekko going into the desolated building is that he grabs the like hex shards out of the wall, and
You know what? You
I
can
guess-
go off. I'm going to use the restroom and get a drink.
the first thing about it is that one, this building hasn't been like renovated, it hasn't been redone. Like in a prosperous city of tomorrow with Piltover, they just let what is effectively like prime apartment complexes just wither, rot away, and just not do anything with it. This isn't like a downtown city in a downtown suburb in like Chicago. This is Piltover.
I was
That's great
literally
space.
thinking Chicago. What the fuck?
Like there's no reason for this to be here. And you're like, oh, but he has to get the like hex shards.
Dude,
no, he
where-
doesn't.
where-
Powder has a bag of them in the as we see in the final like shot with her. She has a full. She still has the bag of the hex shards. She could have just
Dog.
like gotten them from her. And
What they
honestly,
could have
Dog, where are
done-
the Chicago livers in chat, by the way? I'm sorry, we are making fun of y'all.
at least it's not
The,
Detroit.
the
That is true.
livers of people who live in Chicago.
But yeah, Cal, what's up?
Oh, I was gonna say what they could have done, because this was Jace's study. I'm assuming that it was paid for by the Kiramans. Like, they could have had it so the Kiramans kind of kept it as a grave or like a memento to Caitlyn, and then that's how we could have figured out that they had both
Oh,
died.
like a
and that's
memorial,
the
right.
yeah, like that's the only reason why, you know, it hasn't been sold, I guess. And so they could have had something like that in this room where they just didn't have the heart to sell it, you know what I mean?
I guess the thing about it that comes with like taking the hex shards is like basically everything they built with the Z drive and eventually a multiverse fucking portal with those broken shards. Again, Powder has better non-exploded shards in a bag. So
Yeah.
just throwing this out there. Did Heimerdinger die because Ekko went dumpster diving? How would Ekko learn about Powder having the hex gems to get them from instead of shards from the apartment? Well, Adam Zelke, he would, in the course of bringing up this and saying we need these power, this, and this, Powder can bring up of like, oh hey, those remind me of these things, but because we're doing this, and she's guarded for them because they're the result of Vi dying, but they are the one-to-one thing that Ekko is describing what he needs. So it's a case
It would be
of,
something that would be brought
Well,
up.
then
Yeah.
I would also raise the question: how the fuck does he know the hex gems are in this building?
okay, that's true. Like 100%.
Like he knows there was an explosion, but does he know that they're hex tech? How does he know that?
Maybe he
wanna-
was just coming to investigate. Maybe he didn't really know what he would find in here.
I don't
but-
know.
Well,
he seemed like he very intent. He would find fucking hex tech shrapnel.
Well,
I gotta-
he brings back the hex gems, and that's what he uses to convince Heimerdinger, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh no,
I
I,
gotta
know
look
that
up,
he
like,
found them. I'm just saying he believed in his heart. Like, maybe he didn't know that he would find anything here. He was just hoping.
Just throwing shit at the wall,
It
kind
was
of.
just a believing heart is your magic. Well, that's also a good recommendation. Everyone go watch Little Witch Academia. It's a great show.
And also the other thing too is like, well, I guess yeah, it would kind of depend on like how much he just knows about hex tech in general and like the basis of it is like,
how it happened.
It's just wildly inconsistent. So
Yeah, like again, it's not entirely known how much is published about hex tech. Kind of goes back to like that same kind of question because besides assuming that he may or may not have read anything, the only other thing that we might know about whether or not he knows about it is when Caitlyn brings up the hex gem to him about and he I don't remember if he comments on it being like saying something along the lines of like what is that or like asking or interrogating about what it is, which would indicate a lack of knowledge as to like what it even is, and maybe that might be how he assumes that there's a hex gem here or something, but that's a lot more flimsy as well. It's just a lot of questions about what he knows about hex tech.
And as he's investigating, we're also flashing back to Jace walking through the ruins of Piltover, which again, fucking gorgeous. I love this place so much. It's still very disastrous. But yeah, no, he immediately sets about, he's like, oh, I'm going to investigate what's inside these walls. Now, several things. For one, how does he know that these are hex tech, that they're hex tech crystals that exploded in here? Secondly, how do you know they didn't vaporize? Thirdly, why would you go at them anywhere with a hammer?
Fourthly, wow, it's really fucking convenient that this building hasn't been like re-renovated or anything. It's still standing for you to actually do this.
I was gonna say on the whole like Caitlyn thing, I think they would just tear it down and put a park there or something. Like that would be more likely.
Yeah, I guess.
The fact that like the fact that Jace's notes are still on the chalkboard is like a miracle of itself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the wind would have taken care of that. Rain.
It would have been fun if they had like some sort of superstitious thing. Like, oh, you know, they all exploded and died here, and
Oh,
there was
fuck!
some mysterious
No,
magic.
you know what would have been cool as part of like a
What?
longer episode? It's haunted.
Uh-huh.
The place is haunted. And what Ekko, when he
Exactly.
goes to
Ah,
investigate,
shit.
it turns out that the explosion didn't just outright kill Vi or Jace or Caitlyn. They're still there. They're like trapped in the spot
Oh my god.
by
you
the
know what the
hex tech.
best, actually, you know what the best part about that, Celtic?
What?
Is that there's
There
basis
is
in
a
League lore?
hero/champion
I
in
fucking knew
League of
it.
Legends who from Piltover actually. Don't worry, she doesn't exist in Arcane. She's in limbo right now. Whose entire thing is that she can effectively sing to
Oh,
shards.
Seraphim, right?
It's Seraphim. Yeah,
Oh,
Seraphim.
oh
She can
my
sing
gosh,
to
the
shards
one
and hear the
everybody
souls and
hates.
everything.
I was gonna say.
Well, yeah, because she got her power from genocide.
I need to I need to really catch up with that series
Base.
that I liked. That was basically an alternative Arcane season 2 before season 2 came out. But Seraphim is a key player in that. She's actually like she's sort of playing
really?
like she's playing like a middleman for like 3 different factions because she's like she's part of
It
the
would make
noble
sense.
class, but she's from Zon. So it's like
Okay.
like you have like Jinx and Lux that are hiding out in there, and then they leave, and then she's like talking with Vi and Caitlyn about things, and then they leave, and she's interacting with like Jace and like a bunch of other characters from Noxus that are involved in these.
Is
like,
this like a?
it's a fan
Is this
fiction.
like it's a fanfic? Well, you
What do you-
gotta
yeah.
link that to me. That sounds
yeah,
interesting.
it's I will warn you, it does get explicit. Or I can't remember if it gets explicit
Alright.
or if it's or if that's saved for like a spin-off where they show the explicits. I can't remember. Some fanfic writers do that where like, oh, I've implied the characters had sex off screen, and I'll write the actual full smut fic. That you can go read that later. I
But,
think they do that.
I mean,
There
yeah,
is
you can
a
still
but
just link it to me.
Name
was
the fanfic. Oh, what was it called?
regardless, there's a precedent in League lore of having souls trapped in crystals and such that are very similar to hex crystals. They're slightly different overall because again, Seraphim got her powers from genocide, and that's hilarious. No, she's actually she actually goes up to the other champion who's the last member of this race, and he says like, "I miss your people.
Right.
Would you like to hear their songs?" It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what, dude? It's like literally going up to a survivor of the Holocaust and just showing them. Playing a recording of live explosions and screaming during the fucking
Basically.
blast bombings.
So if you're listening to me on AO3, it's part of a trilogy that they've only got 2 installments so far, but it's called Ill Omens Trilogy. It starts with Ill Omens Light. That's ILL-Omen '(s) Light. And you'll find it from there. It's by a writer named Suspicious Zucchini.
Suspicious Zucchini.
I highly recommend it. It does get fanficky at times in some places, but
Wow, this fanfic gets fanficky crazy.
well, no, but like I actually consider it really well written, all things considered. Like that's why I'm clarifying. Is like it's really well written,
All right.
but sometimes it does slip into some common tropes. It does like create some shortcuts here and there that I don't think were necessary. But overall, it's a very competently written piece, and I highly
You say
recommend
it's
it.
Ill Omens Light.
Yeah, that's the first one. Ill Omens Light.
Okay. All right.
And that one's basically explaining how the fuck does Lux wind up in this storyline of Arcane, and it actually I think does a pretty decent job. At least as far as I'm aware. Maybe League fans hate it. Who knows? Anyway.
Well, since when do those guys deserve anything good?
True.
No, that's
True.
100% true.
They produced they're the reason that Arcane season 2 exists. But no, so basically he's like exploring the room, looking for the fissures that have the gems in it, and we're flashing back to the death of Vi, and it's very heart-wrenching seeing this, but I also gotta remember what's the fucking like criteria here? What the fuck happened in terms of like why is he remembering these things? He shouldn't be. He's not.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're just
Why are
seeing
you,
this.
what
like,
about the parts you weren't there for?
yeah, it's like metatextually, like we're just learning this, but still. Also, man, I would be so fucking nervous handling that raw. Like, oh my god.
It's the equivalent of just sticking your hand in and getting a raw piece of uranium.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And I like that they do show us that Powder
Also-
does have them, but like we kind of forget that she does.
Oh,
I
I,
mean,
never noticed that.
Also, actually,
I brought that up.
Well, I
for
got a
later.
question. Why? Okay, because all these people were caught here. Why weren't these?
I was
confiscated
just
from her?
about to say it.
I'm sorry.
Why
No,
weren't
no,
they
no, no.
taken in?
You're right.
I would believe that Kaiser would have the most like mind of it, and I could easily see him dragging Powder and Milo off. Like
The issue is
basically,
that
it would help. Milo would get knocked clear of his fog, and then help drag Powder off while she's crying.
Then
Probably.
the
Well, but
issue
they're
is
already-
that
well,
yeah,
The enforcers
Marcus
are
is
already
there.
here. Like as she's like, sorry, go ahead.
Well,
I fully believe
sorry.
the kids could weasel out of it, or you know what? Maybe they do get arrested, and maybe they like it all
Well,
gets pinned on Vi because Vi died there. Like I
Well-
fully see this as being just all blamed on Vi.
couldn't it also be that they wouldn't know that they were breaking in though? Because if Jace and Caitlyn were outside and everything just exploded and Vi died, like, I mean, there's technically no good reason that they should be here, but the bigger fish to fry
We
would
fell
seem to
through
be
the ceiling
Jason
when
is
it
science
exploded, yeah.
experiments.
What were
like,
you doing
know
on
what
the
I mean?
roof?
Or like, oh, well, we brought Jace some supplies because, like, they could just say whatever Ekko said, like, oh, he was in the Undercity looking for expensive parts. We came here to bring him his parts and his lab exploded. Like, I think that they could maybe
Yeah, they
talk
could-
their way out of it because they didn't do it. It was still Jace's stuff
It would
that
be a
did it.
That's
decent
true.
alibi, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there are several avenues through which they could have weaseled out of it, either physical,
Well-
either talking, or just the fact that like, look, I don't care if you guys came. She was the leader. She took the brunt of it, and now she's dead. It's like every,
Well, my next question would be like, do you think at some point, like, if we're assuming that Jace is dead, and okay, so like an investigation goes into this, like, let's assume that the kids got away. Do you think that like during the investigation might look through the notes and determine that find out what what Jace was trying to do, that he was trying to recreate magic? I'll tell you why that's relevant in just a bit, like depending on what your answer is.
The cops would probably have no idea, but if they showed it to Heimerdinger or like
Yeah,
just the
Victor,
rest of
like
the
if they showed it
council,
to someone
then,
at school, maybe
I-
somebody would have known.
Yeah.
And I
If
feel
they
like that
showed
would have been that would have been relevant to like Heimerdinger because he was the first to interrogate Jace. So I feel like of all the people who would want to know and find out what was being researched, like a building exploded, they would want to know kind of like what's
yeah.
being.
Well, okay, so I think if Heimerdinger were there, if things still played out that they discovered that he was doing that, it would still get slated for destruction, and in fact, it would have no pushback, and it would be destroyed pretty quickly with no one.
Well, no,
trying
no.
to-
So here's what I'm getting at. If you're saying that like that all three of them got away, then that leaves a loose end, and it means that there are people who may potentially have some of the thing that may have stolen something here that might have been dangerous or volatile. That still leads to like one of the big conflict points in Act 1. They send down a bunch of enforcers down into the Undercity, and it creates a lot more conflict, and it just kind of raises that much more of a question about how exactly things got so peaceful, kind of like where they
Okay,
are.
so
That's why I think that the kids would have had to have been arrested. Because especially if they find out that like what Jace was trying to do here, then it makes it that much less believable that we would get to where
So
we are.
Powder hid them by
Wait,
stuffing
if
them in her mouth.
Oh
Sorry,
my
what?
god. If freaking
shards.
Heimerdinger, if Heimerdinger like because he's been here for like at least 3 years, then if that's the case, I mean maybe he could convince the council to give them a lighter sentence, I guess.
No,
Well,
he
no,
wouldn't.
it's-
Our Heimerdinger wouldn't have been here for this event. This was like 9 or 10 years ago.
Oh
Yeah,
right,
the thing that,
you're right.
The thing that Heimerdinger would have the chance to do would be go through like the old, like say, police records of what happened and know definitively what
No,
happened.
but the counterpoint of that is they wouldn't know what was taken. The only reason they knew what was taken
Yeah.
was Jace.
Exactly.
And if Jace wasn't there to tell them, and
right.
Caitlyn wasn't there to tell them, well,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
then,
Like, I
then
don't
they
think
wouldn't
that
know that
anybody
anything is
would've
missing. So they
known.
had to have run. I think that the explanation.
Okay, that makes sense. The end,
Right.
the loose ends die there, and you have to hand wave the fact that because there was an explosion, the enforcers got all of Jace's notes, and it didn't wind up in the hands of like Victor or Heimerdinger to really push certain things forward.
No,
because
if it got in the hands of Heimerdinger, it would be destroyed. And
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well,
Yeah,
the inflection point would probably be Victor because regardless of stuff, he was still looking for stuff to solve his condition. So there is an argument that he might have been able to make Hex Tech.
I don't think so. I think it was like I think if he even tried, either A, he would have gotten caught because it was Jace that convinced Mill.
Oh,
Hell,
true.
it's possible that Victor basically got arrested, also trying to break in.
That actually wouldn't surprise
Wish
me.
we would have
but-
known about that.
Yeah,
or he
but
would have
again,
brought it to
wish we would have known.
Singed.
That's
Yeah.
Or
really
he would
funny.
brought it to Singe, maybe.
He'd just be sitting there like, wait a minute, this isn't my bedroom, and just like, yeah, like.
Actually, an interesting thing might actually have been. Remember, what's the animal that Singe keeps alive?
The axolotl?
Yeah, that's the
Rio?
Yeah, the weird axolotl.
Yeah,
thing.
the Rio axolotl. Imagine if that's where Victor is in this timeline.
Oh,
I
no.
know you mean that he's down with Singed, helping out with Rio, but I imagined it just
Yeah.
as Victor as an
Oh, I
axolotl.
thought you meant that he was in the tube, like with the axolotl, like sitting
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
it was my understanding that the whole reason why he has because Rio is apparently able to produce either shimmer or a chemical that is important in part of like
Yeah, the
development
production of
of
shimmer.
So
yeah.
in order, I know nothing's like, what if he was Dr. Frankensteining it with Singed? I was immediately like, well, what if he was Jeff Goldblum the Flying it with Singed? And, and then Cal was like, what if he was Shape of Watering it with
Choose your story.
Yeah, you choose it. We'll never find out what happened.
But yeah, Ekko recovers the gems, the shards, and we cut back to Jace, who's
He found a bonfire.
yeah, he found a bonfire, he's resting, seeing a bunch of cowering dead people. That's great. Ekko is now actually mapping out the anomaly, which I find an interesting concept. And as he does, he's like under the tree. He decides to go investigate the tree, I suppose. Adam Zaki says, oh yeah, what is Singe doing in the AU? What is the status of Oriana here? That is something else to think about. What's the status of Shimmer?
I would like to believe that in all realities, Singed wins. So Singed and Oriana are probably like going to Fantasy Japan for like a
couple
father-daughter
genocides.
summer getaway.
Yeah, father-daughter genocide getaway.
Exactly.
But yeah, so we're basically getting a bunch of things that are happening, pushing a little bit forward, seeing more things that are happening. Yay. Ekko working
Right.
on the device. He's at the tree. He's
Speaking of the tree, it might be a little bit off topic. I think it was just something that like I neglected to bring up in like one of the previous episodes. I want to say in like episode 4 when they cut back to like the tree after like the time skip and they show Ekko's face on. I don't remember if we covered this or not, but they show Ekko's face like drawn on the tree, but they don't show Heimerdinger's.
yeah, we brought that up. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, I didn't remember. Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
which is a dick move.
Damn, they did
Very
not
much.
care about Hymet.
Yeah, they
Yordle,
did
everyone's
they did him
racist
dirty.
against Yordles in this part of the world. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Honestly,
Right.
that would be kind of a
What-
nice
what's
little
the-
detail
like-
in the background. Just like there's racist.
Dude,
against
what's
Yordles.
the in fact, what's the place where Urals come from, Carl? Because I'm going to make a South Rise Again joke. I want to be accurate.
Jesus Christ, man. But no, so basically just setting up, they know where
Vandal
these things
City.
are. What?
Vandal City.
Vandal City, right.
The Vandal City will rise again.
So we're also seeing like how pretty and pristine, Piltover and Zon are. Like they have like, terrariums and stuff. They have all this technology that's nice, like these car wheelie things that are really silly but apparently operate fine. And we also learned that Heimerdinger in his last 3 years decided to strike a fucking record deal as a folk singer. Because, oh my god, this man has pipes. I did
Yeah.
I
not.
saw the play,
I did
and he
not
was like,
expect
you
this.
know, I wish I was doing theater. Like, I was born for the theater. I was not born for the war.
I imagine that like they found the they found out that Heimerdinger's voice actor can actually sing like as they were writing season 2, and they're like, oh my god, you can actually we gotta do it, we gotta make
Yeah.
a music video, man.
Yeah, I was
It's
about to
actually,
say it's one of those like funny jokes where it's all like you see a doctor or a guy working at a desk job and all like, I should have gone to acting school.
Exactly. And now you have the chance.
You hear the one guy like going on a piano being a better singer than most people you know, but I do like it's a small little thing, totally inconsequential. Despite Heimerdinger's character assassination, he still likes to / is willing to entertain children, whether it be through inventions or music. That's like a consistent
it's
core that I do
fantastic.
appreciate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like the one thing they keep getting right about him.
Yeah, it's kind of like the one thing that I feel like they're trying to communicate that Heimerdinger is better than he was in Acts 1 and 2 of Season 1 by showing him pretty much over, in this place where the Undercity kind of like used to be, to show how invested he is in the people who he has been neglecting for like such a long time. But at the same time, they don't extend that same character to, trying to help him find Ekko and Jason, possibly find a way home.
All right.
So yeah, in the background there, Sir Patrick Stewart. Hello. Is that that's not Savika?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Is that Marcus?
I don't think that's Savika.
Okay. But then in the kid in the wheelchair, actually, you know what? That might be Marcus's. No, he should be too young. Or this girl will be too old.
Yeah,
but,
I
like,
guess so.
the kid
Well,
in
it would
the
have only been
wheelchair-
like a couple months after Season 1 ended, right? So I mean,
Yeah. Well, the kid in the wheelchair is definitely the kid from Victor's cult.
Right.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So like that's like a nice little detail to show that he's still crippled. Back to hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Creepy stuff.
Absolutely terrifying.
We're not even that far, but he starts to see like motion. Like we got to start to see like basically these mechanoids.
Oh, they're not part of the background.
Yeah.
Those aren't paintings. Those are models.
People pointed out that this one is Caitlyn.
Is
Because of
it?
the eyes.
No.
How?
Because of the eye.
Well, because of the eye, and I mean, I feel like, okay, I can see where you're getting that from, but I feel like it's kind of like the implication of like, okay, so you don't think that anyone else ever got like their eye stabbed out at any point in this big huge event or something like that?
That
I
is
see what-
interesting, though.
They
if,
all
like,
there are details that you can actually make out with some of the characters. I'm trying to think of like, I'll try and point out some of the other ones that are more notable. But people suspect like that one in the back right there is Mel because of all the gold that they have on them. But that could just be incidental.
Yeah, I mean, it would also kind of like depend on like where they are. So like, do we assume that this is where Mel, Kate, and Mbessa had their fight down here at like the bottom of the
potentially, or they could just move
train?
otherwise. I mean, that's also possible.
Maybe.
There's plenty of explanations.
Yeah, it's
the
been
case
thousands of years potentially.
Yeah, I can see what people are getting at. There's enough evidence to necessarily like confirm one way or the other.
and then
Jace falls down a hole.
he's dead.
Yeah. This is a. Remember who was here for the Secret Garden? I guess it was just me, and
I watched it.
I was unfortunately busy that day. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was me, you, and Twilight.
It was just us three.
It was the
just core
one.
three.
Yeah, it was just the first one with the core cast in the longest time.
But like, I remember there was that fucking tumble in the 2020 version where she falls down a hill for like a solid 10-second span, and it's like, okay, you have at least like 3 broken bones, if not are concussed and dead.
Holy
but he
shit.
falls down. Not only does he fall down, but his hammer actually falls onto his leg, and it is one of the most like well impacted frames I have ever seen. Where like they even give like a short like X-ray
where they see the Jesus Christ.
Oh man, I didn't see that before.
It goes full like Mortal Kombat on us.
The closest thing we see to this is when Vi hits the like chem warriors.
Soldiers,
and like blows apart the like ribcage.
See, this is, I would say he actually could have survived a lot of it highly injured until this frame where he lands and my god, your neck. You are paralyzed from the waist down after that minimum.
Yeah, for real.
In which case, actually watching the rest of the season where he's just dragging himself with his jaw, trying to
guys, he was feeding off of a bunch of baby Rios, so he got shimmered up, and that's how he got.
Oh,
Let's
wow!
go!
That totally works.
Adam
also,
Selden says, what do you think these things are trying to do to Jace? Are they trying to convert him without Victor's power to morph him? I feel like they're not even, like, there's no consciousness left in them. I feel like they're animals of some sort.
Yeah, like this is like the only other living, I guess you can call it, thing on this planet.
I would still kind of raise the question as to like what is their like instinct, I guess, like, because I'm kind of curious what exactly they would have done if like Jace didn't run, because like for the rest of the episode they just kind of like look at him menacingly.
I don't know.
My current thing is just like, yo, Victor, Victor in the tower, why are you such a dick?
Yeah.
You could have solved this problem pretty easy for me.
There is a lesson behind this. I'm not sure what it is, but I'll figure it out once you come
to be half crazed and starving by the time you reach me, so that you can precisely understand exactly what I want you to do. What is
How
that,
else am I going to
fish,
convince
tuna?
you to kill your versions of your universe's Victor? How am I going to convince you to kill your best friend?
But you don't want me to do that. Oh shit, you're right.
Fuck,
Yeah.
No, he is crazy and needs to go down.
He's crazy.
Sorry, I was reading Eric's comment. Who is replaying it? I am. I love doing that. I think it's funny sometimes.
The clap of the head hitting.
clap with the head.
Oh my god.
Actually, I'm gonna do that now because it's funny.
It's me like,
man, I'm really tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. Let's get a replay of that. Oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
As someone who got
like the most
his
inappropriate
snapped in
winter.
two a few years ago, what happens to Jace doesn't invoke good memories. Ow!
As someone who has also snapped that, I know what you're talking about, man.
I do not humor you. But all right.
You're
So
horrible.
when we get cut to a crepe,
A glorious crepe.
yes, and casually, Heimerdinger like, so you can recreate the anomaly with these? Like, that's the theory. And Heimer's like, you're like, inconceivable. No, motherfucker, you should be terrified about this. He's
That's
about
horrifying.
to open up the can of worms that is Hex Tech again in this universe.
Yeah.
It's like, there's something to be said that Heimerdinger can bring up of like, yes, Ekko, you want to go back and we should try and go back. However, we are opening the door to damnation for this entire timeline if we like don't do this correctly.
Yeah.
And by the way, they don't do this correctly.
In fact, they do this in possibly the worst possible way.
100%.
Yes.
I remember, someone's like, who else had their skin burned on hot metal? I mean, I think everyone's touched a hot stove to some degree at some point by accident, or as a kid.
Sure.
I almost had my finger taken off by an elevator. That was fun.
Damn.
Jeez.
Yeah, service
almost
elevators
lost
don't
a
fuck
foot.
around.
Ooh.
I almost got it taken off. But, well, no, that's another story entirely. I don't.
Okay. If you don't want to tell your trauma, it's okay.
Well, it's more like it's not something like, oh yeah, I got it. This thing. It's more like it takes a little bit more explaining, and also I have like a scar that's like around. It actually almost came off.
Damn.
Ooh.
Yeah, way worse than what I have.
Oof.
Yeah, so it wasn't almost. It literally, it was dangling off, kind of. I'll show it to you guys sometime. I'm like proud of it.
But like Heimerdinger's like, oh, I promise to help you quite literally, but I don't believe this can be done. And it's like, tampering with the arcane never ends well, lad. It's like,
You're gonna do it anyway.
yeah. Also, this man is trying to get back so he can fix the tampering that happened in the other universe.
With the arcane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't you understand? The audience is only invested in the Prime universe, so fuck us, I suppose.
And then
Yeah, just pull a Dragon Ball Z, I guess.
and then Heimerdinger gets convinced after like Ekko is just like, you said you help your pupil. I need a professor. Better yet, I need a partner. And Heimerdinger's just like, oh, blast nozzles, you've convinced me. It's like, well, that was fucking easy.
Did all Jace have to do to say, hey, I need my professor? Is that all he needed to do?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if anything, you should be more hard-nosed about this. The last time you gave someone lenience, they opened up the can of worms that is Hex Tech, and it has currently brought your fucking city to its knees. It's like, so he suddenly agrees. He's just like, I agree. And then we cut immediately to Jace. It's just
How
like-
can I forsake a brilliant lad in need again? And then Jace,
Again.
you know what? This is not the way.
I was gonna say, and we just cut the Jace, and he just sits here for the next 10 minutes, dead.
You got his neck snapped from that hit.
Yeah, he wakes up, and to fast forward through a lot, because my God, he kind of goes crazy. He starts trying to climb the wall on his broken leg. It doesn't work. Somehow he finds the materials to light a fire. I don't know where he got them from, but presumably he found some wood down here.
That looks like a rib cage, honestly.
Yeah, like he's burning, like, I don't even know how he's doing all
Probably.
this. They just kind of glance over that. He sets his bone. Which,
You want the scene from Pickle
I
Rick where
feel
he
like-
bites the roach.
Oh fuck. But I'm like, okay, I feel like you'd have more problems with that leg than just the broken bone, dog.
Yeah, and
the
also-
actual muscle tendons and everything in there, like, should be paced.
100%.
Oh, shit. Dude, you have a similar scar that I do from when I was a kid.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, my sister flipped me over in a shopping cart when I was like 9 months old, split open my head and my finger, and I still have a scar on my middle finger as a result of it. Here, let me take a picture.
Oh,
Neat.
cool. Finger scar bros. High five.
Cool. But it's this frame right here is like, yo, Victor, why are you being a dick? You're just watching this, my man. Like, we know your end goal, Victor. We know what you want. So
Yeah, you already time traveled for this moment. Like, why?
There is a lesson behind. There is a lesson to be learned from here, and I need a minute to. This. So you hang tight, and I'll be back later.
But I need to think of what it is.
Yeah.
If he dies in the cave like all the other Jaces I brought back, he's not the one that can kill me.
You want to die? And it's like, well, no, I want the past me to die. But isn't
my
that
man is
still
window shopping for assassins.
Yeah. I know. I need you to kill your universe.
Not me. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Now you know
yeah,
how I
clearly.
feel about my leg.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
okay,
God.
I see what he was doing. He was trying to make Jace hate Victor because he didn't help him be like, yes, Jace, now focus that anger towards another me.
But yeah, Jace is
Let the
somehow
anger
surviving.
flow through you.
Which, Jesus Christ, I don't know how you.
Ow.
Yeah, it's impressive. He must be eating a lot of those fucking like lizards.
Yeah,
That infection right there.
Yeah, that
doesn't get
infection,
brought
dude.
up
You
later.
gotta lose that fucking leg.
Yeah, that doesn't go anywhere, by the way.
Yeah, they
Yep.
they do to show how much he's suffering. That's
Yeah.
really it. But like,
Yeah.
you not only do you have one leg that is irreparably broken and I don't think ever will heal properly, but you also have one that's horribly infected and is probably going to become necrosis pretty fast.
God, what? God, I'm now thinking of like, okay, what if like he still had this like infection even after he got back to except. Well, yeah, because we confirmed that like he teleported here, he didn't get like mind jump. So like, what if he went back to his universe with like a fucked up leg? Now he's the one with like the limp, and like Victor is the one who can like walk on his own. And like instead of maybe a fight, Victor actually tries to talk Jace into like there still have to be like a lot of other stuff to have to change.
Yeah,
too.
but you could build.
But
to
like,
that.
what if it was a moral battle and like that was kind of like the point that he was bringing up is like, look what's happened to you. You know, your leg, basically kind of mirroring. Oh, now he has like the kind of limp that Victor once did. and
Actually,
now
you know what?
Victor's-
It'd be fascinating. You bring it even further because like maybe either the only reason he can walk is because the infection is also partly arcane tainted, and so it's like that kind of thing going on. Or flip side, it's like he only gained it. He only gained the injury because of the arcane in some way, shape, or form. Like he wouldn't have been infected otherwise without the arcane being present. And so, like, he can't walk because of the arcane, the thing that gave Victor his walking ability.
Yeah, you have like this back and forth of like what exactly like the arcane kind of means in like their situations. Like actually have them like talk to one another, and I almost feel like that would be more interesting than a fight.
Jace, you do
Actually
not
have them-
realize the power of the goon.
And instead of the small, really bad conversation they do have in episode 9 inside Victor's universe.
We'll get to that.
But
Or
yeah,
you guys will. I don't know
we
about
see
me.
a time lapse indicating that like a lot of fucking time has passed if that hammer decaying is any indication. He's trying to escape. He's getting more ravenous. He's eating these, lizard things. He's drawing shit on the walls. He's quoting Deus Ex Human Revolution. Elias Tofexis could actually probably voice Jace pretty well, honestly.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And of course, you have the automatons just watching him menacingly.
Yeah.
Wee woo.
Like he's regretting betraying Heimerdinger. Like he's basically going through a whole bunch of emotions that, like, God, it would be great to see him, actually talk it through with people, but we learn that he won't be able to.
Yeah. Would be cool if, like, he also jumped into, like, this Jace's body and then he had, like, a conversation with that Jace. It would almost be kind of interesting if, like, it was presented as though it was, like, thoughts in his head, but then it was later revealed, no, this is this universe's Jace. And then he finds out, oh, I'm a robot. Yeah. And then he finds out everything that, like, happened, and then that's when he gets, like, sent back. I almost feel like that would be more interesting than just having him kind of, like, realize Hextech is fucked, except also I'm going to still keep using Hextech, kind of.
Yeah, basically, he's going mad. He's just, like, he's isolated. We don't know how much time has passed, but it's been weeks, if not months of time, I imagine. He's drawing shit on the wall.
Yeah. Don't know how he reached that high, but yeah.
He jumped on his bad leg, because that's and eventually
he got in a high jump from Kingdom Hearts. Okay.
I think he eventually figures it out. He actually deconstructs his hammer to build a brace for his leg, which I thought was very nice as a touch. And he starts getting over it with Bennett Foddy.
Yeah, without the hammer, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
And it's these shots.
Am I the only one in chat? Like, I don't know, Eric. Go kidnap more people.
I don't know. Oh my god! It's a case of, like, we see how long and how arduous it takes to climb. Dude, you fell down all of this.
Yeah.
Yep.
But eventually, he reaches the top.
He gets over it
with Bennett Foddy.
Yeah.
Well, no, he doesn't actually. This isn't the top. This is just outside.
The real Bennett Foddy were the infected broken legs that we.
Yes, he needs a cauldron. That would solve this entire thing.
And after that, he just momentum.
Now you guys know, audience. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
So then we cut to the tree, and someone did point out that you never see fireflies. Sorry, fireflies. So you never see dragonflies.
Firelights.
No, you never see dragonflies in the main show, because dragonflies actually need really clean environments to survive in. And so people point out that they can only thrive in this version of Piltover, which is a neat detail. But again, it goes into, like, it's too perfect. Jesus Christ! Come on, guys.
It's also because of, like, with all the fictional fantasy kind of stuff. I don't know if, like, that would necessarily like even come to someone's mind. Like, maybe I guess that would come to someone's mind for, like, who just knows about dragonflies. It would just kind of, like, for me, I would be, even if I knew about that, I would just kind of be like, oh, like, these are kind of like this universe's dragonflies. I guess so, yeah.
But basically, Ekko takes Powder to where the tree is, and he's decided to paint an entire mural dedicated to the Vi that he remembers. The Vi that he met for, I want to say, all of, like, maybe 8 hours.
Maybe not even that long.
Yeah, that might even be pushing it. Like, their accumulated time
I was about to
together
say.
Ain't that long.
Not at all, but photographic memory, yada yada.
See, he heard about all the stories that the enforcers told about her, and that's how he...
wait, he wasn't even there for that.
Yeah, this is a bit hand-wavy. The bit where I have it is just like, you're drawing her as an adult when this Powder would have only known her as a child. So, bit weird.
Oh, no, I think that is actually, like I feel like I understand what's touching about this is like this is what she would have been. Like this is how awesome she was.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I
And
think
it,
he even says that during this scene, right?
Yeah, yeah, dream or something.
Yeah.
Like, but
What could have been?
what I actually do like about this, what they keep bringing it back for Ekko and particularly, is that I think in one of Ekko's first opening trailers for League of Legends, it has him battling, I can't remember what champion it was, but how it shows his time travel is that he's continuously trying to fight this other champion while protecting this mural.
Yeah,
Yes.
I remember that. That's like one of the few animations from like League of Legends I've seen. I want to say that like it ends with him like beating the champion or like whoever he was fighting. It was like some kind of cyborg person, and then he
Yeah,
sees that
I
the
think
mural was
something
fucked up, and he said something along the lines of like, "What's the point of saving a future if you don't get to like enjoy it?" And so like he goes back in time again because this time he's gonna beat him and he's gonna save the mural.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you guys wonder if AU Powder feels slightly jealous of her boyfriend drawing her sister as a buff woman while she's a stick, thinking he might have a preference?
No.
Oh, a random cyborg
I mean-
monster? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a random cyborg dude. But yeah,
I thought.
this is the conversation where Ekko is just like, look, I'm working on something big. I want your help to do it. And
Yeah, this
he's
is
like,
a
oh, you were
whole
different in my
big,
dream
you
too.
know-
It's like, is that what's about? You want me to change? It's like, no, I fucking
I-
hope not.
I feel like that's a weird thing to bring up. Just being like, because there's
Yeah.
nothing good about talking about like your universe's version of like. There's nothing good to bring up Jinx to this universe's Powder, so I don't even know.
The
what would be
only
the point of, like,
reason
bringing
would
up-
be if you're actually laying out like why you've been acting weird to her. Is like, okay, look, I had this dream and it was so fucking real, and
Well,
but
I
even
think
then,
part
I
of
feel like
it
that'd be
was-
really testy ground.
Yeah, I feel like you could just say that like everything was different, people were different, Vander was different,
Dead.
isn't it so
Yeah,
he can segue into his like the Jinx that I know creates things doesn't just take like orders from other. Yeah, I mean
Yeah, it's like
maybe we're getting there. I can't remember what the exact. Yeah, like this. I think that he was preparing to say this, and so that's why he brought it up. So I don't think that's too weird.
But it's like you're going to change the world. It's like I'm going to completely ignore the way you change the world is through basically borderline genocide.
Well,
I mean,
maybe
what's the
less
mass
worst?
murder?
ignore,
There are a
but
couple
more
of
like
explosions between.
Okay, at maximum,
how
her
many
kill count
eggs?
is
How
like
many
30
eggs to break an
that we see.
omelet?
that we see.
Yeah.
Sorry, not break an omelet, make an omelet. Sorry.
Yeah, in my
There-
dream, you murdered a lot of my friends.
Yeah.
What did I miss? Terrorism? Accurate.
Yeah.
Things are good, Ekko. I like my life. I don't want to lose what makes me me. What makes you you? And that's actually kind of an issue.
But-
Powder just kind of exists.
Yeah.
I don't know what Powder does in this reality. Like
She's
I guess a mechanical
a bartender.
savant.
She's the emotional support friend.
She's the bartender.
Yeah, I was about to say it sort of
Yeah.
like reaches a bit of manic pixie-ish kind of deal with her.
Where would everyone be without her? Clearly, they would be the other universe.
Well, it's
I think it
it's
kind of
so-
goes to what Vander said, that she's just kind of like, and maybe the same way that Silco enabled Jinx, Vander's kind of enabled her to be like, oh, you have trauma, you don't need to go to school, we'll homeschool you, whatever. I'm just making stuff up.
But I mean,
like,
I
maybe
just-
it was that sort of
Like,
thing, you know?
I
that
don't know what
Vander
she's
coddled
clinging
her.
to. Like I just don't understand what it is she's actually clinging to emotionally right now. It's like you're just sitting in a bar all day, talking, shooting the shit with your brothers and your boyfriend. Is that it? Are you, in that case,
Which-
I am so on Vander's side. You are
It-
so
it-
with
Maybe
me.
it's like things not changing, but I wish that if that was it, they would have gone in.
And
I
also,
wish they would have got into it more.
and also, it's not like you have to. It's not like you actually have to change your whole life. Ekko's just asking you to like help him out with this one thing.
Now, to be fair, he is doing it in the most grandiose fucking way possible, which
It's
kind
true.
of implies a much bigger change. And it's like, dude, you could just be like, look, I'm sorry. Things have been weird. I had this dream that has left me fucking shaken. It was a terrible nightmare. Things were awful.
Mhm.
And I need to explain to you some things because I don't think it was a dream. Like, and I'll drag Heimerdinger in here. He'll explain shit. I gotta get you on the same page. Like, I think honestly, and what would be part of that is, look, we got to build this technology to get back and save people's lives. You can never use what we're about to teach you, ever. I want you to be the responsible one. Destroy all of our notes when we're gone. In fact, we're going to take most of them with us. Like, he needs to lay this out. And he
it's
doesn't.
like, why would you want me to do that? There could be a moment with Powder where she learns about what happened to Jinx and everything, and that conversation is what fuels Ekko further to try and reach out and save Jinx of his timeline. Because like it's a case of Powder doesn't get the chance to know that. The quote that comes to me is like, I looked into the mirror and the devil had my face, of just seeing what you would be like as a evil version of you, for lack of a better term.
Can you imagine?
I wonder if maybe. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, can you imagine if like Ekko was shifty about all the other people in the other reality? He only ever talked about Mai and how awesome she was, but like Powder's like, but you said like offhandedly that there were other people there, right? What were they like? And he's kept avoiding it. Till finally she buckled down and is like, you're going to tell me. What was it like? And like, he finally sits down and actually like does some quick sketches, some drawings, some things like, this is you. And he shows her Jinx. And it's like, well, that looks badass. And it's like, she's not. She's one of the worst people I know.
Yeah.
She's killed friends.
She killed many of my friends.
The reason why I freaked out looking at you is you have her face. You're not her. And it's like that moment of like, you could have a really touching, intense moment where he also conveys just how deadly serious he is about this alternate universe bullshit.
And also incentivize, like, you're not her to say, like, I'm sorry that I misjudged you and such.
Yeah, Powder in my universe is like, that's not.
Powder's gone.
There
is no
Powder's long gone.
There is only Jinx.
Except not. We'll learn that later.
Regardless.
But basically, he gets her on board with working with him and Heimerdinger on the project.
What I was gonna say about that was maybe it would have been better to do it in the reverse, like to have them sit down at the table first and then Powder kinda like, I'm freaked out by all this, and then they have the conversation at the tree, because maybe then that would have made things flow a little better instead of Ekko being so cryptic, because then she'd already know everything when they're discussing, and that's why she would say, well, I don't want things to change. Like, I like how things are right now. If you guys do this, like, we don't know the consequences of that, like, to me in my life or something like that. So I wonder if maybe they should have flipped them, but...
Maybe.
Will I be getting my universe's Ekko back?
Exactly.
Yeah, like that'd be a
she
great
could have
one.
had that brought up by the tree.
Yeah, can you imagine like someone be told, yeah, I'm not your boyfriend. Actually, the universe I come from, we're bitter enemies. It's like, oh. That's why everyone
Can I have that other person back?
I really hate people who ship Jinx and Ekko. Like, I get they work together at the end, but like, it's like, no, that was utility. And while he can definitely recognize there's a good Powder, it's not her. That's Jinx. She's done so much.
Yeah,
They
if it's
don't
like a serious thing, like it's like
you need a lot more.
You need
like
so
develop
much
between the two for you to like.
Do you know?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you need a lot in order to like actually justify that within the freaking text. Like, you need as many. Like, there isn't even as much blood between Katara and Zuko.
Absolutely,
it's that fucking extreme.
it is literally. He thinks that she killed his closest family friends, an uncle figure, was partly responsible. Well, I guess she worked for the man that murdered his father. It's like she killed multiple friends personally. It's like, goddamn.
Yeah.
Secretly,
Killed,
Ekko,
like,
Exriel shipper. No, it's
And, like,
Ekko
hell,
X
that's just-
Zuri.
That's also that, like, as far as we
Zuri.
know, like episode 4 showed her killing, I think it was 5 or 6 of his friends,
I thought it was
and
only
one
3
of
or 4.
them.
Okay.
3, well, there were 2 people down in the storage, 2 more people that she threw bombs that fell off the edge, and then there was the red-haired girl. So I think it was
Right.
5.
Oh right, yeah.
What's too bad is there was a lot of stuff cut from episode 9 that probably would have helped with that, but then they also talked about that they cut that Ekko was actually going to go try to rescue Jinx from Silco, and then he would like see that obviously it's not Stockholm syndrome, but like, you know, that she
Yeah, that's a good question.
that's
Why
all
She's
that she has
changed.
left.
Wait.
It's why she mockingly calls him boy savior, both because of his title and because you didn't save me.
Actually, you know
Yeah.
what?
So wait,
It would have been great.
so she,
if he went
so
to
they
go,
cut something from season. That is
I
crazy.
could,
This is
yeah.
the
the
first
thing
time
is,
I
like,
heard
I
that.
can see why, because of how it was structured.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
I could definitely see
just a
him
shame.
going to go try and save her as a kid. Like, if instead of getting the music video in episode 7 or 8 or whatever, instead we cut to him going to find Powder after what happened and discovering the first moments of Jinx, and like she's like openly admitting, yeah, I killed them. I killed all of them. All of them. Vi beat me and ran away, abandoned. Like, she's get angry at Ekko for like it's all his fault.
Right.
She puts all this blame on him. It's like, don't try and play coy. You're the one that got us into this mess. And she's putting all of that blame on him, and it's like just digging herself a deeper hole and driving the wedge between them.
I was
And I
about
think
to say,
that,
like, there are
that would have
several.
really helped.
Yeah, there are like several different beating hearts within Arcane. You know, mainly Jason, Victor, and Vi and Jinx. But I think what's very much missing in that equation, despite how essential he is for starring this whole thing, is Ekko. Feels pretty neglected in that sense.
Yeah, they did him dirty.
Yeah. Like,
Like in
For
terms
how-
of just like the emotional core and how that fits in
Considering
with
how
the themes, really.
instrumental he is in the finale, like he saves the entire.
Oh, that too.
I
Yeah.
mean,
It's
let's
like
be
I could-
honest. They did him so dirty because they gave him a shittier version of his canon time travel.
like in the first season, because like that was also kind of a personal gripe that I had with like the first season, but it was one of those kinds of things that I could forgive. Whereas like, you know, how everything was set up and like what Ekko meant to that season, I could still be satisfied for like what we have, and also just under the knowledge that we would
Yeah.
probably get more of him in either the next season or like whatever project would come next. Because when the first time I watched Arcane, I genuinely thought that like, they were just going to do another show and just do
Yeah,
one.
we let
But-
them cook, and now we'll never let them cook again.
I really wish they had done Arcane subtitle of some sort. I get that Arcane's a catchy name, but like leave that as instead of doing whatever spin-off titles you're going to have, it should have been Arcane subtitle, and every new season is a different subtitle so that we know you're focusing on something different, and it gives you the room to go out and do new things and return to old things if you ever need to, all under the same title. So if you wanted to go do a Noxus story, you could have just, you know, abandoned the Piltover one and come back to it later. You could have gone to the Noxus story.
Pretty much.
Hey, these shards look really similar to the stuff they have. Like,
Oh yeah, by the way,
bigger ones in
Jason's
the,
still going
bag.
through the ruins. That was.
Well, that's why maybe
Oh,
she
yeah.
has that sort of look, because she's like, she knows that was a very suspicious facial expression
she
when
recognizes
she looked to
them.
the side right there.
He
I,
explains
thi-
the
I
thing.
feel like we see some of those hex gems a little bit later when they make the machine and whatever.
No, we see them later. We see them later with a
Okay,
really bad
never mind.
implication.
Yeah.
So they're respectfully they're praying to Vi or doing whatever the memory thing and I find that very touching. That's nice. Heimerdinger.
Praise be our Lord and Savior, the redhead.
Yes. And we see them hard at work.
Fantasy
Scribbling
math.
Fantasy gobbledygook. This is how I did my math for the Battlestar thing.
Yeah.
No, fair enough.
Let's go.
Now,
Gonna try out the double split experiment.
interesting thing about this, they do a lot of split screening in here of them doing the same things again and again. Allegedly, this is not the Powder of the present. This is Powder in the near future, replicating what they did here.
Oh
What?
no.
That is the implication that people have
What?
pointed out, that these
Oh my god.
because they're doing the exact same things, as opposed to working on different parts of different machines or the same machine. They're doing the exact same things with the exact same machines.
No fucking
Oh
shot.
boy. Oh no, I have more things to complain about. Yay!
That's so interesting though, because I just watched a YouTube video about that. Like, oh, the black bar, that's why it's used in so many movies to represent a phone call, because it's supposed to be two different characters, or two characters in different locations. And so that's kind of funny. I never thought about it in this context that way, that it was trying to show her in the future.
Because they point out here,
it's still.
Look at her here. Why are we focusing so much on her looking at this equation here and her hand there? She's not touching it here. Her hand's not up on the right screen. You can tell by the shoulders, but it is on the left. These are temporally distant elements. And so people are pointing out that with the implication at the end of the episode, actually, wait. That's
mad.
Yeah.
Might actually be right. Holy shit! This is terrible.
Oh boy,
that's hilarious. I think that's so funny.
It's a cool idea, but like with the implications here, like she's like looking at the notes and like taking mental note of everything. She's fascinated by it. She's watching him because she's hot for her alternate universe boyfriend. And basically they get a hex machine up and running. And they also point out that, like, the idea of looking through a glass at each other when things are happening, implying a different...
Oh, yeah.
Being seen from a different... You see here, God, they're...
That's nuts. Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh boy.
I think this actually might be the biggest one because they're rotating in different directions.
Oh yeah, that's
isn't
true.
possible.
Oh my
God.
I have not heard about any of this.
But
it's the same. Yeah, there is only one cylinder. One that yeah,
they're constantly trying to push, and at least when we get to the quote unquote story timeline, they're close to inventing the Z drive, which I kind of do like how it's all three of them working to get the Z drive. Not how I would like it to be done, but
they managed to make a stable anomaly, miniaturized anomaly.
It's so small.
What does it do?
It glows. It's just a glorified light.
It's almost like the start of like a Futurama joke. Good news, everyone! I designed a cranking machine, and I don't know what it does.
Good news, everyone!
Well, what it does is that he cranks the handle and realizes, oh shit, this machine is racist against Yordles.
Well, actually,
just realized, that's hot.
That's another meta explanation for how some things work. Because we see he does the repeat over and over again and slowly picks up that time is reversing itself through like, oh, you just asked that? And like, no, I didn't. That sort of bullshit. It's good. It's actually a really well done scene. But we see that he tries to crank it even further, and it ends up like, I can't remember if they do the limit test yet. Basically over the math here, they're talking about all that kind of stuff, the acceleration rune, which is an important detail, that it was the acceleration rune, and it's the reason why this exists, is that basically, we'll get to that, but the acceleration rune is an important detail that we'll get to in episode 9. And so they try to take it back further, they time it, and what they discover is that it explodes Yordles.
Yeah, no, not even just specifically Heimerdinger.
It's just fuck Heimerdinger.
Which is
I actually have a couple questions, but I know nothing. Say what he was going to say in case he's going to beat me to it. Go ahead.
The thing that I have about it is that obviously in game, time traveling back 4 seconds is how his ult works in game. However, it is completely different to how it actually works before Arcane. Like, I get this is a reference to the game, but how Ekko's time travel works in lore effectively has him creating a save point. He like twists a dial on his wrist, and then he can go back to that particular point in the timeline. However, the thing that's really cool about his time travel is that his body doesn't time travel, if that makes sense. Like
It
basically
sends his
any damage
mind
that
back into himself.
no, actually, the way that I said his body doesn't time travel is it doesn't reverse any damage. Any damage that he gets accumulates throughout the time travels.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, it'll put you back into the physical space you were at, but the corporeal form that you bring it back with you.
Pretty much, yeah. Like all the like it's why the like repeat one for his trailer was so big. He's because like I have to do this again and again. I'm getting so much tired. Is it worth it? Yes.
What I was gonna bring up was just so like addressing the mechanics of the consequence of going above 4 seconds. So the first, I want to get like some people's for interpreting the exact time that Heimerdinger explodes. So do we assume that it happens like, okay, so just to make this easy to communicate, let's say I'm going to use the terms jump point and anchor point. The jump point is being when he like actually goes back in time, and the anchor point is where he goes back in time too. Just so I make that, I just want to define terms so that people know what points and times I talk about.
Okay.
Does Heimerdinger explode at the jump point, after we meet back at the jump point after traveling back above 4 seconds? Or does he immediately explode at the anchor point immediately once he finishes going back in time?
So you're
because
asking if,
in neither of these situations, I can imagine undo killing Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Or if he does, it basically invalidates this as a limitation of to keep it to 4 seconds,
To the
because it
time
basically
travel?
implies that I don't see any way in which either this doesn't make any sense how he can travel back in time and like have a consequence, but he can also undo the consequence in essence, or it shouldn't make any sense how he should be able to prevent Heimerdinger from exploding in like the first place is the point I'm making.
Okay, have you considered shut up?
It's also a case of setting up. Oh, guys, we have this really serious limitation. Let me break this limitation and have everything go right for me when the finale comes.
Okay, actually, we can
Limitate these
discuss
nuts.
that. There's a
that's later.
meta discussion on why it works differently, and why the presumption is here. Which it good or bad is interesting as a thought. So, okay. How do we see this used? If we see that it goes back a certain amount of time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he revs a lawnmower engine and he goes back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can he shunt himself forward?
I don't think we see any sort of like indication of that.
It's only back.
Because like if the whole point of going back in time is so that he can like have a different series of actions, I don't see how he can necessarily like fast forward under the assumption that like he goes through like the same actions that he already kind of did, because the whole point is that he's able to make different actions the next loop.
Yeah, no,
after he goes back
I'm
to
with
the
you.
lead.
I am completely confused on exactly how this
Yeah.
functions in terms of Heimerdinger surviving.
Because here's the two possibilities. Either he explodes at the anchor point, and at which point, so we're at like the 5 seconds ago at the anchor point, he exploded. So like, does that mean he just goes back another seconds, now 9 seconds in the past, and that just undoes it? Or like, does he have to wait for the 5 seconds to finish and then he goes back 6 seconds, but then he would just explode again? Now, if he explodes after we get back to the jump point, so he goes back 5 seconds and then waits 5 seconds and then he explodes, like, then does that mean he can just go back 4 seconds and then that undoes any sort of consequences that was already set in place 1 second or more before that? It's like, I don't, and if that is the case, it does kind of imply that he can just negate any consequences caused by going back any amount of time, so long as he jumps back like 4 or less seconds.
Quote Austin Powers, "Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed."
The thing that I actually have for it is like I just had the mental image of of Heimerdinger respawning in Bandle City, then disappearing, then respawning, then disappearing, then respawning, then disappearing.
Yeah, he just like they're not even sure where. Like Heimerdinger just disappears. They're not sure where he is. They wait like maybe like a week or so, and he's just like in different clothes. He looks pissed the fuck off, and he just says, "Don't fucking do that again. 4 seconds is the limit. God damn it."
I love the idea. It's like, no, it's doing something even weirder, and it just keeps creating like new clones of Heimerdinger. So like a new Heimerdinger is like, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, hello.
One of them just has him wears fucking JC Penney clothes.
And,
Yeah,
and I was gonna say, and one of them shows up in yellow, and everyone's like, how did that happen?
Oh my god, go, it's gonna. God damn it, you beat me to it. Fuck.
MG. So long story short, stop using time travel in story. No, use time travel in story, but be consistent with it.
Now, people have pointed out that because of the Yordle's connection to the Arcane, the exploding Yordle here might be an outlier that Ekko doesn't realize is an outlier, and that's why it works differently than he expects. I understand the series did not convey that to us, that is a possibility, but I know people in the meta think that's an explanation for why this operates. This would have operated how it does at the end of the series, but he only thinks
the time travel is racist.
He only operates this way because he thinks that the Yordle is the example that he needs to base everything on.
That makes sense.
I wonder if it's like an equivalent exchange thing, and the Arcane is just sucking up what it sees as the equivalent, which in this case is Heimerdinger, but otherwise, I need to rewatch episode 9 again, but I would assume it was whatever, like,
I personally will choose
the opponent that he was against.
The Z Drive is just racist against hairy short kings.
I guess so. Because I mean, we don't.
Well, I'm very glad
just not
that
entirely
Peter
sure how.
Dinklage wasn't in this show.
Yeah, I'm just not entirely sure how the like. Never mind the when, like undoing this as a consequence, but also just like who it affects, and because like clearly it doesn't harm. Whatever like force is doing this, it clearly doesn't harm Ekko.
Right.
Yeah.
What if the save point thing explain this though? If he's just jumping back to the save point and it's not time travel, but it's more like a
Is he maybe trying to extend the save point? Is that maybe what we're seeing? Is him trying to like make the save point longer than 4
possibly?
And
that's what I was thinking.
Well, the thing about it is like lore-wise, as in like the save point has to be 4 seconds behind him, sort of thing. Is that what you're thinking?
It has to be.
No, it could be. It could be like days.
Well, not saying lore wise. I'm just saying like here, it's like their limit is you can only set it and then go back 4 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's basically what I was. Because that, I don't know. Maybe it's still just as convoluted and confusing, but to me, I'm just like, but if it's reloading the save point, we're just restoring the past. We're not time traveling back into it.
Fucking F5.
Restore the pass. Revive it if you have to.
forward slash. Oh, the Arcane is just like, I see you're trying to break time and space. / kill command.
Actually, wait. There's also an interesting detail is that he still has the blood splatter on him.
Yeah.
Which is consistent to how his powers should work, which I really do like.
Yeah.
Which, although it does kind of make me wonder, so like the blood that splattered on him, does that mean that part is just missing from Heimerdinger, or did it like clone those molecules and now?
I imagine it's like creating alternate timelines.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Like micro timelines.
Do imagine
it's
like
I do like he's just like it's 4 seconds.
It's 4 seconds as little bits of fur are falling off his cheek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I
What would
remember
the
Heimerdinger,
indicator?
I'd be like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please tell me, why is it 4 seconds?
And is that me?
Yeah. Is that a bit of me on your cheek?
So she says, please go change before the party.
And Heimerdinger's like, I'm going to keep working on things down here, basically.
So
I don't feel safe around this thing, and I would like to feel more safe.
So I'm just throwing this out because we'll get to it, but I feel it needs to be said. This man did basically functionally nothing for the 3 years. In an afternoon, he cracks better time travel, portable time travel, and multiversal travel.
I think the time travel too was an accident because they're all asking what does it do, and they find out, oh yeah, and I mean in the sense that it is incidental to the idea of multiversal travel, but
it's really fucking lucky they didn't pull that cord and immediately nuke all of Piltover.
Yeah,
Very true.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
granted,
again,
they didn't have as many gems or whatever, so you could use that argument.
3 years, not much. One afternoon, multiversal travel.
I
Fucking
won't-
88
wait.
over here.
I mean, at
Just
one afternoon with Powder and Ekko though, so it's he needs people helping him.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
Also,
just-
Mystic Master, #1 Adam Zelke got a name change on my profile. Hi, Mystic, I guess now. If
neat.
Ekko retains damage when he goes back, then what is the benefit of going back? You'd still be hurt. Well, no, yeah, you still it's not about reversing damage for you. It's about preventing something else from happening outside of yourself.
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
honestly really great for Ekko as a character. Is the idea that
his character is built around the idea of it doesn't matter how much I get hurt if I can make something better for the people around me. That's what it's better.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
really
gives
cool.
consequences.
He's
Also-
he's a very selfless person.
Yeah. Also, just while I still have the chance going, because I wanted to make this joke when you were talking about they just pull the ripcord and it explodes. I just imagine next to the ripcord, it just says AZ5. High fives to anyone who gets that reference, by the way.
Well, I was waiting to keep saying ripcord. You pull the ripcord and you just see a top fall down into the. It's Beyblade. It turns out that all Beyblade.
That's what kills Heimerdinger is that Beyblade breaks
Oh
out.
yeah,
of it.
He gets hit by
the Beyblade Metal
anomaly
Fusion
Beyblade.
theme song just blares at hypersonic.
Well, because apparently,
loudness.
from what I've been told, there have been people who have been injured at Beyblade tournaments. Well, especially with the recent tournament. That's why they have the big dome because they move so fast and they're made of metal.
Beyblades and that kind of shit. They actually.
Yeah, it looks cool as fuck,
Yeah.
but I can believe someone getting it.
If you don't enjoy the time you
Weak.
have, what's the point of this device if you don't enjoy the time you had? And it's okay, so basically it's go hang out at the party with Powder. That's what it's saying.
Right.
Um,
God damn.
yeah,
This is pretty.
this so pretty. This is
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, so no. I'm sorry, Jace. No.
With your leg, I don't think you're gonna make that jump.
Yeah.
But I mean, from this angle, you could maybe lock the keyhole.
This no. No. I'm sorry. This
Yeah.
is shit that Mario would struggle. All right, and he's got the hops.
I was
This is
about to say
hilarious
I've
me
played.
Because I'm like,
Oh,
oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say it's the gravity. I guess the wind is so strong that it's just keeping these pieces in constant motion. We're talking about time travel, but I'm I need a physics check on what is
Oh, no,
Yeah,
happening.
I was about.
It's so slow, but they're staying suspended.
Well,
in
no,
the-
it's because it's Hextech does the anti-gravity thing. That's been its entire
Right,
thing the entire
right.
time.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's everything
yeah.
floating and kind of being
well, why is
spatially locked.
he's not though?
Yeah, because
Which
he's
is
not.
too
Yeah,
bad.
I was about to say, as the resident jump and shoot person, you're not making that, my guy. Go the fuck back because
Yeah, go get a
I
gun and
struggle
then
with platforming, and I have 2 legs and I can dash.
come back to me when you have a Mega Buster.
Kaiser, you can call me racist if you want, but
Oh no.
this jump and shoot person, is that because you're a Mega Man character or because you're black?
Yes.
So
sorry.
I was
I'm
going to make
sorry.
a joke. I was going to make a joke for Jace of white man can't jump, but
Oh god. I was not. So I thought you were going oh, haha, racism against or some shit. I did not.
Now here at Team Jack, we always go the extra mile.
Wait, I'm gonna go sit in the corner.
Always.
Thank you, Twine.
Welcome to Team Jack. We've reached the 10. We reached the 10 o'clock out. We reached the 10 o'clock mark Eastern Standard Time. So that means this is now Team Jacked after.
Yeah,
Welcome, everyone.
I've
After
lost my
hours.
lucidity. Mistech Master, as someone who once said, Jace had the strength to crawl out of hell, but Ekko had the strength to leave heaven. Actually, wait, that's
Damn.
actually kind of metal.
I actually really
Yeah.
like that.
That's a great
Yeah.
quote.
I do like that.
So yeah, wait, is Twi in your room, Raymond? No, she's on a phone.
Is this
Is
Twi
Twilight
in the room?
with us right now?
Yes, Twi.
She's in the walls.
Is this
She's in the
Twi
goddamn
in the room?
walls.
She's in the hex gems. She's in the goddamn hex gems.
She's in the arcade. She's in the fucking arcade.
So yeah, he managed to cross all of that on 2 bum legs. Holy
I
shit!
mean, he didn't have anything else to do, so he has to
I
do
mean, yeah, and then he
Listen.
managed to Mario his way up to the top. Like,
Have you
Jesus.
seen his upper body, dog? Come on, the man clearly can lift.
Yeah, I suppose. Didn't do him much good when he started to try and climb the first time.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see basically a bunch of people showing off their inventions at this party a little bit earlier. There's a really fancy punch bowl that makes me wonder how. Are you supposed to drink the leaves? Are you just supposed to try and like scoop around them?
Maybe it's
No, okay.
Maybe it's like mint, where like it
Yeah,
adds
No,
something.
guys.
I don't...
Guys.
What?
No shot. That isn't spiked.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it's a bar.
But will it be spiked with shimmer though?
No, they apparently don't have that here.
Well, yeah, like this is an inventor's place. What if?
Oh my god,
Vented
it's just like
shimmer punch. punch.
it was Singed provided the punch, and he's like, I made it out of my pet axolotl.
No, like everyone, like someone takes a drink of it and they're like, this tastes weird. Like everyone, Singe. They
Yeah, he's like
credits
like
roll.
Nosferatu from fucking
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
Yeah.
And then credits roll. Da 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 da. Like
Um,
Singe just like shrugs.
Everywhere you look. Everywhere.
so we get this really
someone
touching scene
feeling.
between Benzo and Ekko, and it fucking this is the heartstring pull where he's just he's just thankful
I love this one.
so much, and it gets a little tear out of Benzo. It's fuck, man. And it also explains Powder is getting ready, so that's why she's not here.
Well,
It's
it's just a simple case of a character realizing, hey, I have a chance to talk to a dead relative and finally get something off my chest and like say something that I wish I had said a long time ago.
the punch is made for my assistant Victor.
Oh,
Eric Roman off the fucking hinge.
Bro, what the
Oh, jeez.
oh, I was.
Wait,
gonna
don't
make,
you
like-
mean by your assistant Victor? I know what I said.
I know, I just singed just quietly.
Yeah,
Yes.
he just leaves.
He just
Every
Yeah.
dream descends into cannibalism if we go on long enough.
And
It's like my job is done.
I love Benzo's reaction. He's just so like oh wow, don't get all mushy
Yeah.
on me. It's like, oh, you think God, father and
Dude,
son
just-
is
just-
so
You
good.
can
Yeah.
watch this muted and presumably no subtitles, and you can just
Yeah.
understand all of it. That's just how good the reactions and facial expressions are.
Yeah.
Fantastic
Yeah.
stuff.
By the way, Christopher, would you consider? Actually, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Ekko is his biological son, but like, I don't know.
He's kind of old.
Look, guys can still get it on if they're old. Just put
Yeah,
that out there.
I guess, but he's like
Just-
Santa
oh my
Claus
god,
old,
Mbessa
I don't
came
know.
to town. Mbessa, it turns out that it was Ekko. It turned out it was Ekko the
Oh
entire
my
time.
lord!
Oh, shit.
Dun, Making big man all misty.
So, going from an incredibly good scene, flipping right over to one that's going to be a topic of conversation here.
Here we go.
Yeah. So Vander's giving a little bit of a pep talk, and then fucking Selko walks in.
Give it a second, and could you pause on their reaction after Ekko says his question?
Yeah, you. Like, didn't think I'd miss your big day, did you? His fucking delivery is still perfect, by the way.
Oh, I love him.
Didn't you try to kill him? And they just...
Yeah, that reaction right there is just like, what
Wouldn't it have...
Echo?
Wouldn't have been kind of like, I don't know if it would have been interesting or comedic if like Vander like shot him a glare as like, we're not done yet, then turned to Silco and be like, you fucking told Ekko? Like this was some secret. He like takes him off to the side, being like he's actually mad at him, but like as he walks away, he like gives a death glare to Ekko, like, we're not fucking done yet.
That's not what I meant by smash.
Okay, so we talked about like, I guess, social cues and not being able to see like context clues and everything. What made Ekko ask that question to these two right now, other than to prompt the whole like the secret is to forgive sort of thing, which like it does tie into Jinx sort of, but like the reaction
what
is
has
not
Silco been
nearly
doing this entire time that he was never once mentioned by any of the characters? Like, what does he do?
It's such a weird thing to like include. Like, if you removed Silco entirely, what would it like actually change?
Well, I guess it implies that Shimmer never got off the ground, that they healed their friendship somehow.
Well, unless like we're supposed to imply that like believe that like he's either dead or like, you know, just like underground somewhere, still waiting for like the right time.
Well, we're still asking questions about Singed and Victor and
Yeah.
Jace in this timeline. So what's
And I just-
Silco to add on?
The idea that like, and again, if we are to assume that everything prior to that heist was the same as it was in our universe, I don't understand how Silco would come to this conclusion.
Yeah, dude, I mean, there's a 9-year gap, so there is time. So maybe it's implied he found the note and that started like a route to healing of some
I don't
sort.
even know if I believe that the note would be enough, though, is the thing.
Well, I would imagine there has to be a lot lot of work that went
A
into
lot of
this
it.
happening. And it's like,
Yeah.
it all
100%.
requires Silco from like being, I don't know, like, I honestly, it is such a like question mark on this entire universe. It's like you had to do a lot more changing than just the explosion. It had to have been something else that changed.
And while we can like write for the writers to figure out what those things are, going back to the present with this, Ekko, again, why the fuck would you ask that, which is probably a very old, very settled wound in question? Like, the reaction to this is to just like laugh it off sort of thing. No, more characters should be asking, yo, Ekko, you good?
My reaction to this would be like, all right, Silco, I'm going to ask you to take one for the team here. There's an entire other universe that is royally fucked because not only are you dead, but you also created a horrible monster in the form of Jinx, aka Powder but crazy. I need your help. Please come with me to the alternate universe and help calm her down. Honestly, if Jinx met this Silco, can you imagine what that conversation would look like? That'd be insane. She might just snap and be like, "You're not real."
It's also like, well, I mean, there's also
She
the
might
question
shoot
of
him
like
for the
whether or
second
not
time.
something like that would even be possible if like we're assuming that Ekko traveling back to his universe is like the whole body hopping thing. Then like, doesn't that mean that like the Silco would hop
you what I want for Jace is that instead you see a picture of the pilt and you just see Silco's hand burst out of the waves.
Oh my god!
It's like his half rotted corpse dragging itself out.
Like you said from
Actually, it'd be hilarious.
Multiverse of Madness.
It was perfect. No, actually, because he's in the pilt, it's perfectly fucking preserved by everything that's in there.
Somehow
hilarious.
he wakes up in water and he's like,
He
"No,
just
there's
drowns.
peace in water."
He
I'll
just fucking drowns and dies.
Yeah, he's like,
I can't
Story of
swim that good, guys. I can't swim that good.
With the Silco thing, I don't mind too much. I guess if you really think about it, it's another thing that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. But I don't know. I kind of think, what if it was Vi dying? Not that he cared too much about the kids in the normal timeline, but maybe somehow that butterfly affected to him finding the note.
I don't know what series of events would have led to this. They do have like 9 years, which is,
Yeah.
I think, enough time for them to have gone through a route of healing. Maybe there's a lot of deals and things that had to be made, but at the end of the day, it is wild that they chose this and decided to not elaborate on it at all. Can you imagine if Silco and Vander coming back together was part of what we saw with that bottle episode with Heimerdinger?
Yeah.
That would have been great. Like, oh my god, can you
Yeah.
imagine Heimerdinger being the one to heal that rift? Oh my god, Heimerdinger interacting with Silco and Vander? God, that'd be so cool.
I like this. But anyway, we have been here for a while, and we still
Yeah.
have the big thing at the
I'm
end of
also
the
being
episode
told
to
I'm
talk
very
about it.
loud, so...
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I hate his response to this. Like, greatest thing you can do in life is find the power to forgive. Like, no, you should be like, wait, yeah.
like
dude, what
one
the
of
fuck?
your lines was literally the a superior opponent is to stop at nothing. You've literally said, you've admitted that you would not stop at anything to defeat Piltover.
Well, no.
It's just
I'm not
it's
I'm not going over like Silco being out of character because again, 9 years of bullshit that we have to presume they did off screen, even though it's annoying. I'm talking like, Ekko, you came to celebrate his big day. The fact that he's bringing this up out of nowhere and seems fucking confused on it, and you're suddenly like, yes, the power to forgive is like, you should be like, dude, are you okay?
Again, you're okay? Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, a lot more characters should be
Just, like,
recognizing that
people
Ekko
should
is
be
acting
like-
really weird.
yeah.
Maybe like some like, yes, Powder did mention you were a little bit loopy today. Just remember,
Be
Yeah, I
awkward
think that-
about it.
power to forgive.
I don't mind Ekko doing it because I again feel like it's like the person that picks the bad options in the video game because he knows he's going home and he's just morbidly curious. But I do wish the other characters reacted to what seems like his morbid curiosity about
My morbid
what's
curiosity
going
would
on.
be like, so how exactly did you guys heal the mend the rift? Can you please give me that in detail? And so when I get time travel perfected, I can go fix.
Can you
all
like
of
write a
it?
book?
Hey, can you just write a book? I'll wait like a whole year and a half, and then I'll do my time travel stuff. I'll just
This
go
is
back to
literally how Star Trek Discovery season 1 ended.
Wait, serious shit, really?
Yeah, because they go to the mirror universe in Star Trek Discovery, and they bring the Empress back, and they're like, okay, how did you, Terran Empress, beat the Klingons in the war? She's like, oh, I'll just tell you.
Mystic
So, yeah,
Master said
that's-
it's like Ekko is just asking these things to prompt the characters to talk at the audience benefit. Yep, yeah, that's kind of how that works. So then the music
So-
starts.
Am I crazy or did he like disassociate into the party? Like it seemed like there was like a brief skip of time forward. Like he turned around and then suddenly the party was going on, whereas before they were just setting up.
He disassociated, trying to figure out why Silco
Yeah.
and Vander forgave
No,
each other.
time just moved ahead, and they activate
Yeah, I guess
the
so.
party pop.
It was just weird, like that. The cut from that, from them being at the bar to that. I just noticed. Maybe it's because it's slowed down, but
Also, it's wild that they have this big sign for Innovators competition, even though I'm pretty sure this is the Innovators competition is like up in Piltover. So this is just like, we have this specifically here for this party. Like, I don't. It feels weird to me. It's like, why you have this big sign? Like, just have a party here. That's all you need.
No. Decorating is the party. that's
They finished decorating and they're like, okay, guys, party.
So if the song plays here and is being played in Universe, and as the French language exists in Arcane, Lolver, yes. Have you not seen Milo? Now I love the
No,
detail
ha 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 ha, fat man.
that every moment that she walks in, Powder is perfectly reflecting the entrance of Jinx in episode 4 of the first season.
I didn't notice she's wearing the same shoes, or at least similar.
Similar, it's basically the exact same.
It's the walking
choreography.
animation.
It's the exact same choreography and animation. So like even the poking out of this, like she would be poking out of the smoke and being like, "Hey guys, hi, how's it going? I'm here," like all that casually, and then we get the dance sequence. So hot take, I actually don't like choppy frame rates. I know it's done stylistically. I just don't like them. I
I wasn't a
appreciate the
huge fan
artistry.
of that here either, but I
Dragon
enjoyed
Prince fans seething right now.
I was gonna say
They are-
Spider-Verse fans seething.
Look, I can appreciate they do it for a specific effect, and I can appreciate the artistry behind it. It doesn't mean that I don't have my preferences, and I can fully be confident in that.
No, let's just judge him
Eh.
openly. all the time.
However, I will if
She
someone
would
tries
be
to
the
use.
pickiest of eaters if this was food.
I was gonna say though, if you try to use slow motion and you don't use a high frame rate camera, I will judge you. I will judge you very severely. That is the ugliest fucking slow mo I've ever seen in my life, and you will go to hell. But yes.
Well, what about if you just film something in normal speed and then speed it up to demonstrate someone moving super fast?
That means you're part of the CW Flash.
Usually I don't like this sort of thing, but I like that it feels like one of those weird dreams that you have that
Yes.
feel so real, and then you wake up. And so this is like the only situation where I'd accept it. Otherwise, I'm like, guys, my eyes hurt. Am I just getting
I am
too
actually
old?
right
Yeah,
there with
same
you. Is
here.
that like I don't like it, but I can again acknowledge this is very well done, and people love this sequence for a reason. My sister's obsessed with this song, and yeah, it's a very beautiful sequence. I don't deny any of the artistry behind it. Is the music Spanish? It's French. You just talked about it being French.
It's French.
I am now
think that'd be
imagining
a
the
thing
fucking
working
guy from
against it, but-
El Dorado playing his lute. Like I'm just imagining that. I do like that we're getting to look at the skyline here, the difference in Piltover from all the different versions we've seen, and yeah, we basically cut back and forth with them basically being romantic together.
Right.
So this all leads up to Ekko basically them going in for a kiss, and Ekko's like, can we treat it as if it's the first time? Like he's hesitant there, like the mood gets ruined. He pulls back and he's like, yeah.
Very unlike Wonder Woman.
Well, yeah, no, if you want to open a can of worms, I will go get another drink, and you guys can start hashing this out.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
I'll
I guess
go.
it's our
I mean,
This
problem
is the
now.
last time I was happy. Remember?
I mean,
yeah,
since
Go
Batman
ahead.
brought up the Wonder Woman 84, do we want to talk about that, or have we kind of like just?
The
I
rest
have
of the
never
stream
seen
is just
it.
Wonder
I don't know
Woman
what
84.
you guys are talking about.
Yeah, we're
So-
hijacking the stream
okay.
from now on, and we just play like Wonder Woman 84 in its entirety, not even like so other people can see it,
Like at
just so that we can
3x
copyright,
speed.
just so that we can copyright strike the stream and hijack it from Raymond.
Is it worse than like Gal Gadot's acting in the new?
She
mean-
does
Wonder
have
Woman.
some funny. She does
I
have some
need you to
funny
give me the
moments.
stone.
I need you to give me the stone.
I don't have your stone, and fuck you anyway.
It's not necessarily about the acting. It's that like she makes a wish to bring Steve back,
Yeah.
and instead of bringing Steve back, he like
He possesses
possesses some
guy's
random
body.
man.
Oh,
He's
Yeah.
called
like a
Calxiyn.
random
Sleeps with
alive
them.
man, just to be clear.
Yeah. Who just
I-
happens to be
before-
walking by, and now suddenly he's like Steve Trevor's ghost.
Yeah. And like as for whatever happened to this man before Steve like possessed him, we have no idea. He's back once like Steve leaves his body, so we assume that he was there the whole time,
Yeah.
basically possessing his body, and then they do the sex, and it's the implications of doing that with someone in someone else's body who is also inside said body and is not giving consent has a lot of those kinds of implications. Now, obviously, like it's not nearly as bad here, but it does still kind of like raise the question since like body possession is just brought up.
Right.
Yeah. Like Ekko at least hesitated for his other self.
Yeah.
And it's the other person's mind.
And he is in his own body by technicality, so there's something
Exactly.
there.
Yeah. Just to be clear with like everyone, this is better than like Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh, infinitely.
Just on the because there's no sex involved, and B, it's technically it is the same guy. It's a different version of the same guy, and I don't necessarily think that makes all of it go away, but it does make
it's still squeaky,
so much.
but it is so much better than what they did in Wonder Woman. By the way, Cal,
Yeah.
I do
Dude.
recommend 1984, Wonder Woman 1984, because it's so bad
Hilarious.
it's good.
It's so funny.
And
I have never seen any of the DC movies.
Good.
you know
Oh,
what?
that's even better.
I was
Not
gonna
a
say,
bad
See, that makes it even better.
It makes it even better.
Also,
Only
I love
watch
this.
Wonder Woman 84 and then just tell people that you think it's the best one.
Also, I love Eric Roman's chat here. Jinx cheated on her boyfriend with her boyfriend.
Her boyfriend from another universe.
yeah, well, that's why I always say he got cucked by himself.
Yeah.
This is the level of NTR that Dojin writers cannot comprehend.
I mean, look. This Ekko already had some, so he's just sharing, you know?
Also, the cut with everything of just like, Ekko, you know what? Life is pretty good. Cut to Jace. Life fucking
could be
sucks.
dream.
Yeah, I am-
Life could be dream. And you just cut back to Jason. It's just Dark Souls music.
I'm
I
literally
was gonna
getting
say Doom
distorted.
music.
Like he's literally getting screen distortion effects on his soul.
Right.
So we get, more beautiful visual imagery of the top of the Hex Gate, and we find Jace's corpse, which is neat. And we make our way up there, I think. I'm trying to remember.
Yep. It stops before he talks to Future Victor, and that's
Right.
saved till episode 9, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no,
or at least what he said to him. Yeah.
At some point,
Okay.
we do cut back to him saying, "I understand." But basically,
Yeah.
Ekko at some point during the night, after making out with his alternate universe girlfriend, we discover that she finds a gift to her. I'm pretty sure this is where she finds the pendant that he made for her, which she found
it is.
time to make. It's a really nice pendant.
Yeah, I really like it.
Displays both of them in the flower. Very pretty. And
I never
just
even noticed
realized,
that.
too. She
I've
her. Oh, you go
yeah,
first.
you never realized it was both of them? Yeah. it's
no,
both
I
of them
didn't.
Yeah, on
I
the
never saw
right you
that.
can see her face, and on the left you can see his.
But yeah, I can totally see that now. Sorry, you go, Cal.
Oh, I was gonna say her nail polish is different. So unless she took her nail polish off from earlier and then put this on and then changed it back, that doesn't that give more credence to the thing that we were talking about earlier,
That
that
this is a different
she
one,
was
this is the
recreating the time,
Yeah.
like the time machine thing, because her nails are pink right
Oh.
now, and so if they were pink earlier in the day, when she made them blue after, I guess is what I mean.
Yeah.
After Ekko
It
went
gives that a
home.
different kind of
Yeah. But
And
Jace,
given
my partner,
the
have you seen Evangelion Neon Genesis Evangelion?
yeah.
But yeah, we cut downstairs.
Jace getting the anomaly, or Powder will have to do it.
again, it goes like, this is
Oh, sorry,
a
not
bit
Jace,
of a
like
this
Ekko,
is a
God.
bit of an
Ekko.
upgrade.
Ekko.
Yeah, Heimerdinger, this is a bit of an upgrade. Holy shit!
Yeah, you built a time travel platform out of the device that you just committed.
Yeah.
More than that, the man cracked multidimensional travel.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
a few hours.
Would it really have been that bad to have just had him be like, he's working on this kind of stuff for like the 3 years, and then Ekko comes along and just helps him finish it, at least to like
I was gonna say,
A,
like,
imply that he has been trying, and then B, also to show that like this really important thing still took a really long time to make. I don't
Honestly,
know, like
I think it's funnier this way. Like, he didn't try this entire time, and then in like an hour when he put his mind to it, he can
Well,
finally get them
to be
off.
fair, everyone
like
with
me, for
ADHD
real, for
knows you can go days without doing anything. You go at something for 1 hour and you have more progress in the last 3 weeks.
I was gonna say, like,
That's
you,
true.
you can get like a month of progress in a single day if you're just ADHD out enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He got hit with the ADHD
I was gonna say, I'm
motivation.
writing a
You've been hit
fanfic right
by-
now, just
You've
like
been struck by.
free time, and I was like, I haven't made any progress on it, so I decided I'm gonna open it today. And I wrote like 2,000 words, and I'm like, oh, I'm capable of this. What?
God damn it! Why did you tell me that, May?
But yeah, he finds himself. It's all very pretty. You see the mirroring that's going on there. Get some nice, beautiful shots going back and forth. Like this is where it all started, isn't it? And technically speaking, no, it isn't. It started back in the snowdrift, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's him having an existential moment. The end of Piltover. Oh shit! I would love his reaction if he's like, "Oh shit! Don't."
Yeah, he's like, "Jesus Christ!"
He stumbles, but a bit too far and falls off that balcony, and then he has to climb all the way back up.
You know the what?
I mean,
you guys watch,
he's like, "Jesus, you're real?"
No, it's like the Team 4-star with Cell reacting to Goku's teleporting. Like, Jesus, I need to put a bell on you.
He falls off the fucking ledge and he tumbles down the exact same fall as before. And the hammer also comes down on his leg again.
The new hammer comes down.
No, it's the same hammer from before. It just comes back.
Going off of what I Know Nothing said, I imagine he turns to Victor. He's like, "Hey, do you have a pen? I got it." Like he writes down on his arm, "Remember to put bell on Victor."
Also, turn off oven when get.
Yeah, it's like, is there anything else I need to?
Did I leave the stove on?
So
Did I leave the tri-dimensional on?
Does he know this is Victor at this point? Or does he have to wait for him to start talking?
I think during this
during this
section,
conversation,
no,
but we don't see it until
which we see at the end of the episode. He does.
Yeah. But like going into it, he doesn't know that he is like
correct
being followed by Victor.
Correct.
Yeah. But at some point, when it like cuts away back to Powder to Good Universe off screen, he finds out
we're
that
seeing
this is
it here.
Victor.
This is the moment where he sees it, but we're seeing it from a distance, so we don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, they have a full conversation, and then.
And so.
Yeah, and this is where he tells him, "You got to blow a hole in your Victor's chest. No homo."
Yeah.
I wish I could.
That's not what I meant when I said obliterate that twink.
This is not what I meant when I said blow out his back.
Oh boy.
Look, all the jokes need to be made. So basically we're seeing as the machine gets activated and Jace apparently agrees to whatever was asked of him by this mysterious figure. He lifts the hammer and agrees to go back. And then we also see the machine start to malfunction, which means that Heimerdinger decides, well, fuck it, I've been alive long enough.
and we're assuming that like he can't turn it off and then fix this and then turn it back on. I'm guessing.
I would presume that like this is an unstable thing. You're not gonna turn.
The guy is this close to probably causing the third impact right in the basement.
I was gonna say.
I guess so.
Yeah, I think if Doc Ock could have pulled the extension cord on his machine, he would have.
It's gonna blow. Where's the AZ5 button? I know I made that joke again, but I need someone. You guys gotta watch Chernobyl. It's good.
Do you guys know if there was any confirmation for this in terms of like, because when Hunter and I watched it, we thought that this was, because this is an exception to normally how Yordles would die, that Heimerdinger did this on purpose so he would finally die and he wouldn't reincarnate because he evaporated, but I don't know if anybody else thought that or if he was...
I hope that isn't the case.
It's very much an open question of what the heck happened.
I know they say that
I
he
hope
is dead,
that this
but
wasn't intentional because that does in essence that he took away the life of this universe.
No.
And also just avoided accountability.
Yeah, that's kind of why I thought he did it.
Like, I'm wanted for war crimes. I'll see you later, Ekko.
I'm wanted for more war crimes than sins. You have no idea.
You don't know what I've seen, what I've done.
So.
But yeah, I mean, I sort of thought it was, oh, I've done enough harm to this world, so I'll sacrifice myself so Ekko can live. But if he just reincarnates, then, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, we can all appreciate, by the way, with the animation of the pieces of the anomaly, then when they go over Ekko, they show him with his main universe timeline clothes.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, look at it.
Yeah, I've seen that ever so slightly.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I love it.
But
Oh,
yeah,
back
I
to
mean,
your
I hope that
Spider-Verse
this wasn't
cosplay.
intentional, just because I think it would. It's like he's making this like life-changing decision for a Heimerdinger who is incapable of like answering and like consenting
Right.
to, like, because what if the Heimerdinger of this universe is like, no, I have God.
Yeah, I guess this is back when we thought we were thinking when we were watching it that I don't know, that I guess they just all shared the same consciousness across different timelines because of the reincarnation, which we were just jumping through for a couple conclusions.
But yeah, so basically, Powder comes down just in time to witness Heimerdinger get vaporized, fix the machine, send Ekko back, and also Jace gets sent back around, like, well, not even around the same time, he just gets sent back, we're not entirely sure. To
Time
pick
travel
up
is
where he's
fun.
Yeah. So yeah, he goes to the great Yordle in the sky, and Powder gets to see her Ekko and her side piece.
Which one's the side piece?
Yes. That's the beauty of temporal clones.
Of course.
Damn.
And yeah, she only gets to see him for a brief moment. They get to lock eyes, and she's like, "Oh my god, I thought you were bullshitting me, but like, no, this is real."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he
They clone Tyrone.
the hilarious. I know this works, but like the idea he just explodes into like blood and gore. And it's like, oh,
You guys didn't work.
Like he like looks at the cord on the.
He's like,
which one did Heimerdinger plug that into? It's like he sees another cord that it was actually supposed to get
he
plugged
just like looks
into.
at it, like, wait, no, the output was supposed to go on the other side.
Wait a minute, that fork's not supposed to go in the socket.
The man has a chance to say, "Oh, mother."
And then we get sued by Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So he says father instead.
So it zaps out. It destroys the machine, the pad behind him. Powder is left with a coming to conscious Ekko. So we never get to see his thoughts, though. He never really talks about anything.
He just said what happened.
Yeah. So his active consciousness was at least asleep to some degree. Mystic Master Ekko, real quick. Burn all this. Do not use it, please. Yes. He doesn't
About that.
So yeah, Powder. She's just staring at him.
Reasonable.
And then we presumably cut forward in time to her Powder playing music. I didn't realize that her sister doll was a little music box. That's cute. And we see that she's thinking about things because she pulls out the fucking pouch of hex gems, and the music is still playing. Like this is something like, oh, how wonderful! She has all this technology, and she's putting this next to, and she's getting ideas about it.
Wait, see, now her nails are blue. Now,
Yeah, I noticed
now
that
I'm
too.
wondering.
This is before she starts tampering with the machine again.
Yeah, so it
I
all
guess so.
it all lines back up, I think,
Yeah.
with that idea that it takes place post Ekko.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
It just says powder will return.
Yeah. So
Were you guys thinking though that she's gonna make the time machine? Because I took it just as that she can, like, she sees what it's capable of, so she would just use it for.
well, there's any number
some
of
mysterious
possibilities
third
here.
thing.
Like she could just invent, because like they value inventors here. She could just invent hex tech to try and benefit all of Piltover, which
Yeah.
you guys should have warned her about all the fucking problems that have come with that. Like I
I
don't
was
know
about to say, like,
Yeah.
the poisoning of the
I
you
mean-
just leave behind the schematics for the hydrogen bomb, you know?
Yeah.
You
I
leave
mean, I
behind
feel
the
like-
schematics for the hydrogen bomb, multiversal travel, time travel, and several other things. Unless
Yeah.
this world is an actual legit paradise, bad
Well,
things
I
are
guess it
coming,
must
people.
be
I
if
feel like
Silco's
they're-
still around.
It's confusing because I'm never quite sure if they are like devoted fully or not to like all hex tech is, you know, universally bad or not. And we're not even done with like that as a problem going forward, but That's for
I mean,
later, I suppose.
Other characters use it in the games, and so I
Exactly.
would assume that down the line, what we're gonna find out is just that Piltover used it in a uniquely fucked. Because what we were thinking that this never got answered was that the reason why, and I know that stuff like Rictus has is not Hextech, but we were thinking that Hextech still relies on some sort of equivalent exchange, and that Piltover's whole anomaly problem was because they were not exchanging anything in return. And I think there's a couple scenes with like Victor and a few things that happened that kind of pointed to that, but then they never did anything. So I wonder if, as long as they figure out how to follow those rules, it would be okay. And
Okay,
maybe
so we figured out the
operates on the
solution.
same
We have
magic.
created the Child Grinder 5000. So we can sacrifice children.
Yeah, we
Yes,
gotta sacrifice.
the biggest thing when it comes
Oh,
to
no.
Hextech in the quote-unquote main timeline is that people from Piltover tried to do Hextech or make it work without Victor and Jace, and they couldn't manage it, so they can't really follow it. And then, well, Jace and Victor die at the end of the season, so...
It's and like it's especially confusing too, because like besides the implication that we have like other Hextech, there was also so much Hextech that's used in like the final battle as well, and so it's just kind of weird that like chronologically after this episode is when Jace comes to the conclusion we have to end Hextech, just in general, not even just the Hex Core or like the Anomaly or the Hexcate, just Hextech in general. And I can never tell if they are like committed to that.
I
or
legitimately
not.
don't know why his first move isn't just to shut down the Hex Core.
Yeah, like why that
The,
wouldn't just be his first. Yeah.
You mean the like failsafe?
The
Or-
failsafe, yeah. Just
Yeah, the
unplug
failsafe.
Oh,
everything.
we'll get to that in a bit. We'll get that in a bit, I'm sure.
Well, no, we won't because we're at the end of the episode.
I meant
Well, and also I won't. 'cause
it's
I'm
in
not
next
gonna-
episode.
Couple weeks.
Also tired, okay?
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm tired as well. Yeah, so this is one of the most depressing endings because everyone is like, "Oh my god, they're so
Right.
cool! It's so great! They're gonna have Hextech now!" And I'm like, "Yeah," and you realize all the
It's a
problems
bad
that it
thing.
brought. That's a very bad thing. This is like world-ending technology. Like, if it's not on the
Beginning
right
to think I
hands-
just dreamed up media literacy one night. I made it up.
I honestly like never thought about the end like that too much. I kind of just took it as, oh, she took what Ekko said to heart. She's gonna do good things. Like I kind of forgot that she would do those things with the Hex
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Same
Jace,
here.
Jace started out doing good things,
Yeah,
and then
I
he
mean,
started
I guess
making
it just-
rifles.
depends. We can imagine they live happily ever after, maybe in the AU. But I wonder if they'll ever come back to it in the Noxus season.
I doubt it. There's no
I-
real
I-
connection.
Except Mel. God, Mel becomes a Hextech. Everyone gets to be a Hextech master, except
She-
no one else.
I was about to say she becomes like some kind of herald and travels through different universes, and then when we see like a window into this one, and everything is perfect.
I worry.
Confirmed.
I really worry with her as a main protagonist that she's going to be that she might slip into Mary Sue territory. I really worry.
Oh, they
about
pull like
that.
a Scarlet Witch on
Well,
her. Maybe.
it's not the case that they
It would reflect
make
her in the
Mary
meta of the
Sue.
game.
I was going to say they just give her her W from the game without any of the nerfs.
Dummy.
She's still number one, by the way.
No, she's still
That's
Still,
insane.
Jesus.
Mythtech Master. Maybe I shouldn't be throwing all my money at you guys to make comments, but I'm probably going to keep doing it anyway. I am not complaining. Unless you're actually starving yourself, please don't do that. Please.
Yeah, don't do that.
But if you have an expendable income, I am more than happy to run it for you. But yeah, no, this so this is arguably what people say is the best episode of the show. I know I watch a lot of Danny Mata and he's really fun to watch, but watching him go through and praise Arcane season 2 is like kind of painful. Cause I'm like, no, buddy, you're not engaging with it very deeply. You're not I understand, but whoo, oh God.
Yeah.
You just got your
I
really
think
bonus
the
and raise,
unfortunate
nice.
thing is that it's probably the best episode in terms of
Season 2.
the reason why it comes off that way to people is because it doesn't have that bloatedness that the rest of the season has from the with the other problems.
Mhm.
Because it's in a self-contained environment, it was able to thrive with what it was doing, even if the implications afterward and then some of the time travel and that sort of thing doesn't line up. Like, I feel like that the reason why people like it so much is probably because this is more so what they wanted, not necessarily the piece, but just more of the characters talking to each other, because it feels like that season 2 doesn't have that as much as season 1 did.
Yeah.
And even season 1, I was a bit like, I feel like that these characters aren't talking to each other sometimes, but they're just talking in the same room as each other. Like, I think that, like, Celtic, you'll remember, you know, like, from my reactions, I had said that a couple times. And so stuff like the Benzo and Ekko scene is, I think, more what people wanted. The characters actually going into their feelings, but... It's my favorite filler episode, my favorite waste of time.
Yeah, no, I would be down for this if we had more time. I would have been so down for this episode much more.
It's a beautiful.
Yeah, I personally
showing.
still have a. Oh god.
Oh, I was going to say it's a beautiful showing in that it shows the power of the, I guess, the phrase in the story convention of "in another life."
Yeah.
And I was going to say, like, the nature of
What
people
could have been.
talking at each other, like, the idea of that isn't necessarily bad. Like, the idea is that a lot of people do often talk at each other and past each other. Like, that, like, you write that, and that does work for a majority of scenes because a lot of these characters are antagonistically positioned. Like, that makes a lot of sense.
But that's
It's just like, people do
that's
want
not the
more
case
of
here.
the characters who are, like, united, talking to each other and being on good terms and that kind of stuff. And I know there's a lot of talk about shipping. We'll probably get to that next episode, but there are rabid shippers that really love this episode because they love seeing Jinx and Ekko together, and it's like, I'm happy for you. That's great, but, like, there's some complications here that need to be acknowledged.
I'm going to be the evil person in the room and just say that, to your comment earlier, if you
which one?
look into anything too deeply, literally everything is going to be ruined for you.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying doesn't that depend on the person, I guess? If it's like a
I do
personal
understand what
preference
you
thing,
mean,
right?
though. Like,
Same, but
like, I've definitely experienced that with a lot of things where you can almost maintain both, but you'll just never see it in the same
I mean,
way.
a good example
You know
is
what I
Land
mean?
of the Lustrous. Twi gave me her run through when she was reading the manga, and we both enjoyed the anime, but then she read the manga and she really does not like the story anymore. And that's
you too?
Very
Land
much.
of the Lustrous is garbage.
Okay,
It
I'm glad I'm not the only one then.
Yeah, it like she
No,
talked about it
like-
and it became a sophomoric mess. It's so sad.
What
It
happened to
was
the
so
manga? Jeez.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It
The
basically-
manga went full anti-human and basically said that it's a good thing that humanity is going to go away. There shouldn't even be a molecule of humanity left in the universe, and then everything
damn.
will be perfect.
Oh, sounds awesome.
Okay.
No, it doesn't sound so bad.
Can't argue.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
Guys, remember, this is the last time I was happy. It was like 4 months ago.
Yeah, well, how does Kaiser, how do you feel about the Reploids fall under humanity? Or I'm sure
No,
you probably just see this as an absolute win.
We are a different category altogether, so that doesn't apply
all
to
praise
us,
to
so.
the sentient rocks that are not gems, for the record. They're just rocks that evolved.
Just
Wait, does
be
that
a rock.
include
I
me?
think-
Does that include platinum?
No,
I think
Oh,
technically even anything that has memory of humans was technically also considered evil.
Oh,
Oh.
yes.
Wait, so then the
Reploid-
person saying that knows about humans because
Yeah.
then
it was an AI.
No, it had nothing. It had nothing to do with like, It was just like the idea of humanity in general is just inherently evil, and that there is absolutely nothing redeemable about humanity, so it is just better to wipe them from existence in its entirety.
Jesus.
So it's the anti-Gurren Lagann.
I guess, yeah.
For
like,
real.
That's like
Literally,
also like
this fucking AI looked at Barrington Bear and was like, "Yeah, no, this deserves to be destroyed." And everyone was like,
Yeah.
at least
So it's like
M was
Ultron
pissed
1.
off about humanity. Jesus.
Yeah.
And like the whole thing with Land of the Lustrous, the enemies that the gems were fighting, they are humans fighting humans that were already partially dead, and the only thing that they were wanting to actually do was make the robot that the gems worshipped do its fucking job and send them to heaven because he refused to do it. And that, like, literally the only reason why they were taking the gems was to make him do that.
My favorite part of that is they built a fucking robot that can send like beings to heaven.
I'm like, what in the fuck?
Yeah,
like,
Sensei is wild.
Yes.
I'm not. Some of the stuff that you're describing, I don't think I've read far enough in. But like, again, I'm glad I'm not the only, because I felt like I was crazy when I was reading ahead in Land of the Lustrous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to even touch any of that, but yeah.
It literally gets worse.
The anime
Like,
literally just stop at the anime. The anime is fine.
Yeah.
It's very pretty. Just stop.
So it's the opposite of Gurren Lagann combined with the opposite of Doom Eternal. Got it.
Holy shit, yeah. I mean, I
Damn,
appreciate Doom Eternally, pun intended, for simply stating that lore-wise, humanity figured out hell was a thing before heaven did.
Damn. I don't know how does that work.
Look it up, man. Look it up. It's true.
Look, as
Well,
long
they
as
were trying to exploit its resources, and heaven didn't need to.
As long as they still the guy was motivated because his pet rabbit was killed, I'm perfectly fine with this.
I don't know if that's still canon, but I want it to
fucking
be.
It's
If it's not canon, then the guy who made the jumping puzzles took over their fucking canon department.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's wind
Anyway.
down. Thank you all so much for joining us. Does anyone here have anything they want to promote or boost?
I guess with me, it's not my own video, because I'm still working on those. But while we were working on stream, there is a new video by my friend, Serial Neighbor Gazer CBF. It's all about the lol cow cycle and recent instances of that across the internet. Yeah. So I'm gonna be sharing that in chat, so that y'all over there can see it if you want to. Definitely check it out. He's been working on it for months. I haven't had the chance to see it yet, but it seems to be pretty good.
Okay.
I stream on Saturday afternoons, Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna finish up Kingdom Hearts 2 this weekend, and then after that we're gonna go into Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. I have just been chugging away at like a really long video, and it's kind of gotten to the point where I'm like, I need to maybe just work on something else, and I'm thinking of possibly putting out like some videos on stuff that I could put out sooner. I want to talk about, like, for one, Arcane, because of all the stuff that we've talked about here. And Raymond, I might send you like a very rough draft of something that I want your opinion on, just like a page or two later. But
yeah, definitely.
Then I also want to talk about like my adventures with Superman, maybe Legend of Korra. I want to do something else besides working on this video that just keeps getting longer.
My Adventures with Superman? I've been intrigued by it, but I don't know.
Define recommend. Like recommend as in like I think good, or like recommend as in like in the same way that invested in like Ruby. It's not nearly as bad as Ruby, but
I was going to say I recommend on the fact that Lois Lane is cute, and I ship her with Superman. It's really cute.
Well, you ship Lois Lane with Superman? What a nerd!
Who does that?
I mean, I think they look adorable together.
Basic
and I want to know.
I'm actually one of the few people who doesn't really mind her character change, despite how I feel about the show. But no, I don't think it's very good. I recorded my reaction to like season 2 back when it like first aired. Like even Kaiser did a reaction on one of them, and I just never really got around to uploading them.
Remember, for the man who has everything is not a real story. It can't hurt you.
Oh my god, dude! We were talking so much about that with one of these episodes. Pete showed me it was atrocious.
I have a video on that episode of them doing a take on the man who had everything in My Adventure Superman. Go check that out. I would like to load views of each and every single episode, just so that I finally have something else to work on besides this 4-hour monstrosity that I don't know if I'm ever even gonna finish. So yeah, that's hopefully what I will be working on is Arcane and My Adventure Superman and Kingdom Hearts and Metal Gear Revengeance. So that's what I'm doing.
Alrighty. Anyone else want to offer up anything?
I will go. I don't know if I'm gonna stream this week because my house is flooding. But if I do stream, it'll be on the weekend.
Stream the flooding.
But
Stream the
yeah, just like a
Dude,
live
make it a pool
feed.
stream.
But otherwise, yesterday I released Tiana, Moana 2, and the Death of Disney's TV musicals on the Video Essay channel. So I will plug that.
Let's go. Woo. Oh, also, I almost forgot. I'm gonna be streaming this Sunday as well.
Ooh. I will plug everybody else's great stuff because I'm still in the editing dungeon.
Gotcha.
All right, fair enough.
And I'm going to be back in Canada in a couple of days. So,
Yay!
Lucky.
To return to the country.
Damn, I wish I was in Canada.
Isn't Canada like a few hours north of you? Can't you just drive up there?
Oh yeah, no, I could get there in a couple hours.
You got to deal with the dire
In
wolf.
a couple hours.
Yeah, there's the direwolf guarding the border.
So just the dire wolves in Canada in general.
No, I have the. Did anyone else see that stupid comic of just like the tower is there, but it's guarded by a powerful seal? It's just this really jacked seal. I'm imagining like a really jacked direwolf protecting
Oh, I've never
Canada's
seen that
border.
before. That sounds.
No,
it was really funny.
It wouldn't be a dire wolf. It would be a dire bear.
That's for the record, the whole seal joke is a running gag in my friend's tabletop campaigns. Every time.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
seal.
I was making a South Park joke, but yeah.
I was thinking it would be a dire
forget
moose.
my name?
Fatman, you have anything you want to plug?
Yeah. Go to my Patreon. There's like actually a sneak peek of my newest video coming.
Ooh.
It's already up there. If you go to the $5 tier, if you go to the $1 tier, you'll get to see it. At the end of the month. And I've been working on the every episode of Star Trek reviewed in 10 words or less. And I don't know. You could check it out.
Yeah,
It's
He also does
pretty fun.
streams with Ellipsis Mark on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Yes, I do. I also stream on Mondays and Tuesdays until we finish Amori.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know if Twi will be back for Bad Fan Fiction Night this weekend, which would suck because that'd be like a whole month without it. But you know what? Sometimes it's just how fate rolls the dice. But then let's see. Next week, Team Jacked, 6 p.m. We're going to do a little birthday stream for Twi. Be fun. We'll figure out what we're doing. Hopefully, in time, I can send it to Liubi and have him do more art. By the way, I mentioned he did the cover art again this year.
Amazing art.
Great work.
It's really good.
And then let's see. Still working on MHA. Still working on Sentinels. Just had a great conversation with one of my actors the other day. Yeah, he's actually a pretty some significant enough name that in some fandoms that's going to be important. And then what's my final note here? Yeah, no, that's there's going to be some changes to the format in terms of like just visually on the channel. I'm going to be trying getting channel memberships up and everything, so look forward to that. I think that's about it. Subscribe to the Patreon, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Ciao.
All right, see you all around.
Stay platinum.
Goodbye.